me so sleepy.
Perfect.
Who's looking for a banana?
All right, what is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful blasphemous bastards? Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. Hopefully my connection gets a little better than it is, but we should be all right. We should be all right. There it goes. That's better. Get better again. All right, this should be all right. So we've got Marty here. This is kind of a continuation from something, I reviewed a couple Christian videos on my new channel, kind of dealing with Christians and how they think witchcraft is just like cray-cray. We're going to watch one of those videos today, but I figured, you guys know Marty, but we'll let Marty introduce herself and kind of maybe, it's been a long time since I've done the one-on-one where we talked about what you believe. So, maybe a lot of people don't quite understand everything about Marty. So what's up, Marty? And let us know a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Marty. I've been hanging out with Knock for a minute, right, Knock? Like at least 4 years?
Yeah,
4 or 5 years?
Probably 4 years now. You was at those very first open rooms.
Yeah, I was. I'm pagan and I practice and study witchcraft. I follow the Welsh Celtic tradition and I follow the Welsh Celtic pantheon. I believe that my gods are in and of nature. I don't hold to the supernatural. To me, my gods and my practice is natural, because I'm honoring the elements in the earth and the world that we live in, and like the stuff like the seasons, like Yule just passed. That was what is Yule? It's the axle tilt of the earth. so we honor that kind of stuff, and the seasons and the harvests and the life cycles of the corn god and the great mother. I've been practicing and being a pagan for about 15 years. So June will be 16.
All right, so no Satan worship. You don't sacrifice babies. You don't sacrifice human beings. I mean, are you sure? Are you positive?
Listen, honestly, like for all the planning and crap that goes into ritual, do you know how much of a pain in the ass it would be to sacrifice a baby? Do you know? First of all, we'd have to drive around and find a kid. We have to grab said kid. Kid is probably freaking out and doing this thing while we're trying to concentrate on our circle and our ritual. Actually, if there was baby sacrifice, that's probably how it started. Somebody probably heard a baby crying and the baby disturbed them, and the witch said, "Slice and shut that kid up. I'm working." No, stop. No. So, did they do that back in the day? Probably, but do we do it now? No, we don't.
Yeah, I got in an argument with somebody in a side chat. I can't remember who I was arguing with, but they were trying to say that that it was never like a real thing that witches flying around on broomsticks. And of course, I want a real thing, but I'm describing it wrong. Like he was trying to say like that was never something that Christians said about witches back in the day. And I'm like, oh no, I've studied this. Like people literally thought witches would sacrifice babies and then grind their bones into a powder, rub that powder on a broomstick, and that would make the broomstick fly. It doesn't have to necessarily be a broomstick. It could be pretty much anything. But
anything. No, just no. Again, I'm not saying that there probably wasn't child sacrifice back in that time, because they, if you read the Bible, the flood is pretty much a child sacrifice because there were kids living there probably. I'm willing to guess. So, and Abraham was seconds away from sacrificing his child. So if you're going to point the finger and say child sacrificing, babies, really? Go ahead, read your Bible. Get back to me.
Yeah, I'm sure that there were some that took it to that, supernatural level. I equate it probably like the way it is today. With Satanists that are like real Satanist, not political Satanist, or they think that Satan is a good dude, but like they interpret the Satan the way that Christians think of Satan, and then they go out and they'll do animal sex. It's like really rare, but it does happen, and I'm pretty sure it was like that back in the day. You know, like the longer you go back in history, every culture had a bit of blood sacrifice. So
sure, and I'm not saying that there aren't crazies that aren't sacrificing animals today. I'm sure there's somebody, but that's not, there was a ritual sacrifice of this raccoon. No, somebody just sacrificed it and set it up to make it look that way because maybe they got problems.
So
they never look into that. They're never like, oh, well, this person did this. It's a ritual. No, maybe someone's getting some mental health issues and they're sacrificing raccoons. Maybe people are next because that's how Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy started. That's how it starts. But no, it's not commonplace to sacrifice animals and stuff. Not that some people don't. I don't. So I don't speak for all pagans, but for the most part, it's not commonplace.
So I guess the most important question, at least until we open it up, and maybe some people will come in and have more important questions than the one I'm about to pose. But the most important question, in regards to this first hour, and again, I'll be opening it up sometime around 9:00 for anybody in the chat that wants to come in, talk about witchcraft. You know, I'd like to talk at least about witchcraft at first, and then we can move topics. You know, but so most important question. Is witchcraft the most dangerous threat facing the United States right now?
Of course it is. No, get out of here. There's way more shit going on. There's homeless people. There's hungry people. There's a war in fucking Russia and Ukraine right now, for fuck's sake. You know, we have veterans sleeping on the streets, and we're worried about some Christian over wherever is going to worry about me doing my thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're putting all those satanic spells on Halloween candy, and
yeah.
Well, so what we're gonna watch for this first, we're not gonna watch the whole thing probably, but we're gonna watch a bit of it because this is, like this is just some crazy shit that was being fed to my new channel, and I watched it. I'm sure that you had some kind of opinions on it, but like,
dude, I was freaking out. I was like yelling, "Get me in here, knock!" Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and that's how like this was kind of born. So, I've seen off and on, and of course, like I've covered the witch trials and the witch burnings and all of that stuff from way back in the day. I covered Gillis Duncan and her particular individual story in Scotland. But I've also covered periodically on this channel, just how Christians talk about Halloween. Like a couple Halloweens ago, I did that. I did something on this Ramirez dude that makes all the rounds, and he was like a former warlock who had sex with Satan personally, so he knows that they're trying to corrupt your children. But
yes,
so
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so it comes in like waves, right? So it's like at some points, it seems like atheists are like the most dangerous threat to America, but then at other points, it's like secular society, and at other points, it's witches.
Gays.
So
don't forget about gays.
Oh yeah,
gays.
Well,
to America too.
Well, that's all part of that secular society, but yeah, like they I mean, not all of them. I always paint with the broad brush, but like here in America, a good chunk of them want to definitely like commit a genocide on gay people. So yeah, for sure.
Oh, I know. I know.
And I shouldn't be laughing at that, but you have to kind of laugh at the madness sometimes
because it's insane. That's a different show. Now we'll talk about that another day.
I that show that I did on SFT and CJ Cox the other day, somebody came in my side chat and tried to say that I was like gaslighting and lying, and I'm like, twice they just like said it and they didn't point out where I was actually doing that, and by extension, like gaslighting the fuck out of me. It upset me because like these are the Christian fundamentalists, the literalists are the ones that really like think witches are out there trying to corrupt their babies, or that gay people need to be executed, or that adulterous wives need to be put in prison. It's like, it doesn't. I don't have to gaslight these people. Their fucking beliefs are bad enough. But Christians are going to say what Christians are going to say to make themselves feel better.
Yeah, I can't even.
All right, so I try to put this on window mode, but for some reason, or not on window mode, but on as a tab, because that helps with the echo. So hopefully it wouldn't let me for some reason. I'm not sure why. So hopefully the echo won't be too bad. And yeah, we'll start by watching a little bit of this. And then anytime, Marty, that this dude says something just absolutely fucking batshit crazy, feel free to stop me. All right.
I'll just say foreskin.
Yeah, just say foreskin. So. All right, here we go.
We got.
And then we got
lots to do. Lots to do in a
some
short
good
time to
music
get
to
there.
walk into. I mean, that was good. Well, from comic book franchise films to hit television shows, we have been seeing a rise in the representation of darkness. Is this just entertainment or a planned scheme within the occult? Take a look.
Already, like right from the get.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh God.
Well, I mean, it is
think
my own fault. Like Gerd told me about an ad blocker, and I'm just too dumb to figure it out.
I can't believe what she was saying.
But like, it's like fucking every time I pre-screen these, like I pre-screened this again earlier just to be like, yeah, it's still as crazy as I fucking remember, and I didn't get any ads the whole time. It's like piss it, but as soon as I'm live, it's like YouTube knows. It's like, let's fuck with them. All right.
With each passing year, we are seeing a rise in the fascination and fixation on darkness. Throughout the history of America and the world, there have always been attempts to let occultism seep into the mainstream. But now, it seems openly welcomed and received through film, television, and more, as witchcraft, paganism, dark spirits, idols, deities, fortune-telling, and other forms of occultism find their way into more and more homes. Are these harmless forms of entertainment, or a gateway to something much worse?
All right, so I guess, Marty, the pressing question here is going to be, did Stranger Things make you a witch?
No, it did not. Considering I've been practicing the craft for 15 years and Stranger Things has been out for what, 5 years or so, 3 years? I'm going to go with no.
15 years? So it was The Craft then, that old movie, The Craft, with Naomi Campbell. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes. However, I will give you
Charmed?
them one. I tried watching Charmed, couldn't get into it. Like, I seriously tried to watch it. I was like, oh, this show looks cute. Couldn't get into it. One thing that the movie Craft got right. Actually, no, there's two things where they say magic is neither good nor evil, dark nor light. It is rooted from nature, and nature is neutral. It's both. So they got that. It's the heart of the caster, which is why Nancy's magic was all cray-cray and Robin's magic was not. So they got that right. They also got when they were doing the initiation into the coven. Some of the initiations are different. Some of them are, from what I've seen, they kind of go like that. That's it. That's all they got right. But they have to make it cray-cray for entertainment. If you're watching, like I've said this to you before, if you were to sit and watch what I actually do for ritual, you'd be bored out of your head. You'd go like, that's it? Where's Satan at? Like, is he coming soon? Like, it's real boring. It's real boring. So they can't show what we actually do because they'll bore the fuck out of audiences and they won't make no money. So
I covered a Satanist like ritual, not in like a real Satanist. And when I say real Satanist, I don't like calling people that see Lucifer as the good guy fake Satanist. I'm not saying that they're fake Satanists. In fact, I think they probably have the better depiction of Satan based upon what the Bible says. But when I say like a real Satanist, I mean a Satanist that believes in the Christian version of Satan and like I covered a dude, Pazuzu Algarad, who started with, animal sacrifice and then worked his way up to ended up killing like 2 or 3 people. That very rare Satanist that actually takes the cray-cray way too far. And I watched this ritual with one of those types, and I was so back and forth on it because he was doing a death ritual, so he was trying to put a death curse on somebody. But But he was trying to put a death curse on a priest, a Catholic priest that had raped him when he was a child. So at one point, I'm like, for what? I don't believe in magic. But two, like, you're trying to kill somebody. You know, you think this shit's real. But then three, it's like, well, you know, the guy kind of probably fucking deserves it. So it's like, I was like, but even that, a death ceremony or whatever it was kind of boring to watch. You know, like
they're boring. They're boring. Like, I mean, it's, for me, it's grounds me, it centers me, it helps raise my power, helps raise my confidence, because I have shit for confidence. So when I'm in circle, I can, like, I almost transition from like business mode. This is business, not like I'm cold about it and takes me out of it, but this is business, so I got to get it together, and I get it together, and I get whatever I got to get done, but it's not. It's boring. Like, it's real boring.
There are a lot of witches out there that do believe in the supernatural. They do believe that spells are true. I still tend to like get along with them. I've always told, like, I know a couple in real life. I used to date a Wicca back in the day. We're still really good friends, but I've always told them, like, if you could, like, you know, just prove to me that you do magic, I'll believe it, you know, but it don't work like that. You can't observe it.
It's not, it's, I've told you this before, it's not bippity boppity boo. When I do spell work, it takes a minute, you know, I'm putting the spell out there into nature, because I'm drawing from nature to do the work, and then I send it back out to the world, and, you know, sometimes
that's what they tell me every time. But every time I'll say the same goddamn thing. I'm like, prove it to me.
Make $1 million right now. Swish and flick.
Cell phone, turn it on. You know?
Locate my phone. There. That would be great, though. If that was a real thing, that would be fantastic.
All right, so we might be in trouble, because that was just like the introduction. So you know, this crazy motherfucker ain't even talked yet.
I got as much time as you got now, because as long as I can feed my cats around 10:30, I'm good.
All right, cool. Yeah, we can always bring people on, and they can comment with us as we go through it.
That's cool.
Well, we won't do that till 9 o'clock. I told everybody, like, when I did, like, promote this a little bit today, like, 9 o'clock is when I'll open it up. All right, so let's get back into it.
Well, with more and more of these types of things being put out and widely accepted, should the church be concerned, or how should believers respond? Well, Billy is here to help us answer those questions. You were involved in the occult. You were involved in witchcraft. You were involved in the New Age movement. So how serious are things right now in the world as it relates to these occult, witchcraft, et cetera?
Well, it's very serious, because whether people want to believe it or not, this is really going on. The Bible warns about this spiritual realm, and specifically occult practices and the occult behavior, Old Testament, New Testament. But specifically, the Bible tells us what kind of a society is going to arise on the whole planet during the 7-year tribulation that Jesus said, Matthew 24, is going to be the worst time in the history of mankind.
The wrath of the Lamb.
Right. And you don't want to be in that time frame, and praise God through Jesus, you don't have to be, right? But he tells us an aspect of what is going to be that kind of society that's the worst in the history of mankind. Well, it's all about the occult. Wow. And this is in the trumpet judgments in the 7-year tribulation, and it tells you, here's just one slice of the state of mankind during that time frame. It says this: the rest of mankind, verse 20, Revelation 9, the rest of mankind that were not killed by these plagues still did not repent of the work of their hands. All right, well, what were they involved in? Watch this. They did not stop worshiping demons.
Wow.
What? And the context is global.
Okay, so according to these Christians, anything that's not the God of the Bible is automatically satanic or demonic. Automatically. It doesn't matter. I know Christians, I've actually heard Christians that study Buddhism, and they say it helps make them a better Christian. But there are other Christians that say, oh, well, you involve Buddha in your work. Well, that's satanic. You can't do yoga. That's satanic and demonic. Because all the poses are like poses of the Hindu deities, and they're all satanic and demonic. So just because you think your book says that, what happens is, I'm not going to say that he probably didn't practice. He might have been involved in something, but I notice a lot of these people when they convert to Christianity from paganism or witchcraft or whatever, they tend to get real scared of the stuff they were doing. Real scared. I've been practicing for 15 years. I've never had not one of these experiences. And I've gone into rituals in complete shit moods, which you're really not supposed to do. I've gone into rituals with just a bad headspace, which you're really not supposed to do. I mean, I can't give too much away because I took an oath, but I've seen things and I've experienced things, but I've never, not once in the whole 15 years of practicing have I ever had any of the experiences these people have. And it only seems like they have these experiences when they convert to Christianity, because they have to stay scared. Because if they're not continuously scared, then they might backslide into paganism. If they're told, well, it's not that bad. Okay, all right, that's fine. Then they might backslide. So if they kept scared, then all of a sudden, as soon as they come out, oh, I was worshiping Satan, and I was in a ritual, and I smoked a marijuana joint, and I saw the end of the world, and it was Satan. Get the fuck out of here. You were fine when you were practicing, and now you're not. Now you're gonna see. I don't care if people convert. Paganism, Christianity is not working for you anymore. Jesus is. Mazel tov. Have fun. You want to do lunch next week? I don't care. But it's when they do shit like this that like spread just lies and more hate and more fear about the craft and about what it is I actually do. That shit sends me to the fucking roof.
Yeah, well, I've got two things. One, so when it talks about like, and they did not stop worshiping demons, he needs to realize that that's written in a time period where like necromancy was a job title, right? Like people would go around talking to fucking demons all the time. So it was very common that's just the way that they believed back then. But for two, it's like, I find it interesting, and it seems like, every Christian now is a former atheist, and then they'll start talking about their atheism. I'm like, wait a minute, you don't sound like an atheist. Like if you were believable, I'd believe you, but you're not fucking, like, nothing you say sounds like any fucking atheist, and we're this hodgepodge of atheism, but still, it's like, you don't sound like anything I've ever heard before. It always seems like these people that come with these really ridiculous stories of what they think a thing might be, these Christians who were former atheists, so they think this is how atheists must feel. I mean, they're horrible people without God. And it seems like the same with this. That, this dude is trying to make the same claims that Ramirez dude was claiming. Like, I was a Satanist for all these years. I was a fucking warlock, and I seen all this crazy shit. And it's like, well, honestly, dude, if you saw that crazy shit and you knew that these demons were real and powerful, why would you fucking turn? Like, I'd be shitting my fucking pants, too scared to fucking betray these things, right?
Yeah, I'm like, dude, whatever you want, man. I'm not going nowhere. Like, I got cats. I have family.
It must be the strength of redneck Jesus. That's what gets them through.
Living in Georgia, man. Living in Georgia.
But it's like, all right, it's one thing to have a Christian opinion on fucking witchcraft. It's quite another thing to just sit there and fucking lie through your teeth about this shit.
That's what I'm saying. They sit up like I'm an expert in witchcraft because I used to practice and now I'm a Christian. Bitch, you don't know. I guarantee everything he was saying when you first did this episode, Knock, I was screaming at my TV. No,
I know. I didn't have it set up, because I was still figuring out how to like make my OBS and my StreamYard work the way that I wanted to work. And I didn't have it set up to have the StreamYard on, which I realize now, like I could have just fucking done it like live in there, but tomato or whatever. But yeah, so I did. You're screaming the whole fucking time I'm covering this shit. I'm like, I can't bring you on. All right. So we'll get back to it now. I just got to hit the right button. Oh, I stopped sharing it, so I got to do all that shit again. Why do I do stupid shit?
Yeah, well,
All right, it'll work now. Maybe.
Oh, whew.
Yeah, maybe. Stop it. Stop acting shitty. All right, there we go. All right. Hopefully it's not echoing too bad. Like I said, I wish it would work as a tab.
I didn't hear that.
Right?
Though.
And then it goes on and says, and then they did not stop worshiping demons and idols of gold, silver, bronze, stone, and wood, idols that cannot see or hear or walk. Watch this. Nor did they repent of their murders, their magic arts, pharmakeia there, sometimes translated as witchcraft or sorcery, and their sexual immorality or theft. So what's that sound like?
Sounds like today.
Yeah. Right? And so really what we're seeing is this is not only going on, it shouldn't.
I mean, that sounds like, let me make sure that I'm not muted everywhere. All right, yeah, that sounds like every generation probably. Like every generation had their prostitution, every generation had their sex. I mean, what the fuck is new, dude? Like this guy lived back in the 60s. Like he knows better.
And they're not talking about now. They're talking about then and the world, because they didn't know, they're asking a hole in the ground. The world was just where they lived. So that's what they're talking about. Take it in context and the time it was written, and by the people who wrote this. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about, well, in 2023 there's going to be witches. No, the fuck they're not. They're not talking about that. They're talking about the people that were there, and it's usually mostly to subjugate women. I don't know. Obviously you know that, but it's not. Oh boy, that drives me crazy. Like your Bible was written so long ago, it's insane. It doesn't apply. Take the lessons that are in it. Learn from, hey, maybe I don't do this. Maybe I don't treat people like this. Maybe I treat people like this. Learn from that and stop trying to apply it to every time the wind blows the wrong way. It's automatically gays, Satan, or witches. Stop it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, what I don't get is what they're trying to get from all this fear mongering. Like, do they think that they're going to rile people up? Like, I understand they want views. They want subscribers, and sensationalism works well for that. But at the same time, it's like, are you trying to rile up a base of Christianity to go out and start witch hunting again? Do you want to make that a thing? Because like Protestants, Protestants, they want to make themselves so different from Catholicism. But it was the Catholics that started doing that shit back in the day. I mean, Protestants followed suit, but it's like, can't you at least be fucking original? Like, why do you got to repeat history? I don't fucking get it.
Because they just stick to the Bible and they don't know any better. Because they have to be of the world. No, was it not from the world, but of the world and not from the world, something like that. So they have to be here, but they can't be here. They're not present here. So they don't actually get it because they just have to live in their book and that's it. So, I mean, stop putting everything that happened in your Bible to today. Because guess what? They did that in the 50s and they did that in the 60s and they did that in the 70s. And guess what? We're all still here and nothing's changed. So
it could ultimately be like the double-edged sword of secularism, of people truly being able to start being themselves is like if Christianity, if the world reverts back, right?
Oh God, that would be so bad.
Like, not only would they just start killing us off left and right, but they would literally have us admitting to the crimes. Like, they could convict me of blasphemy a million times over at this point. Right? All they got to do is get a Supreme Court that'll take them back there. Oh my fuck! Like, we're in trouble.
It's scary if they actually get their way and we have an actual theocracy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're
boy.
fucked. We're all fucked.
No,
it's gonna be great. It's gonna be the great purge of society. You won't need a purge movie anymore because it's gonna be like 365 days of genocide, and then it's gonna be terrible.
Just constant trumpet sounds and everybody get whacked. That's not a Christian. Or all the Christians whack themselves or whack each other so that they can all go to heaven and leave the rest of us sinners on this dying planet.
Yeah, that could actually happen, is because I see it going both ways. There's this like rise in fundamentalism.
That scares the hell out of me.
But there's also this rise in pointing the no true Christian at each other. You're not a real Christian.
Yes.
No, you're not a real Christian. So yeah, they might just like get so hateful with each other that we just sit back, eat our popcorn, and let it happen.
The no true Christian is one of my favorite fallacies. That's not a true Christian. Well, that's not a true Christian. I actually played D&D with a Christian who's a lesbian. Well, she's not a true Christian. Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Certain fundamentals would say it would be impossible for her to be
that's not even possible. From what I understand about Christianity, the only one who can judge who a true Christian is or not is Christ. So unless these people like the Smokies and the Nicholases, and as much as I like CJ and the CJs, are Christ themselves, and you can't judge who a true Christian is because you can't see inside their heart. Just because someone plays D&D or is a lesbian doesn't make them an evil person inside their heart. So unless you're Christ, you have no business telling anybody who's a true Christian or not.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it's not like they haven't killed reprobates in the past. It's
That's true.
like Vecco likes to go around saying like nobody knows who the reprobate is, nobody knows who God's elect is. It's like this big mystery game, and it's like, but how do you get around the passages? Because the Quran has them just like the Holy Bible has them. That tells you not only are reprobates a thing that I'm here, we exist, but we deserve death. And by that, you can imply that God is telling you, like, if you find a reprobate, fucking kill him, right? Like, it's scary, but, like, they're like, well, there's no way to know. And I'm like, well, then why is he telling you to fucking kill him?
So what do? You just run around just hacking at people and, oh, sorry, you weren't reprobate. Sorry, God, fuck. Like,
yeah, and thankfully, like, most people don't, interpret it that way. But, I mean, it only takes, like, one good charismatic leader, and boom, you have a fucking NIFB.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, we'll get back to this. So, hopefully, I got it in window mode. So, hopefully, window mode will work a little better for me.
On the one hand, as a born-again Christian who reads the Bible, what a concept, shouldn't be surprised. I don't condone it, but we're not surprised because this is what's going to permeate the planet, and it's going to culminate in the 7-year tribulation, and with the help of Hollywood, all kinds of secular entities.
What was that?
I couldn't hear it, but I'm reading the subtitles, and the tribulation was coming, I think, back in like 19.
So you can't hear it?
No, I can't hear it. I think the tribulation was supposed to come when, in like the early 2000s, and it still hasn't happened yet. So I don't know what he's waiting for.
I wonder. I might not have hit that little button, but we'll just go back to the way I was doing it. All right. All right, so I mean, this dude is fucking insane. I really can't see the side channel unless I pull up my OBS. About 25 minutes, I'll open this up, and we'll watch a little bit more after I open it up, and then we'll get to discussion mode. But like this dude, just it gets crazier and crazier as we go. Like we're only at 7 minutes. There's 28 minutes of this video, and like they took like 5 minutes, right, to like introduce themselves before they even brought this dude on. So really, we've only watched like 2 minutes, and it's just gonna get fucking crazy. But all right.
We're seeing a whole new generation that if they don't receive Christ,
Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Savior, and repent of this stuff, then guess what? They're going to be a part of this wicked society that's full of the occult.
Wow. Let's talk about some of the places that we're seeing it in culture today. Specifically, I'm curious your take on a really popular show on Netflix called Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Wow. What are your thoughts?
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things is, to me, why you want a strange thing?
Yeah.
A strange thing is why any Christian would watch any show that glamorizes and glorifies occult activity and behavior, right? Any of them, and
I mean, so for me, for one, like here, let me do that. For me, I got bored with Stranger Things after season 2. Like,
Fucking love Stranger Things. It's so good.
I
good,
haven't watched it, but like what I remember of it is like it was like a science project gone bad, wasn't it?
There's not a whole lot of occultism. The only thing that has to do with occultism is they play Dungeons and Dragons. That might be what they're talking about. And Elle, that's it. And Elle has whatever superpower she has, almost like a telekinetic type of situation, and she can astral project.
The things look like demons, but they're not demons, right?
No, they're named after D&D monsters. Because the kids don't know what the kids are like. Oh, because they'll go to their monster manual, their DM guide, and go, oh, it looks like this, it talks like this. Then it's the Demigorgon. That's why that thing's called the Demigorgon. It's a D&D monster. That's why Vecna. Oh, you know about Vecna. I'm not going to tell you about Vecna, but that's what all the monsters are called.
I don't know. I just got bored with it.
Trust me, watch it. Trust me, watch it. I'm telling you, I would not lead you wrong. It's so good. Yeah, it has almost no occult. Yeah, it's all science. It's all like sci-fi. The most occult I'll give them is they play D&D. That's it.
So like millions of people have watched it though, right?
Fucking love it. It's great.
Do you think all of those millions of people were converted to witchcraft?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no because there's no occult activity in there. Dungeons and Dragons does not make playing D&D does not a witch make. I've been practicing with the crowd before I started playing D&D again.
And like,
So
let's say that they were demons. So just because you make a movie involving demons, demonology, or whatever, just involving demons in general, like, does that make it satanic, or could that not just be expressing like, hey, these people think that this is a real thing, like demons actually exist? I don't know. I don't see why just because it has something that looks like demons, or it's like a monster thriller or whatever, why it's got to be satanic. I don't get that.
because it's outside of Christianity. Anything outside of Christianity of these hardcore Christians is automatically satanic. Anything. It doesn't make a difference. Like if you get a Christian like Richard, I don't like to call Richard a Christian. I think that's offensive to Richard. I will call him I'll call him a
I think
believer.
it gives too much credit to Christianity.
Yes, it does. It's offensive to Richard, and yeah, it brings that up to a level that I don't think it should be at. And I've said this before: if all believers were like Richard, the world would be a wonderful place, and I would have no problems. My problem is I'm not a fan of the Bible, and I'm not a fan of Christianity. And Richard's aware of this, but most of my problem is with the people. Like I can't be a part. I can't even. And like I have like I guess crises of faith or whatever, where I'm going, why do I believe what I believe? Why do I practice this? Why do I practice that? And then I'll look into Christianity. I'm like, well, I'm sure as hell not going to go there. It just doesn't make sense. It never made sense.
It makes so much more sense than that shit.
Yeah, right. I mean, so I don't. And yeah, there's no. Oh boy, this just gets me. This and like people just gay hating sends me through the roof.
Me too. It's like I had this immediate reaction. I'm trying to overcome my immediate reaction to bigotry, and it's a work in progress. But like you think like if they use their own the same logic, right? Like anything with demons in it is satanic. Well, then now you can't watch Passion of the Christ. You can't watch the Histories Channel, the Bible, with its Obama Satan. Like you can't watch anything, any Christian fucking show that's got demons in it. How do you know that's not Satan fucking trying to, like?
But they can because it's about the Bible.
Yeah.
So and it's about Christ. So it's okay. There's no mention of Jesus or God or anything. So if they're not bringing up God or not mentioning God, and the monsters look like they're from hell, then that's automatically bad. So the Bible documentary, I remember when that Bible show came out on History Channel. Did you remember that a few years ago, X amount of years ago? They did a really cool show. For a History Channel show, when Moses got to the Red Sea and part of the Red Sea, I was like, that's pretty dope. They did a really good job.
It was the executive producer of Survivor. I can't remember his name but he's this huge Christian fundy.
Yeah, but they did a good job. They can watch that because even if they're gonna put monsters in that, it's still about Christianity. It's still about Christ, and they're still protected under the blood of Christ.
Did you see the Obama Satan in there? And that in the History Channel's the Bible, the one that we're talking about, Satan looks like Barack Obama.
Oh my God, I did not. It's been a good minute because my ex-husband and I were watching it. Because my ex-husband is more of an agnostic, and we watched that, and we were like, hey, the graphics are pretty good.
Satan Obama.
That blood looks pretty real.
The
Red Sea. Hey, they did a good job. That was about it.
Cult of Dusty did the Bible in less than 10 minutes. There was several parts, but it was reviewing the History Channel's The Bible, and it was the funniest shit ever. It was the first. I think it was the first atheist YouTube shit that I ever watched, and it was hilarious. I used to make everybody watch it, and they hated me for it. All right, let me find an image. Yeah, there he is. All right, so. Yeah, all right. So share my screen. All right. This guy right here, that's Satan in History Channel's The Bible.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I shit you not.
Exactly what Pat's saying right now. Their Christian magic, the blood of Christ, which is magic, right? When you think about it, the blood of Christ is magic, is more powerful than when I go into a circle. When I go into a ritual and I call the quarters, not corners. There's no corners in a circle, so you call the quarters, and it's more powerful than that. And I've said this before, and I've actually made this point. When Moses parted the Red Sea, what did he do? He struck the ground and he spoke words, and he parted the Red Sea. I go, that's a spell. That was a magic spell. He
Well,
cast the
yeah,
spell on the sea to part the sea.
and I always get confused if it was like a magician or sorcerer, if it was just like some other rabbi dude that was following Peter along. But there's this part in the Bible, I can't remember where it is. Like the chapters after the Gospels, the 4 Gospels, is the part of the Bible that I've read the least amount. Right? Like I've read it maybe twice, and I haven't read it in a really long time. But there's this part where Peter's being followed around by some like sorcerer dude or something. They have this like magic battle where the dude tries to like fucking summon a demon and Peter defeats the demon. It was like really fucking crazy, but that's just like people thought that way. Like, there was a couple of job titles that we just don't have in modern society. One of them was like necromancy and one of them was like being a prophet, like it was like a job.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically there was a wizard's duel between Peter and somebody else. That's magic. And I pointed that out to a few Christians. Actually, one of the restaurants I used to work at, this lady called it, I forget what she was called, but I said something about blah, blah, Harry Potter. She said, well, we don't do Harry Potter in my house because that leads to Satanism and witchcraft. I go, does it? I go, okay. So the whole day, every time I saw her, I would like take one of my pens and I would just forgot a Harry Potter spell. And I'm like, oh shit, it's not working. And she's like, what are you doing? I go, that was a spell from Harry Potter. And I was hoping it was going to work. And literally at one point, she walked around the corner. I go, Expelliarmus! And she's like, all right, you can stop now, Marty. I go, see, I read Harry Potter and I practiced witchcraft. Two different things.
Yeah.
2 different things. So calm down with that crap. I know, because I know that guy mentioned Harry Potter too, and that just...
Yeah, I've read all the Harry Potter books. We've watched all the movies with my daughters. I mean, there's some black magic involved with Voldemort and the Death Eaters, but like not once does it mention Satan.
No.
There's like never a reference to Satan. Voldemort's the bad dude. Satan's not like.
No, it's not. But again, that magic. Because here's the question that I get asked all the time: how do you know where your magic comes from? Like when you're doing ritual and you're going to do a spell, how do you know that where that comes from? And the answer I give them, they don't like. I say, sometimes maybe I don't know. And they don't like that answer because that's automatically that I'm getting my powers from Satan. And I'm like, first of all, I don't have superpowers as much as I would like to. I'd probably go with invisibility. Then you can see if people are talking shit about you.
And they're the ones that think they get superpowers, like they can fucking speak in tongues and heal people, cast demons out.
Yes, God gave them the power of discernment, and I'm like, so that's basically you're not a human lie detector, so stop it. And they'll say, well, and I'll say, you know what? Maybe sometimes I don't know. I go, what I think and what I believe is I'm getting those, the whatever I'm doing, I'm getting those from my deities, from the goddess and the god. But that doesn't mean I automatically know for a fact. How do you know that I'm not getting something from your Jesus or your God? How do you know what you're getting isn't coming from Satan or Allah?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. It's like how can a Christian, when God answers a Christian, how can they be certain it's God and not Satan? Like both seem to be pretty powerful beings, and it seems like if Satan is what they think Satan is, well, he'd be trying to do that shit all the time.
Yeah. How do you know that he's the father of lies? So how do you know when you're praying and when your prayer comes true? How do you know that was God that got that prayer for you, or instead of Satan that maybe he's lying to you, telling you that it's God? So you don't know where you get when you do some shit or when you see some shit, you don't know that what you're seeing is coming from Christ or God either. So maybe shut your face, because I know that they don't. I know the real hardcore fundies don't like the answer. I don't know, because I don't know automatically means, well, Satan. No, it means I don't know. That's the most honest answer you could possibly give. I don't know. Maybe sometimes I think and believe that when I'm doing some workings that's where it's coming from, but I don't know for a fact. Nobody knows for a fact.
Well, yeah, it seems like they do all the things that they're so afraid about, right? Like they believe in the supernatural shit. They try to ask Jesus for all these different things, but they think that they get, or at least some of them think they get special powers from Jesus. Powers of discernment, all the things that we just mentioned. It seems like they do the same thing with witchcraft as they do with atheism. They just kind of show their hypocrisy. You know, and I know a lot of people would say, well, knock, you know, you're being a hypocrite too, because, you know, you go at Christians in a certain way, but here, you know, a witch or a person that talks about getting magic from whoever, and you don't go at them. Well, and the difference that I've always found between pagans and Christians is that pagans truly don't give a fuck if you ever believe in what they believe in. There's no proselytizing to it. There's no, hey, you need to believe this. This is, you know, with all every single witch that I've ever met this is what I think, and I don't really care what you think.
We don't have a dogma. Nobody comes. I'm not going to go to someone's house and be like, have you heard about the Lord and Lady as your personal, we don't have saviors, so as your gods? You know, have you taken Odin and Thor into your heart? Well, you should, because you're going to go to hell and die in the Ragnarok. You know what I mean? We don't do that. We don't care. Be a pagan, be an atheist, we don't give a crap. Just let us do our thing. And stop trying to come for us, and stop trying to say that we're evil and scary and terrible. Because stop watching movies and learn something.
It's like the same playbook they've been using for 2,000 years now. You know, like
right? Yes, literally the same playbook. It's called the Bible.
Yeah, well, it's either A, proselytize, or B, the sword, right? So it's like, you know, in the modern times, it's hard to get away with the sword anymore. But, you know, for a long time, that's how they spread their message, with proselytizing. But I don't think we can put it past them. I think that if given the right circumstances, they could start using that sword again. And that's where, in the modern times, the sword would be like a fucking AK, and we'd all be in trouble. So, like, you know, like these old dogmas, you know, dogmatic religion, it must be fought against and ultimately defeated before, you know, the Middle East is worldwide. All right, we'll watch a little bit more. Like, and this was exactly what I was hoping. Like, you know, like we'll just play like 2-minute clips of this dude talking, or even 30-second clips of this dude talking. But that'll spur the conversation because, you know, I'm the classic atheist. I don't really know much about witchcraft. You know, so it's hard for me to like ask the vital questions. So having this dude here, and it's just like, yeah, it makes it easy. All right, let me get back to over there. And we'll let the craziness ensue. Dude's going to get a little cray-cray with it now.
Yeah, I know.
And not to beat a dead horse in the ground, but you go back to blatant occult, and not just shows, but that literally instructs people how to get involved in that. You go back to the Harry Potter series. Exactly. It's a $43+ billion franchise. And witches and those who are involved in the occult are more honest than, dare I say, many professing Christians, because they admit that series has been the best promotion in the history of mankind for their craft, i.e. witchcraft.
I have never heard a single witch say that ever. And I know a few. I know so many pagans.
No, Harry Potter is fake. Just because London exists doesn't mean that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry exists. Just because New York exists doesn't mean Peter Parker and Spider-Man exist. That's not how that fucking works.
Like, Harry Potter is the best propaganda for witchcraft since ever.
Like I said, the spells don't even work. It's not the same fucking thing. Witchcraft's for weak people. Was done. Oh, fuck that. It's not the same thing. You don't learn witchcraft from Harry Potter. You just don't. There's no such thing as muggles and like witches that are born with this innate ability to do magic, and then they go to school for it, and you know, they don't. That's not. I can't even express how incredibly fucking stupid that is. Like, there are not enough curses in Orcish, Elvish, or Old Entish to describe how fucking stupid that is.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me, you know, because like I actually know Christians in my real life who wouldn't let their children have anything to do with Harry Potter.
I live in Georgia, okay, so
to me, it always seemed, you know, think what you want about J.K. Rowling, but just the issue, like, you know, you're not going to read this very imaginative, creative story because, you know, Satan. It's like, to me, it's like you're denying your children of really learning how far they can expand their creativity, just how far an imagination can go. You know, like J.K. Rowling, she uses a bit of this world and a bit of that world, right? But like with a lot of these fantasy stories, these people are creating, if not an entire world, a whole fucking universe, man. It's like if you go to like Frank Herbert's Dune, this man not only invented a universe, but he invented languages to go along with them. Like you're denying your child a chance at genius, like a chance to experience genius. To me, that's just like fucking child abuse.
I mean, the stories are like, I mean, I was a grown up. I saw the first movie, and then I marathon read all the books, and I got the last 2 books at midnight when the midnight releases. And the stories are rich, and they're full of characters and color and love and friendship and, you know, life and death. Things die. This is something people need to know about, you know, growing up and coming of age, and they're identifiable in the way that, as a grown-up reading this book, and everybody was pissed when the second to last book and movie were a little dark. I'm going, he's not 11 anymore. He's a teenager now. He's almost a grown-up now. And it as a grown-up reading, going, I understand how it was. I remember how it was to be a teenager.
And like the most evil dude in the history of the planet is not only back, but he's coming after him.
He's coming after a child. He's trying to come. There's someone who's
But let's make it all peaches and roses, though. You know?
Yeah, like somebody's trying to whack a child. That's what it fucking comes down to. Somebody's trying to murder a teenager.
You know, and half of those Christians, half of the Christians talking shit are just mad that Harry didn't fuck Hermione. I mean, that's what it all boils down to. Like,
probably.
You know, like the hero is supposed to bang the heroine, and you're like fucking with me now. So it's like that misogyny and patriarchy is just like regurgitating inside of them, and they can't enjoy themselves.
Actually, Rowling did say she regretted putting Ron and Hermione together. And for a minute, when I saw the movie, I was like, eh. But then after I like went back and think about it and continued watching the movies, I was like, oh, they fucking belong together. They're great. He should not have been with Ginny, though. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah. Like I don't think that Harry should have been with Hermione, but yeah, I never really was much of a fan for Ginny. Like he should have ended up with the weird one. I can't remember her name.
Luna. Oh, yeah. That would have been but she was with Neville. Yeah, but she was for Neville. Yeah. He should have ended up with the Asian chick that he liked in his third or fourth year. That would have been nice. But no. Yeah, but yeah, it's anything that just because England, London.
We went on our little dork side tray there.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I'm surprised I'm not reading in the side chat like "fuck J.K. Rowling." You know.
You know what? I'll touch on this briefly. Fuck her, but I take the universe back for me and my trans brothers and sisters because we all belong there. I'll take that back.
You know, I say fuck J.K. Rowling, but don't. I mean,
fuck her.
I mean, her books were pretty fucking good, man.
Yeah, the books were great. I take that back. I take that back for my trans brothers and sisters. I'm a huge supporter of trans rights. I take that back for my brothers and sisters, and she doesn't have to be a part of it. So fuck her.
I mean, she's one of those people like just be quiet and write your shit. Nobody wants. You know, like, it's like Orson Scott Card. You know, like I love Orson Scott Card's books, but he's a racist piece of shit douchebag. But he still writes hella good books. And you know, like Ender's Game to me, it's all about xenocide. It's all about killing another race off completely and feeling empathy and feeling just utter sadness for being tricked into doing that. And yet, like you're like a fucking racist. Like it didn't make any sense to me, but he was like a fucking racist.
Ender's Game is about killing gays.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The kids were the future, and the kids were the ones that were going to stand up to the gays and protect the world from homosexuality.
He's from Greensboro, North Carolina. I've actually met the man like 3 times, served him. He's really quiet, doesn't say shit. But it's like, you know, I know what he said publicly, you know, so it's like even back then I loved his books. I'm gritting my teeth like, motherfucker, if there was anybody I was ever going to spit in your fucking drink. We should have had the loogie in his fucking coffee. Stir it up real quick. We don't know. But, you know, that doesn't translate to his books. He, like, right. You know, for the longest time, I thought Stephen King was a racist and a homophobe just because he writes, you know, he'll take the perspective of a racist and put it in his book, or the perspective of a homophobe. Like, It was horrible. There was this one scene of this gay person getting killed by, I believe it was the clown ultimately, but they were like harassed by Henry Bowers. It was awful. And I just, for the longest time, thought Stephen King was this racist, bigoted fuck, and I felt bad for being a fan. And I mean, he's like my idol. I loved his books. And then I got on Twitter, and it was like the one good thing about Twitter and my experience with Twitter is that, like, no, Stephen King's pretty cool. He's not like that at all.
No, he's not at all. Well, you write what you know. So if you live in an area where everybody's racist and homophobic, you're going to write that because that's your experience.
And he's just so good at putting you there in that moment that if his character is racist, you're going to feel it. You know, you're going to...
I need to read Stephen King. I haven't read any Stephen King. I need to.
I mean, it's hard sometimes, like, because, like, he'll spend 50 pages on taking a shit, and then an alien coming and grabbing the balls, too. You know, like grabbing the balls, squishing the balls, they're exploding. You're there for every minute of it. You feel it all.
Tolkien does the same thing when they're walking through like some elven lands on one blade of grass in the sunset. I get it. I get it.
Fellowship of the Ring.
Lothlorien looks like.
It was Fellowship of the Ring was one of the hardest books I ever read.
Oh yeah.
Two Towers and Return of the King, easy. Hobbit, easy. Fellowship of the Ring, almost fucking impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably describe the Lothlorien sunset to you right now.
All right, so we are definitely lost in our little geek tangent now. I'm going to throw the link in the side chat, and we'll bring people in. We are going to watch some more of this because we haven't even really gotten into some of the crazy shit this dude says. But please come in if you have any questions for Marty. If you want to ask Marty any questions, or you know, you guys all know Marty, but you know this is your chance to really get to ask Marty about her beliefs, because usually she's just tag teaming Christians with us. So this is going to be interesting. So here, let me throw that in the side chat. I just got to find the side chat again because I got all this shit open.
My mom is watching right now. Hi, Mom. Love you.
All right, so anybody can come in. You know, we have to do this. You know, we have to have these rooms now because Gur Streams is too scared to have open rooms.
Hi, Gur.
He had Christians in the side chat. He had Brett King in the side chat, and he didn't open up a room. I'm like, dude, you just don't like dumpster fires at all anymore. You've lost your way.
Gur, if you want views and likes and subscribes, fucking put Brett King on immediately. That's like. He never apologized to me for the way he talked to me that one day. When he asked me to come on his channel and I was working and he cursed me out.
It's such a roller coaster ride with Brett Keane, man. Like I find it hilarious because one minute we're cool, the next minute, you know, he hates me. The next minute it's like indifferent. The next minute is I'm satanic. The next minute
I don't trust Brett Keane here to the other side of this room.
We've been in a good spot. Like he's been nice lately. But it's because like I go out of my way to kind of just be super chill and not lose my shit. And it's been like a super long time since we've talked politics. Like you don't ever want to talk politics with Brett Keane because you're gonna get pissed off. Jill broke Gur. Yeah,
Jill and Brett Keane are ones you put on immediately as soon as you see them in there.
Yeah, see, he had Jill and Brett Keane in the side
you didn't open your room up?
And
Girl, what is wrong with you?
He let one atheist in because he needs his bubble. I pick on Gur. I've been there, Gur. I can't really talk shit. Like Gur hasn't quit being an atheist recently, you know.
You didn't quit being an atheist. You were agnostic for a minute, and then you went back to who you actually are.
I was like this close to being a Buddhist.
Yeah, but then I know you for a minute, and I'm like, this ain't gonna last. I love nothing. It ain't gonna last. Because Buddhism's not even a religion; it's a philosophy. So you can still be an atheist and be a Buddhist.
I think I just got like really high, man, for like a week.
Start having that pot talk with yourself. Or what
be like water. All right. So I did put the link in the side chat. Feel free to come in. We'll play this crazy shit some more. Try to, get away from our little nerd tirade that we were having. But we can't help it. Like, we're both nerds. We know this about each other. All right.
There, and for proof of that, we even share studies of kids who would watch or read the Harry Potter books and witchcraft or watch occult shows and things of that nature. They admit that this has an influence on them, unlike the parents say, oh, it's entertainment, it's not going to influence them. At least the kids are honest, and they admit yes. And not only they want to get involved in the occult and in witchcraft, but they want to have, like one person's like, and I want to learn how to cast spells so I can get back at my teacher or this schoolmate or whatever. So they're doing it with a kind of a hatred. Why would you encourage that?
Right.
In fact, there's
Like, like they want to learn spells so they can, like, what, like, I don't know, put a wart on their neighbor's ass. Like, what?
So what I'll give him this much of what he said. So the influence that it does on the kids, maybe they think that the actual witchcraft is like they see in the movies, and then when they get a book about Wicca or witchcraft or whatever, and they try some shit, and they go in the woods and start picking up sticks, and they're like, Expelliarmus, Lumos, blah blah blah, and they see it's not like that, they might be like, oh, it's not like that. Oh, this is boring. And then maybe they don't do it, or maybe they see what they try. Okay, well, let's see what it's really about. But I'm going to say this. That's why I gave him this much, because let's say Johnny is watching Harry Potter and he thinks he's going to be, thinks that Ron Weasley is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Him going into the woods and picking up a stick and thinking he's casting spells, and then telling people, yeah, I'm a wizard because I watched Harry Potter and I picked up a stick and cast spells. And this fucking dumbass is grabbing onto that, saying, oh, well, he's just influenced by Harry Potter. That means that the adults are fucking stupid to actually think that that's what he means.
Well, yeah, and
oh my God.
For one, like, common sense says if magic is real and people could cast spells, then it's got to be pretty complicated, because
it is complicated.
Like the Necronomicon has been published worldwide for forever now. I can't remember the other one, but there's this other demonic book that's like this. It's been published worldwide now. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like literally a book of spells and shit. And it's like, some dumbass went through it and said everything correctly in the right way, and nothing horrible happened to them. Like millions of dumbasses at this point have probably done that shit. I mean, when we were kids, we used to do that shit all the time. We'd fuck with Ouija boards, and we'd read the Necronomicon, or we'd read that other book. I can't think of the name of it. Like nothing ever fucking happened. It's like either it's really, really hard, or it's it's.
I currently have. I'm checking my books.
Or it doesn't exist. But. But if it exists, you would think that it's like really, really hard to do.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 13 books that have like spells and correspondences and crystal magic, candle magic, blah 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 blah. It's not easy. It's complicated, and it costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of materials. It's not going to the woods, picking up a stick and swing, swish and flick. So
I mean, like, the whole point of the Necronomicon, I believe, is to like open up the 7 gates to hell or some shit like that. And it's like, some dumbass would have done it on accident by now.
You would. Yeah, the chances of that. I mean, how many people have read it and said the words wrong, like Bruce Campbell did in the movies? Somebody would have fucked it up by now and doomed the world to an eternity of the undead roaming around. But it's not like what they show on TV. If, like I said, I've said this 100,000 times to everybody, if they really show what I might actually do a ritual one night, Rock, not something, well, as much as I could do with my living situation. I might actually do something, tweak some things a little bit, because of what I actually do. I can't show other people for reasons. But I might actually do something real small, real simple. You're going to be like, that's fucking boring. It was pretty, but it was boring. That's it. Because it's not what they can't. If they showed what we really did, nobody would watch it. And all of this stuff that comes out, it's satanic. That's all stuff that Christians and all that stuff use to demonize us. So all that stuff comes from the church, man. It's not. It drives me crazy. It drives me batshit crazy.
So I'm actually seeing a question in the chat. I need to get better at that. But Ox is asking, and you can like inform us, is this a thing in your pantheon? Is Marty a black witch, a white witch, or a nature witch?
A black witch would be someone who just practices, I guess, curses and hexes and shit.
I'm assuming like
White witch,
black magic, something like that.
yeah. Well, again, the magic is not the thing; it's the person, it's the caster. So it really depends. In nature, I believe that my deity are in and of nature. My deities, plural, excuse me, are in and of nature. So I mean, there is specific like nature witches that probably just use anything that they find outside. I don't really have access to that. I probably should have when I had my house, but my living situation now I can't. But I would consider, if I had to consider myself a type of witch, I would say, I guess, a gray witch, where I don't, I was taught that magic is always a last resort. So let's say I need some money. Maybe I do some DoorDash. Maybe I try and, put my Etsy store out some more. Maybe I see if I have something I can sell, or, something like that. And when all those fail, then if I need to, because I did some work, I did some mundane work, I did the groundwork, then I can go to the craft, and I can go to spell work, and I can hopefully throw some energy out there to give me some money. So it works like that. That's what I was taught. Now, there are witches that go around flinging spells around like they're at Hogwarts. They're not doing it wrong. That's just not how I was taught. So I don't do that. What everybody else does is what they do. But I would really consider myself either a black, white, or nature witch. I don't incorporate as much nature in my craft. I can't really do a whole lot here because, like I said, my living situation is not great. So I can't really do a whole lot here. You have the representations of the elements in practice. You have the quarters, north, south, east, and west, and they all have a corresponding element. I mean, I would consider myself, I guess, a gray witch, because the magic I practice is neither good nor evil. It's what I'm, you know what I mean? It's myself that determines the, I guess, color of the magic. That's a really long explanation for that question. I'm sorry, Nog.
Well, no, what I do know about witchcraft, it's basically my ex-girlfriend's form of Wicca. She was like I guess it'd be called a nature witch or something. She worshipped nature. She considered herself like good magic, but like, I don't know, we were just really stoned and we weren't together that long. We're better friends now than we ever were when we were like together in a relationship.
Like that.
But like outside of that, I've studied like, the beginnings of Wicca, the dude it was a dude and a woman. There was a priestess, but I studied more the guy. I can't remember his name, but he was some wacky British dude that kind of started up like the reemergence of witchcraft, what's called modern Wicca. And then but I've also studied like, the hill folks, because people that live especially in the Appalachians, Appalachians are these really old mountains, and they have like families that have lived there for generations and generations. Like the old timers still to this day believe in witches. So like I've researched, or I've seen a lot of videos of people that I call hill folk. Growing up in North Carolina, that's just what we called mountain folk, was hill folk. Hill folk talking about witches. So water witches is like the main one that people in the hills really worry about, because they'll affect your water supply and fuck up everything. But yeah, it's fascinating to me. And to me, it's like a mixture of a lot of different lore. And I just love it. I like it. One of the flaws coming up in school, I'm not sure if they still make the same mistake, but like, they focused on Greek mythology a lot, and to me, like, other mythologies are so much more fascinating. Norse mythology for me is always better than the Greek mythology, but even some of these like hill mythologies that we have in the modern times, if you like really start looking at them and researching them, it's fucking fascinating. Like, there's this huge debate over like this tuning fork that finds water. Like, it's fucking, and people like still in 2022 are trying to argue about whether or not people just know where the fucking water is, or if this fucking fork actually finds water. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about that before. Yeah, Ox asked me another question, and it lost it in side chat. Marty, okay, do you believe that the Earth is alive? I believe that the Earth is alive enough to protect it and not, Climate change is real, ladies and gentlemen. Climate change is a real thing.
I have a belief that the Earth is a living organism, but I don't know
Yeah,
that. I don't know that.
Right. So yeah, I can look. I can believe that there's that there's that Bigfoot is living on Pluto, with a pet Loch Ness monster. That don't mean it. That don't make it true. So, and I tell this to Christians a lot too. I'll say, you don't know that Christianity is true. It's not true. You don't believe it because it's true. It's true to you because you believe it. And I say that, and I'll say, Marty, I don't know anything. I'm just one of the keyboard warriors. Well, then you get it. You can come in here, Ox. It's cool. I don't bite.
Is that a train, or is that the horn god summoning you?
That's one of the 7 seals have been broken. Oh God, watch out. No. That was a good one. Yeah, no, I do think that the Earth lives. The Earth is a living, not a being, but the Earth is living. And I will say this: when I honor the moon, when I honor the goddess and the moon goddess, I don't think that there's an actual lady living on the moon, and I don't think that the moon herself is an actual lady. We attribute, we kind of anthropomorphize the moon, and because back in the day chicks used to track their periods by the moon, so that's used to call it your moon. You're on your moon right now. I know that there's things I believe, and I know that there's things that I don't know, and there's things that I don't believe. But what I believe is true to me.
Yeah, I admit my belief that Earth is a living being comes from my old Native American shit. Like I got really into it, and to me, it still just makes common sense to me. Like, yeah, I don't think that it's like a dude or anything, but it's alive, and I don't think it has a mind or anything. But I think like when we take its lifeblood, then we kind of see the ramifications of that. And I just think that like if you think about it, like if we were to just go away today, give it enough time, and the Earth will completely heal itself from all the damage we've done to it.
Dude, that's what happened during COVID.
We'll be like a fucking, it'll be like eventually it'll be like we were never even fucking here. The way the Native Americans would only use 25% of the land, and then go in cycles so the Earth could heal itself, and they can keep this fertile land. I think it just goes to show that there is some kind. There's life on Earth, so it seems like the planet's probably.
Yeah. Can I give you a cool?
Yeah, go for it, Sammy. What's up, man?
Anecdote. So I watched this. I guess you could call it a documentary, but it was just some YouTuber. But they did a report on cane toads in Australia, and it caught me attention because someone from America asked me about cane toads just the night before. So I watched this little doco, and at the end they were talking about what we could possibly do about it, which there isn't much. But what they've noticed is that they've started to evolve, and because their growth rate is so rapid, they have now become cannibalistic, and their tadpoles, right? In a clutch of, and it's hundreds of thousands of eggs per clutch, which is part of the reason they grow so incredibly fast. But they're finding now that a few tadpoles will develop faster and are then devouring these eggs. So it's starting to take care of itself.
Yeah. I don't know. Natives, we've always kind of referred to the world as a living world. I know like there's old mythos that equates it to, a living turtle, but that's mythos, and it fascinated me to try to learn about all that shit. But it's not like I don't think it's anything supernatural to it, and I've always admitted that it's a belief I have. It's not something that I know, so it's not like I'm gonna go around and stop damaging the world. It's alive.
Yeah, I mean, I can.
Although we should
That's
stop
one of the reasons.
damaging the world.
We totally, yeah. That's one of the reasons I don't hold the supernatural. Everything I do is natural. I'm calling quarters of the
Yeah.
earth. I'm calling that have a corresponding element to them. I'm using, I can pull from nature itself into my, into my work. So that's why, yeah, I can swing with the earth being alive. Yeah, honestly, I never really like sat and thought about it. Like, yeah, the earth is alive type of thing. I just did what I did, and
I think the harder thing and the more controversial thing is the universe alive? That's the me and Bree had a fascinating conversation about her scientific beliefs in Gaia, and this great conversation about universe as an organism, right? Like it's fascinating to think about it. Great thought experiment. Something we'll fucking never know.
yeah.
Like maybe in like if we make it 1 billion years, we might figure that part out.
Well, something that I've found of recent, my position's becoming a lot more fluid. The more we seem to discover in science, it's like the less we actually know. So the more we learn about quantum mechanics, for example, and we start realizing that, particles are popping in and out of existence, and we have this spooky action at a distance, I can't remember the scientific term, but when you take parts of an atom and separate them, that they communicate instantaneously across any distance of space. So they're spinning in a direction, and if you spin one the other way, the other particle will spin that way, no matter how far you remove it. So there's this instantaneous communication happening that we don't grasp yet. And then you add things in like what we do know, that the particles that make us up were there at the beginning, have existed in gas clouds, it formed into stars, exploded into goodness knows what, to go through all these processes to then become the earth, to then become us. And we are now aware enough to ponder this stuff. To me, is the universe becoming aware of itself. If to me, that's God. If you're going to define anything as God, that's it for me.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I was trying to describe when I stopped being the Raging Atheist, and I'm like, man, I just don't know. And again, I think it's quite because I was smoking so much weed. Like I'm starting to calm down a bit now, but like when I first stopped smoking, or when I first stopped drinking, like I substituted, man. My weed intake probably doubled the fuck up. So I was really high, and I was just thinking of shit, and that's like ultimately like. I said like we're like the minds of the universe, but more accurately it'd be like the minds of the world, I think. Or maybe if we're the only living planet with the only living beings, maybe the minds of our galaxy. But yeah, it's just crazy thought experiments that if you go down that rabbit hole, you realize you don't know anything, and then when like you question it, you get so many different various responses from so many different people, from one extreme to the other. I like Leo at one point, and Leo's fucking brilliant, but he was like we're gonna be pretty much stuck in time when it comes to technology. Like we're not gonna be able to go any farther than pretty much where we're at right now. And I'm like, I don't see like how you could even think that. Like it seems to me like what we know now is gonna be nothing in like 1,000 years. We're gonna be considered very primitive people probably.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so surprised that someone that intelligent would say that when we can see.
I mean, it could have just been Leo arguing to argue too. Like we all do that.
Yeah,
He does that.
We get
Leo
in
argues
argue
just to
mode.
argue.
Yeah.
I love Leo to death, but he'll argue just.
I
to
do it.
sake of
I do it
arguing.
sometimes too. Just
Well, sure.
just to fucking go at it. So who knows? But yeah, I thought it was kind of crazy too, Sammy. I'm like, you don't really think that, Leo?
I mean, I can see an eventual point where but even then, I don't know.
Yeah.
But Certainly not at the moment. I mean, we're just getting into genetics and gene splicing, and it's really just the beginning of a lot of fields.
I mean, it seems like technology is going really fast, maybe a flaw of humanity will be fixed because we do have better technology to record things now, but it just seems like we'll advance, but at the same time we live such short lives, and then it seems like, I don't know, every 2-3 generations people just forget like half the shit that happened a couple generations ago. It's like, I don't know, it seems like we move forward, but then we move back, we move forward, but then we move back. So I think it's going to probably remain that way for at least until we get out of the galaxy.
Sorry, I had to.
And it's fascinating watching a video the other day, and it was someone asking young Americans, I reckon about college age, maybe a little older, college to 20-year-old, say. And, that probably still is college age. But anyway, the 2 questions he was asking was, name 2 countries other than America. And they obviously only showed the ones that couldn't answer, but it was phenomenal how most of them couldn't think of any. A few could think of Canada, and one actually said Canada and New Mexico. And it just boggles the mind that we talk about we're getting smarter, and now that we've got access to this technology, the internet and whatnot, that, we're smarter than ever. But I don't know that a generation ago, Americans couldn't name 2 countries other than their own. Or was it always like that?
All right, so I think it's kind of always been like that. It does blow my mind. I grew up getting most of my basic education in North Carolina, and they didn't have the best school system. I think we were like pretty near the last when I was going to school in North Carolina. And yet, we covered the vitals. I can name presidents, I can name states, I can name, I've read the Constitution. I can usually, but then you'll see, all these like YouTube people or late night people. And sometimes I think the late night people are set up, but they'll go and just talk to the average Joe on the side of the street, and they don't know dick about anything. And it's like, how did you even go to school in America? like how did you, I don't know, are they just passing?
Yeah.
Are they like truly just passing people that are fucking idiots? I don't get it.
Yep. And someone pointed out a news report. I think it was Florida, but it may not have been. Anyway, they released statistics about education, and by 4th grade, a quarter or a third, anyway, a ridiculous amount, could not read or write at a 4th grade level. Now that's one thing, but my question is, how are they getting to 4th grade? When I went to school, you repeated if you didn't reach that level. Do you know what I mean? You can't just keep putting them up to the next year if they haven't.
Yeah, I can hear the flow states of the world. I think I might have had this conversation with Flow State not that long ago, and he's like, it's government trying to keep us down. I don't think he's necessarily wrong in that. I mean, it does seem like, if you have a dumb populace, it seems like it's easier to rule them. But I don't even think like you can put the blame on government, and I don't know. It seems like everything kind of appeals to this ADD culture to where, people's attention spans just aren't what they used to be. I think it's a lot harder for kids probably to sit still just by the world that they live in nowadays.
And the other thing that I've noticed, although capital punishment at least in Australia, went out when I was in grade 2. Well, I don't know. That was the last time I got hit anyway by a teacher. But even growing up without capital punishment, all they could do is detention or whatever. I guess we were scared of our parents more. But what I've noticed is in the American schools, it's kind of, unless it's a really engaging teacher who has the respect of his students or her students, it's like the class is split in two. Half of it sits up the back and talks and doesn't pay attention. They play on their phones, run amok. And the people who want to learn sit up the front. And the teacher ignores the people at the back. That would never happen when I was at school.
That happened when I
And
was
it's
in
not
school.
like they haven't lost any power, because it's not like,
Well, it happened when
What's
I was
the
in
difference?
school, but it mainly like it only happened though like for like if you were good in sports, you know, like teachers. Depending, I guess, probably depending on the high school. But my high school where I was growing up, like if you were good in sports, your teachers would pass you. I passed geometry one year and I slept through the whole fucking year. I didn't study a fucking lick of it. But I think that yeah, I mean that wasn't for everybody. Like not everybody got away with it back then. Yeah, I don't know. Like we had this conversation the other night. I know I definitely don't like the way they teach Common Core math in America.
Yes.
I know my daughter reads and writes really good, but I've been working with her on that since she was like 2. So I've never really noticed like if you know, of course I'm not in the classroom to notice if her classmates have issues with it.
yeah. And I guess I don't know how, like, this was just 1 or 2 schools that they looked at. But
Yeah, I know it's I don't know. I think it's something that we should be talking about, but we need to be talking about it rationally. And a lot of people just go to the extremes. Well, they're teaching, you know, critical race theory. Like, no, let's have a real conversation about what's really going on in the schools.
yeah,
But all right, so
we need.
well, real quick,
Yeah,
Scammy,
sorry.
I don't mean to cut you off, but like to sort of kind of back on topic, do you have
Yeah.
do you have a wildfire of witches going around Australia trying to subvert your school children by curses and Halloween candy?
No, it's basically. I'm sure that there would be a massive community in Australia, but if there is, you do not hear about it.
Yeah, like
So they obviously just keep and to themselves.
the only
Yeah,
thing
pretty much.
the only thing I really hear a lot about when coming out of Australia, I mean, you know, we have fun with the Ken Hams of the world or whatever, but it's like Australia, you know, they have a lot of cults, but they also bust a lot of cults. So like usually if I'm hearing, you know, anything about religion in Australia, it's like they busted this fucking cult compound that were like abusing children and shit. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Sorry, I'll be back.
I tried, Marty, to veer us back on topic. You know,
No, you're fine. I love Sammy. Sammy can talk about whatever he wants, dude. He's fine.
no, it is a fascinating conversation about schools, though. I mean, it's like obviously we need to do something about this.
Yeah.
I don't think like, you know, trying to pull the Betsy DeVos and just like ruining the public school system's the way to go about it. Like, why make it worse? How about let's have a rational conversation and let's like invest money in our public school system to where people can get a decent education.
Yeah,
You know?
but, you know, if kids are decently educated, then they're a lot easier to, they're a lot harder to control, which I think is part of the problem.
Maybe if we had a serious capital gains tax, we could actually afford to teach our children in this country.
Hey, how about that, huh?
You know, down with the billionaires. Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck billionaires. I'm not a billionaire. I mean, fuck, man. Living paycheck to paycheck stinks on ice. Hi, Bree.
Hey, what's up, Bree? I got in this mini dumpster fire on fucking Gurr's channel the other day with B.S. Lewis about, you know, me and Leo, we're socialists because we're poor, and B.S. and his buddy, whoever it was, I can't remember, they're right and they're capitalists because they're rich. Well,
Is that what he said? He
it
said
was
you're
Corey
socialist
though.
before?
Corey was coming at it from a more like honest perspective, but like
Well,
BS
Corey's
kind
a
of.
business owner, though. I listened to part of that. I was on the road
Man.
listening to it.
I was gritting my teeth. Like, I'm not going to flip the fuck out right now.
And yeah, me and Maya talked because I was driving to meet them down in St. Louis, and me and Maya talked about it a bit when she got there too, about your all's interaction on that channel or on that show. It was interesting to hear Corey's perspective on it. But yeah, I'm sort of on you and Leo's page. I don't.
Who's Corey?
I don't think that. I think the fact that that you are not. I don't have any qualms at all about you working in the service industry. But I think there's bullshit that they can say, oh, because you work in the service industry, then you're poor, and that's why you're a socialist. It's like, well, yeah, because the system's set over to shit on people in the service industry. Of course, people that work in the service industry are going to be swayed towards socialism, where they can get their equal and fair share from the society, right?
And there's plenty of wealthy socialists out there.
And it's not just that. It's like, because teachers are in the same boat. Teachers are freaking broke because the system doesn't care about our education system. People that work in the hospitality stuff, if you're not a doctor or an RN and you work in the medical field, you are not getting what you're worth as a person in your compensation.
Yeah, I mean, I've pretty much been a socialist for like 5 years. So like, you know, when I was in management, I made a pretty decent wage, and I was a socialist then. You know, what irked me was like when he was like, you know, if we all produced our yearlies, then we'd see why one side's capitalist and the other side's socialist. And like, to me, it was like, I know he doesn't understand my personal situation, but like, you know, like, fuck, dude, I haven't really worked in a year. Of course, I have nothing right now. So if I produce my yearly, it's just like, it's a mockery. But it's a mockery of this conversation because I've had these political stances for a very long time. You know, it's not like I just came to them because I'm poor. I came to them because, for one, I'm not even really poor. Like, compared to a lot of people, I've got everything I fucking need.
Yeah, it's a person with a roof over your head and your utilities paid and everything. Compare on the global scene, you are doing all right. You are on the high end. Just the stupid American standard of living is what you're being compared to.
I don't own
because we are a culture of excess.
It was like everybody's a fucking business owner in America.
The standard of everything is fucking terrible. Like the American standard for this and the standard for that. Like I was talking to a friend of mine. I'm like, the standard of beauty in this country is fucked. Like, I'm 45, so by the standard of beauty, I should not be wearing a two-piece bathing suit because I'm 45. Well, I shouldn't have been wearing two-piece at like 35. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and Leo's like what, 20? Like if Leo actually decided to go get a fucking degree, he'd probably make more money than anybody.
Yeah,
you know,
that is the problem with people like Leo. People like myself, you know, that we don't go to get these degrees because the system is set up to favor those people that are already they already have the money. They want people to come to the school that are going to bring money with them, and people like me and Leo don't bring any money with us to the school. So,
well, yeah, and really, I mean, honestly, if you tried, you're gonna have a shit ton of debt to pay back before you really start.
Right, that's the issue right there. That's why I don't go back to schools. I don't need more debt than I already have.
Yeah, I'm like 50 grand in the hole from student loans.
Yeah, I'm not trying to demonize the dude or talk shit. I don't know why I went on that tangent. It's clearly been bugging me a little bit.
Can I ask a question? This might bring us back a little bit. Isn't Gaia a witchcraft thing as well?
Not in the way that I present it. No, but
Gaia is a Greek deity of the earth. She's literally the earth.
I've decided that it's just.
Don't pagans like embrace all the Greek gods and that, or is
not all of it? It depends on what I do because I love the Greeks. I love Greek mythology, but I don't. When I practice with the Celtic deity because it's kind of like the wand chooses the wizard. You know what I mean? Like that's the pantheon that's close to me. So.
Bree, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't believe in you don't believe it like that, right? right? We had the conversation. Yeah, it's fascinating.
I believe in a superorganism that I call that we call Gaia. Just
Gotcha.
in respect, my Gaia is named after her Gaia.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
But it's a different.
Gotcha.
The
organism that I'm talking about is named after the goddess that Marty's folks and SPM's folks worship, or I wouldn't know if you say you worship her, Marty. Would you use the term worship? Like you harmonize with her or whatever.
I would say more of honor and reverence. Yeah, more honor and reverence than worship. Because when I think worship, I think of like Christianity, and I have to worship God in order to not get my ass handed to me. You know what I mean? I don't have to do that as a pagan. I don't have to. I'm not going to get in trouble. I every morning I try to. I have a calendar. I have the witchcraft calendar, and every morning, every day there's a color on every day. And every morning I try and say a quick prayer, and I try and leave a colored stone that matches whatever day. Like tomorrow is the 3rd, so tomorrow's color is gray. So I try and find something that comes close, and I try and leave that as an offering. If I don't do that, I'm more upset at myself than the gods are more upset at me. You know what I mean? Like it's not. So it's more of an honor and respect and reverence than so much as
so
worship.
Pan isn't going to come and fuck with you the next day if you don't worship.
Unfortunately, no, because if he comes and fucks with me, he can get me out of this plane.
Pan does cause panic attacks, though. Isn't that part of his? I mean, that's where the word panic comes from. So he could come fuck with you if you wanted to.
You know, I have mental health issues and panic, more anxiety than panic. So maybe when I was having anxiety, I said, "Listen, fuck with me, son of a bitch."
So why don't you patron to Pan and see if he can help you out with that?
Bree, that's actually not a bad idea.
Just a thought.
Pan was always
I just want to highlight something you said, Marty, before we get too far off it. It is like the Christian version of worship. What's a word that means like it's a fundamental part, I believe, but it's at least heavily implied that their version of worship implies that we must not just lower ourselves, because, I believe you revere your gods. You obviously humble yourself a bit as well. But it's like their God also thinks that they are broken sinners and that they're low and broken and sick and dirty and sinful. And, that's implied in their worship.
Mm-hmm. We don't have that.
No. Yes. Do you sort of see yourself more equal with, not equal, obviously, but less
subservient and more of like a partner kind of when I'm doing things? Yeah, absolutely. We don't, there's a meme that floats around that says, "I don't bow before my God, I stand beside them." And I stand beside them when I'm practicing. And not even when I'm practicing, just like again, and this is, I believe this for me because it's true, and it's not true because I believe it. I've been in real shit, I've been in real shit mental health, and I've cried out to my deities, and the name of my deities make me feel better. Just as a Christian who is having some kind of mental health issues or feeling some kind of way, if they cried out to the Christ, that would make them feel better. But if we switch deities, I'm not going to feel better calling out to the Christ, and they're not going to feel better calling out to the goddess. But yeah, no, it's not like that at all. It's not like how Christians must, because Christians are subservient to God, and they say, well, we have a relationship with God, but it's more of a master slave. Yeah, it's more of a they give and then their God takes, and then maybe if their God judges it favorably, then maybe their God will give back as long as they were subservient enough. And there's a difference to me between humble and completely, subservient. There's a difference. I can humble myself to my gods when I have to, when I'm working or when I'm doing my thing.
Marty, can I ask you a follow-up question to Sammy's question real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so I was like a neo-pagan in my teens and 20s, but kind of moved away from it, as you can see. But when I was, I never thought of the gods per se as actual entities, but the images of them that we use and the pictures that we form in our mind are thought forms that we are constructing to represent certain wavelengths of natural energies within the world around us in order to manipulate them through various means of ritual. That was the way that I had explained it, or I always explained it to people. I didn't actually believe that the gods were like beings, I suppose.
Yeah, that's how it's always been. Not always. I think I've talked to a couple pagans that have more literal interpretations. But like the Reconstructionists and especially the heathens that I talked to, they all pretty much they described it as a discombobulated mind, but it wasn't even really necessarily that. It was more of like this energy in the universe that you can really kind of become attuned to through worship. Is kind of how they described it to me.
For me, I see what you're saying, Bree. For me, I'll go with a little bit of both, depending upon if I'm trying to do a thing, or if I'm just when I do my prayer, my offering in the morning. When I do my prayer and my offering in the morning, that is me praying to and leaving an offering to a being. But as I walk around through my day and I say, "Oh, for the love of the goddess," that's just me, talking about an entity. And I was saying earlier, do I think that the moon is an actual lady floating in the sky? No, I don't fucking think that. I'm not. What am I, a Christian? I'm not like, I don't think like that. And there are some people that might, and if they think that, I don't think they're doing it wrong. They just do what's good for them. But there is an anthropomorphizing of for me.
To me, the moon's a good example. So to me, like when I was a pagan, it was like, okay, the moon's energy, I personify it as the goddess, right?
Yes,
as the goddess. In my head, I envision the goddess as representative or as
like an archetype,
right?
Yes.
But I didn't think of it as an entity for real. I thought about it as a if I personify it as this entity and do these motions, it will give me these results, right? Without there actually being any other entity involved besides me and the natural energies of the world was always the idea.
Right. Yeah.
So, in a way, from that point of view, you don't believe in anything supernatural either. It's more scientific.
I don't do the supernatural thing. Because I can't prove this. I don't have a way to prove the supernatural, but I can pick up a handful of dirt. Here you go. There's a park that's like 10 minutes or so from where I'm living. That park is my church. So I don't
love
do
it.
Right? I don't do this. I'll post on Facebook. I'll be like, "Oh, I'm at church." So I don't know if you ever seen those posts, Brie. Like, I'm at church. I tag myself at that park. That's me going to church. Yeah. So, but I do. For me, it's a little bit of both. I do. I was also taught that that they are archetypes for like a hero or like a healer or something like that. But yeah, for me, it's a little bit of both. Tomorrow morning, when I say my prayer and I leave my offering, I'm saying a prayer and leaving an offering to an actual entity. What am I looking at, Bria? Let me click this link. To an actual entity. Ooh. Oh, those are pretty.
Yeah, that's for all of you guys. This is, I just dropped the link in the side here. Whether you like just the green stuff like Marty, or you're interested in Australian stuff like Sammy, or if you want to dunk on young Earth creationists by showing them a 10,000-year-old tree.
Like Jay?
Yeah.
Hi, Jay. He's not there. But yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and it's exactly that. It's a little bit of both to me, depending upon what I actually need at the time. So, but no, Sammy, I don't do the supernatural thing. I don't have a way to prove the supernatural. So I don't have that. I don't have that ability.
See, now, and this is what we were sort of touching on before. It's like for me, as time goes on, it's almost like there was some sort of, whether my mind is just making correlations, like some sort of pareidolia, or whether there is a connection, but it's like beliefs and things like you have in paganism that science, in a way, not proves, but the example I'm thinking of is a fairly recent discovery of communication amongst forests of trees
I've seen that.
through a mycelial network of fungus in the ground.
I've seen that.
That's my thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I've
If
seen that.
that's to me, that's like borderline supernatural shit
That's where I decided. That's what made me decide that I'm
about Gaia.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think the word you were looking for there was affirms.
Yeah, I was gonna say affirms. Yeah, affirms or
Affirms. Yes. Thank you.
yeah, it's I can totally. I haven't, not that I hadn't thought about it before, but I haven't thought about it in a minute. But yeah, I could totally swing with the earth as a living organism, and I don't say, because my ex-husband used to tell people that I worship trees, and I'm like, stop telling people that. I don't worship trees because that implies that when you say that implies you envision somebody coming before a tree and falling down in falling down in worship and servitude to the tree. It doesn't work like that.
Well, and I'm not saying that he is a Christian, but like Christians that say that, it's like, well, I mean, at least trees are real.
Right.
Yeah, I can prove trees.
That's the thing too. Is like, show me your God. I can point outside, right? I can point out to my yard and be like, look.
Yeah.
And, welcome Jay to the stream.
Hi Jay. I said hi Jay a minute ago and he didn't say hi back. There he goes.
Mark Reed is really good at pushing back on my Gaia stuff though, so I like communicating with him about it. We've had like 3 or 4 discussions about it, helping me frame my points a little better about the Gaia and stuff. So yeah, and I welcome anybody to push back on it, whatever I say about it, because I'm still building it. But I don't want to steamroll the whole stream with it. But there is some interlacing between what I believe and what Marty believes, for sure.
Yeah, you respect and revere the earth herself. Yeah, that's
well,
great.
we're part of the system, right? So we need to help maintain it.
Yeah,
and we're not.
we're definitely not.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely some overlap there, and I've been I've kind of fallen a little bit away from the actual practice as much as I want to, and actual study as much as I want to, just out of sheer lack of energy. The last 8 years with my husband was not great, and then I've been having massive mental health issues recently, so that have not been great either. So I've been kind of I'm just getting into recently leaving offerings and saying, and the prayer is for me. The prayer is for me. The offering is to them. The prayer helps me go, all right. And I can swing with if a Christian wakes up, they pull out their Bible, they say their favorite verse, and then they get on with their day. All right, I do the same thing. Where it ends for me, where the correlation or overlap ends for me, is when that person turns to me and says, yeah, but you're not actually praying to an actual God, and you're worshiping the creation, not the creator. Your thing is wrong, and you should come to my church. The fuck out of here. Stop it.
That was kind of a point that when me and Knock talked about the conversation we had the other night. That was a point where we were trying to connect dots the other night. I remember we were talking about the personification of the universe versus the sentient status of the earth itself. And where would you connect that dot, right? To what extent are we granting the personification? I guess I don't like to personify it at all. That's a big difference between myself now and when I was like practicing a new age practitioner. I guess is that I don't do the personification stuff anymore, or the what you call it, psychodrama stuff, where you go through the motions and rituals and things like that. It didn't seem like it seemed, and some people need ritual to get to grasp onto things. I get it. I
like doing rituals. I really enjoy ritual and doing circle. I can't for my living spaces, but however, I fell away from it for a minute because there was just this big lack of energy. And it takes a lot of energy. I don't know, Bree, if you remember, but it takes a lot of energy to do a ritual and do circle.
Well, I mean, I still do, like, I knock on wood and then knock on my desk, right? I still do rituals like that, but just habitual stuff.
Yeah, yeah. It's exhausting if you don't have the energy in your life. I started to kind of feel bad. I started to kind of feel like, geez, I'm a real shit pagan. I'm a real shitty witch because I'm not revering my deities properly. And I'm thinking, I'm like, well, I'm not a Christian, so it's not like you know what I mean. I don't.
I think that's like a human thing though, like because I
Yeah.
feel like I'm a bad lefty because I eat too much meat, and you know when I had a car, I drive my car everywhere instead of walking when I could walk.
Yeah,
you know, like I'm such a shitty like I feel fucking guilty about it. Like how can I preach to anybody when I'm just as much a problem as
Honey,
anybody?
don't be like the Boris.
Do you think that's where this whole idea of Christian sin comes from? Our innate need to hate ourselves?
Probably. Or just being told that whatever you're doing that other people are doing is terrible.
Well,
that people in general are terrible, just born that way. So yeah, I'll go
so
with that.
weird because most polytheistic beliefs, they'll have gods that want you to revere and celebrate yourself.
Yeah, like hating myself is not part of. I just do that because I just had a rough childhood, but I'm not told to hate myself by my deities. You know what I mean? If anything, I'm told the opposite. Like it's not, we don't have guilt or shame or sin. Sin's not even a concept.
To find the beauty in it, right? Like some way to make it unique and make it, But
when Christians talk about sin, it gets me like that's not a thing.
I think,
and think about the extremes that we took it to, like flagellation, self-flagellation. What the actual fuck?
In your cult, weren't you guys encouraged to like rat on each other too?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. You to the point where you were actively trying to find things to dub for.
So JWs, they do self-flagellation?
No, I'm not sure. Not sure.
I've read about like there's this.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, there's this like Catholic cult. I can't remember their name.
The Flagellants.
They're part of that. Yeah, that's part of like that. They're part of that order that's very discreet. They're demonstrated in the in that movie with the Da Vinci Code, the Flagellants, the Assassini. We're part of the Flagellant.
Culpus Day or some shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Cultus Day and stuff like that. But yeah, that gets into a devout. That gets into an epistemic thing that's just insane. It's where the epistemic beliefs
a lot of reinforced through sects like that, weren't there, Jay?
What's that?
Weren't there a lot of little weird Christian sects like that in the early days?
There's been a lot of weird Christian sects over the years.
Yeah,
a lot of weird ones, but Culpus Day, but like the Assassini, but like self-flagellation was brought about through the teachings of John the Baptist.
It's the passion narrative, right?
It's part of it, but it goes more towards John the Baptist, because John the Baptist, it was rumored that he would wear clothing that, like, instead of wearing the soft side of animal pelts, he'd wear the rough side of the animal pelts against his skin in order to increase discomfort and stuff like that. It was that kind of self-torture.
My underwear is too tight.
There's the reverence for suffering in Christianity, and you're supposed to suffering. Feel bad
well, some Catholics really hold to this. If you've ever watched some of the stuff from Stephen Colbert when he gets into religious conversations with individuals, and you can kind of see Stephen Colbert's Roman Catholicism comes out. He gets into suffering. In fact, he had an interview with I forget the guy's name. Anderson Cooper from CNN, and he just basically he loved the idea of suffrage. He loved the idea of, like, not suffrage but suffering, like just basically like the whole idea, the whole nuance, and the whole taste of society, the taste of humanity was based on suffering. and that
Oh,
suffering
I'm
basically
right.
brings us closer to this particular individual. Yeah, this particular one individual.
It's kind of funny though, because it's ironic because evolution is kind of built on that. Like, what's the most this organism can handle and still reproduce? That's how we are. That's how
yeah, but it
species
doesn't
are.
get to the. But it doesn't get to the. It doesn't get to the mental stimulation of believing that you're somehow right or whatever because of it, right? Whether or
Well,
not.
I want to say Happy New Year to everybody. Hope you're having a good one so far.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Thank you, Clockwork. I'll be back in a minute. I got a premiere going in like 2 minutes, and then I'll like half an hour. So I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, see you when you get back, Bree.
Take care, Bree.
I can't imagine, going through life trying to like just cause yourself pain, right? Like, I don't get that. Like,
well, the intention may not be to cause pain. The intention may be to do something beneficial, but all of the results may be painful. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on what the outcome is, whether or not it is to cause pain.
Well, I think it goes back to the Christian idea of original sin, and we've all got to suffer because somebody fucked up a long time ago.
No, you can get into that.
Yeah,
but the witchcraft thing is always fun. Because I would, if I start broaching the fucking epistemic values of fucking witchcraft, that gets fucking funny.
Oh, I know a bunch of Wiccans. Yeah.
But it's the epistemic justifications that get funny.
Well, yeah, that too.
The epistemic justifications don't run too far outside of the realm of Christianity or any other religion. Of any religion, as far as epistemic justifications go. Just in epistemic justifications.
Well, I looked around.
You just use epistemology, and then you just start to gauge exactly why it is that people agree to this. Why do people believe in this? Why do people believe that they know this? And you kind of go there.
I never said I know. I never said I know anything.
Oh, I get it.
I don't know.
Yeah, but epistemology doesn't go to what you just know. It also goes to what you believe. And then the epistemic warrants come in from the belief justifications. Like, what is it about society? What is it about states of affairs that get you to believe that these things are necessary for anything? And you go from there.
Jay loves this rabbit hole. He loves this rabbit hole.
I don't think.
I love the rabbit holes. Yes,
I don't think that what I believe or my gods or even my craft is necessary for anything. I don't hold that like Christians hold that God is necessary for intelligibility. I don't hold that at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, believing that your beliefs are necessary for anything is not something that that I would necessarily challenge. It's whether or not that the things that you actually comport to, and whether or not you believe that these particular things that you may sacrifice to or may do certain rituals towards are necessary for certain outcomes. That becomes kind of interesting in an epistemic viewpoint. Okay. But that's not saying that, oh, you're completely insane or anything like that, or you're completely fucking batshit crazy. Yeah. It's about understanding. It's about looking at the epistemic warrants of those particular beliefs.
Because I've had Christians tell me, what this is.
You don't have to get into
true, and then this is true. I'm like, how do you know your witchcraft is true?
You don't have to compare. Well, no, because that's just comparing one epistemic position from another epistemic position. So that's the position of a Christian who holds epistemically to the belief that Christianity is true, and then comparing that to, like, let's say a Wiccan or to some other kind of pagan religion and saying, well, this is epistemically true. The trick is to actually demonstrate or to really look at, because this is one of the things I like about epistemics is it gets into almost like a psychological, because epistemics get into psychological states as to why these individuals hold these things to be true, because knowledge and belief are based on mental constructs or the mental acceptance of things that are observing things in states of affairs. So they're automatically subjective to states of to the individuals that are holding to them.
Jay and his brother Jeff and me have run up against batshit crazy. We know batshit crazy when we hear it.
Who?
And you're not batshit crazy, Marty.
Thank you, Clockwork.
Oh, I wasn't saying. Yeah, I'm not saying. But
you're clearly linked to Christianity, though, because I mean,
Well-
you're like the bride of Satan.
Well, duh.
Sure. Well, I mean, there is an epistemic. Well, I think it's interesting that you bring that up, Rage, because there is an epistemic similarity, and there could be considered an epistemic similarity between the belief in when it comes to witchcraft and how people adhere to witchcraft and how people adhere to Christianity and other forms of religion. And you can get into that. Like I said, I like epistemology because beliefs and knowledge seem to be fundamentally based within our states of recognition of states of affairs. That's definitely a psychological state, and that's why my brother and I, we like psychology and psychiatry, is because it gets into that understanding of like what's the motivation for holding to these things, what's the motivation that drives people to believe that these things are a thing within states of affairs or are necessary for things within states of affairs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll admit, I've just recently started to get into epistemology. I'm starting to get into theory of knowledge, but I'm a baby when it comes to that shit, Jay.
Oh, what? Oh, dude,
Oh, I'm sorry I left you.
Can I recommend a book? Can I recommend a book for you? Not
Yeah.
read Does Santa Claus Exist by Stephen Kaplan.
I was told there was no Santa.
No, but the narrative, it's a small book. It's a small book, and it's a cluster. It's deep to get into. But Stephen Kaplan is a philosopher. Stephen Kaplan writes for the character of what's his nuts from Big Bang Theory.
Sheldon?
Sheldon Cooper? Jim Parsons' character.
Sheldon Cooper.
Yeah, Sheldon Cooper. Yeah, and he writes for young Cooper as well. But Stephen Kaplan he's an actual educated philosopher, and he wrote a book called Does Santa Claus Exist? And it gets into epistemic warrant. And it's a very good introduction as to how people can believe certain things and how people challenge things about what they believe and stuff like that. Some people might say it's a relatively simplistic dive, but it's not. It's only like 300 pages, but it gets there. But epistemic warrants are always, to me, very, very tricky. When I'm having conversations with, whether they be pagans, whether they be atheists, well, most of my conversations are always with Christians, so I don't normally have too many questions or conversations or rebuttals with pagans or witches or warlocks or whatever. But the epistemic warrant still kind of raises its ugly head as to why is it that in the mental state of things, why do you believe in these propositional things as being true?
Yeah, we don't associate anymore, but I'd love to hear you go. The only person I can really think of that's a pagan that I know understands epistemology and would probably give you a run for your money would be Ocean Keltoy.
Ocean.
Have you ever talked?
No, I've had a conversation. No, I've made him shut his mouth.
Have you?
Yeah, I've flummoxed him. It was a long time ago, but I think I flummoxed him on one thing.
Well,
yeah, he
look,
didn't like it.
I have the intellectual honesty to say that, like, if you ask me a question, Jay, and I tell you I don't know what it is, I don't know what it is. I'm intellectually honest to say I don't know. And even with my beliefs, there are some things I can justify and there's some things I can't. But if it's something,
Well, I don't know. It doesn't really get me anywhere, and I don't really care about that particular response in any way, shape, or form. I'm
not going to make some bullshit if I don't have an answer for you. Like, I'll just tell you. I don't know.
Sure. But then what I ask you is why it is necessary for why you think it is, why you believe that this thing is necessary for anything that you can possibly do or contribute to it that would necessarily do anything within states of affairs for you. So once we get into that, so when we get into beliefs, we don't necessarily get into knowledge. When we start observing things in states of affairs, like when a baby is crawling across the floor, a baby, when a young child first encounters a dog on the family floor, they don't know what a dog is. They don't know what the concept of dog is, and they don't believe that a dog exists. They start interacting with that dog, And then eventually, as they grow older, you start to kind of comprehend, like, oh yeah, I remember that family pet, and I remember it being this way. And then later on, there's this reference to that was the family dog. And then they start to go, oh, okay, what was the family dog? And like, oh, it was Schnauzer here. And Schnauzer was about 20 pounds and about, 12 inches high or whatever. So there's things that we can get into relation within states of affairs that we don't know of, that we don't actually understand. And this happens when we're in a very young age. And this happens when we come out of the womb. We start basically trusting our own senses. And we start getting fed a whole bunch of input from states of affairs that are basically, it's all of our senses basically triggering on these things within reality. And then we go from there. So, but the baby interacting with the dog is a really good example of epistemic warrant as to whether or not a dog can a small child can interact with a dog, and then whether or not the epistemic warrant comes into play. That did they actually because let's say a baby interacts with a dog and says, I interacted with a gargoyle. Well, we would say, no, that's not what you interacted with. What you interacted with in states of affairs was a dog. It was the 75-pound mastiff that you grew up with when you were a child. Well, I remember specifically growing up with a gargoyle in the family, and they go, no, you did not. You interacted with something that was large, but you couldn't quite identify it in any particular way. And then once you start identifying particular features about that, and you start exploring that kind of epistemic warrant, you start realizing that once you start exploring the concept of what it was that they were interacting with, you start realizing, yeah, that was the 70-pound mastiff. That was the house pet. And they go, well, I didn't know that at the time. Of course you didn't know that, because you didn't understand concepts, but you did interact with it, right? And they go, yeah, great. That's the whole point. It's the same thing this is where discovery comes from. Discovery comes from the fact that we come into contact with things within states of affairs that we may or may not understand in any way, shape, or form, but we deal with them. And the only way that we deal with them is through our sensory perception. And then we extrapolate from there. And that's only to our best understanding. That's it.
My cousin had a solid white bull mastiff. That thing was huge. And he thought he was a
really
lap
small
dog.
for a mastiff.
Yeah.
We
thought
don't have to get it.
I know, I work with dogs, so I work with dogs.
No, I'm using dogs. I was using
I
dogs as
understand
an
what you
example.
mean.
We could get into like the conversation about dogs and stuff, which I'm happy to do. But what I'm talking about is the concept of dog versus the interaction of the individual actually interacting with the thing in and of itself, regardless of the concept of that thing being dog that's known by the individual.
Well,
That's when we get into whether or not, that's when we start getting into whether or not is reality actually a thing that actually exists separate of our experience, or is simply reality something that we start to integrate within? Or is it something that we are separate of and that we integrate?
Jay, take a breath, okay? My cousin named his bull mastiff that was every bit of 75, 80 pounds, Squeak. That was his name, Squeak.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But he understood that was a bull mastiff. But a baby doesn't know what a bull mastiff is.
Well, he thinks it's a horse, probably. Yeah.
But would we ask that person if they thought that dog was necessary for something?
I grew up with
No, not in that sense. No,
right.
But that's a good question. No, in that sense, that's not a necessity. That's just whether or not the perception of beliefs that thought experiment goes into how we perceive state of affairs and how we come to believe and know what it is that we know, and whether or not we can actually interact with things that we have in nature without knowing what they are.
Like,
So
I used to think that when I was little, I used to think that a lightsaber, they were saying lifesaver. I used to think that that's what they were saying, lifesaver. But then as I got older and got more into Star Wars, I understood, because I was attributing a completely different description to
Yes, but
what that was.
because your perception of the word changed the conception of the thing in and of itself.
Well, once I got correct information, then yes, then it changed.
Yeah,
Because, it's lightsaber. Got it.
Yeah, but the contextualization is, what you got was the specificity of the contextualization of the thing in and of itself and what it comports of. It's not a lifesaver. It's not a mint or anything like that. It's a lightsaber. So once you understand that, oh, okay, maybe I misconstrued the concept, then once somebody corrects you and says, no, the concept is a lightsaber, it is a sword made out of light, or in this particular case, in the Star Wars genre, it's made out of a particular, it's generated from a particular crystal. Those are the concepts that follow within the definition of that particular conceptual thing, right? So regardless of whether or not you got it wrong, doesn't make it true. Just like it doesn't make it true, like when you walk across and you misidentify, when you're 1 year old and you're crawling across the floor and you pet the family dog and you say cat, it doesn't make it true, right? You don't know.
No, I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where the epistemic warrants come into, as to whether or not they comport to things within states of affairs that correctly associate with the concepts and the abstracts that we associate and that we label these things and how they actually do what they do. Remember, epistemology goes to beliefs and knowledge because it goes to our way of communicating states of affairs to one another. Right? If we're on our own, communicating these kind of states of affairs doesn't really matter at all. If you got no one around, it's just on you, right? If you're out in the middle of the ocean treading water, states of affairs, epistemics, I mean, we could discuss that all day long. But sharks don't give a shit about like the people start talking about right to life, stuff like that. And you're like sitting there going, well, I'm sitting out here treading water in the middle of the ocean. And so far as I can tell, these sharks don't give a flying fuck about right to life. And that's the whole point, is really understanding that distinction of concepts to principles and all those kind of things.
Well, what about when and I'd like to thank welcome P-Town and Debt Hand to the stream. But what about when? All right, so like the reality of a thing, but you still associate it with something else. For instance, the childhood dog that I grew up with was a tiny little feist. I don't know if you know what they are, but they're like a cousin.
I know what a feist is.
I know they are.
So I know that it was our family dog, and it was a really little dog. My dad likes.
No, you didn't know it was. No. Hold on.
But I associated Jay with a rabid rat because it would attack us. It never really attacked me, but attacked my brothers.
Okay, where did you get the concept? Okay, cool. This is awesome. Where did you get the concept of rat from?
Just because, well, like I said, it never really attacked me, but it would attack my brothers. The way it affected me.
But how old? But how old were you?
Well, I mean, we were young. Like I was like 9. My brother was 8.
Sure.
But so I would sit there and I would watch it attack my brother, and I would watch its face, and I always associated it with what a rabid rat would look like if it was attacking.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. But see what I mean? You're conceptualizing something that you know now based on your experience from growing up, that something that was doing something with your family members was what you conceptualized as a rabid rat. But in this case, it was a dog.
Yeah.
It was in actuality, the thing in and of itself wasn't a rat. It didn't even it could possibly comport with a rat in some certain sense. Like you can take the concept of a rat and then compare it to the concept of a chihuahua, and you can almost get the same fucking things, right? You can kind of get like these little vicious varmints that you kind of go, oh, they're furry, they're small, and they have fucking these short little tails on them, and they're just fucking squirmy and shit. But the conceptualization about states of affairs is what really is the case of affairs. So when you start to communicate these things to other members of your family, you might have said, watch out for that deranged rat, it's going to attack you. But your brothers and sisters, when they saw it, they went, God, for fuck's sake, this isn't a fucking rat, it's the deranged chihuahua.
Yes.
Because they understand something more about the concept. Yeah, they understand more of something about the concept of this particular critter than you do, right? So that's how concepts get spread. That's how the abstract labels that go into concepts and everything, that's how they get spread, is in the relation of our five senses, looking at things and then extrapolating their properties and then saying, this is a rat, this is a dog, this is a cat. Right. But when you get those things confused because you don't know it, let's say all you've ever had any relation with is rabid rats. And then you see a small dog, but you've never been introduced to dogs. And you go, that must be some kind of new deranged rat. But then your brothers and sisters say, no, this is a dog. This isn't the rat. This is a dog. And you go, what do you mean it's a dog? No, it's a dog. It looks like a rat, but it's not a rat. It's a dog. But it's still fundamentally the same thing. So it's still a mammal.
Is this how like Christians can convince themselves that they were atheist when they were like 12?
Huh?
Well, I'm making a reference to P-Town. Me and P-Town had this conversation, but I've had this conversation with like a lot of Christians, and Christians make all of these, they'll make all these claims that like they were atheists. Like Matt Powell was atheist when he was 12, right? And it's like, no, are you just are you just associating a period of your life where you were questioning God and you were being told that
yeah, and then
that
you
was
just basically
like you associated that as being atheism, like you were this atheist when no, you were just 12 and questioning some of the shit you were hearing?
Well,
I gave a speech against religion.
I don't know why you would want to speak against religion.
Well,
I mean,
as far as I would at the time, I was quite anti-religion. I mean, I don't know how else to describe
I'm sorry,
atheist.
Jay, I did that on purpose. I'm sorry.
He's calling me.
I knew you. I figured you did,
up.
and I figured it was to open the door for P-Town to come in and say something. So I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
I'm sorry. No, dude, I was just taking a little dig based on the conversation I had with P-Town. But no, like I said, like to me, I'm really interested in learning this stuff because I think that like it's great argumentation, but I think you really have to understand like philosophy to really like go back at it, don't you?
No. You don't have to have
at least
a heavy
epistemology.
No. You don't have to have too heavy of a. You don't have to have too heavy of an understanding on this. I learned a lot of this stuff just from my conversations from the years I was here and having conversations like Simus Funk and Nicola and Barney and Sock Account and the Hogtie Champ and Ozymandias and stuff like that.
I wish I wouldn't have been drunk all those times. Dragnot and Sokka like really came and put the lay down. I might have learned something.
Well, see, that's the difference between you and me. Not I absorb that shit when I'm drunk, and then it just basically spits itself out when I am drunk.
I get emotional and flip out at the first bigot, so it's like it shows.
Well, I mean, I've been emotional and flipped out when I was drunk on multiple occasions, but I try to forget those particular things.
Jay, I want to go back to your analogy of the baby crawling across the floor, meeting a dog, and not knowing it's a dog until like later. So,
sure.
The baby not knowing it, because I said I said before, if someone asks me something I don't know, I have no problem straight up saying I don't know. And you say, well, I don't like I don't know. It doesn't get me anywhere. So if you ask that kid, let's say it's a toddler, and they're able to at least verbally communicate to a degree, and you say, what was that? And the toddler says, I don't know. What's the problem with I don't know there?
Well, but the thing is what's interesting is that children will try to. People have been doing this for years. They will try to give you an answer, which is one of the things that's always amazed me about like when you ask young children for an answer and they feel compelled to give you an answer and they think that I don't know isn't an answer.
I used to get in trouble for saying I don't know. When I would do some shit and get in trouble, my dad would straight up ask me at like 4, 5, 6, why did you do that? I'm 4, 5, 6 years old. I don't know. But even still, I think back in that when I was a kid, I literally did. I don't know. I don't have that kind of processes yet to tell you why I.
Yes, but what happens? But what happens there is from. But what happens there is from the one person that has a better understanding of concepts, trying to kind of relate to an individual that doesn't have necessarily a good concept or a good idea of these particular concepts, and then going, "I can't believe you didn't know that." Right? They just don't understand how it is that they could understand how a dog exists and how you could not exist, or how a dog does not exist in the sense that you perceive a dog to exist. You see what I'm saying?
It is.
So I don't.
Oh, go ahead, Marty.
I don't perceive. Let me try and see how I can say this without sounding like a fucking moron.
You automatically will in my book.
Oh, I know.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Marty. I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't say so much I perceive my deities to exist as like in the world that you were able to pick up on, in the reality that you live in, Jay. But to me, they don't have to. To you, you don't have to go outside and feel the presence of the same deities that I feel. You don't have to feel anything at all.
Sure.
And that's what makes sense to me.
Okay, great. So, what is it about perception of reality? So, this is a great point. So that means to tell me
that I live in a different reality than you.
Well, it seems to say that you have some kind of extrasensory, that you have some kind of perception of reality that I can't grasp a hold of in order to make sense of the things that you're saying that are necessary for things within states of affairs.
Well,
so is there something about my states of affairs? Is there something about me that negates, as far as you can now, maybe you don't know, but what I'm wondering is that what is it about us individually, between you and me, Marty, that makes it seem that you can understand the necessity of these particular deities in the sense that you sacrifice to them, that doesn't necessarily comport to me if I don't know?
Well, I wouldn't say that there's necessity, because I don't have to. Like I was saying, when I do my one tomorrow morning, when I do my
so you're going tomorrow.
I don't have to do that. I do that for me. So when I'm leaving the offering, I'm leaving to me. I'm leaving an offering to an actual thing. When I say my prayer, that's to get me through my day. Well, hold on, because my answer might surprise you. I'm going to say, for the shits and giggles, your concept of reality, your state of affairs, is not incorrect, because it doesn't match my state of affairs. We're not living in two different realities.
Nope. The state of affairs would automatically be, so in this particular sense, the state of affairs would always be states of affairs. However, so whether or not the thing that you're communicating to me is something that you do or do not, what I'm trying to ascertain is whether or not this is actually something within states of affairs. So you kind of get into normatives versus prescriptives in this sense. So a prescriptive gets into the oughts of whether or not we ought to follow something. But the normative factor in this particular case is, okay, what is it about that's normative in this case in which you are following these particular rituals? Obviously, you don't believe those to be prescriptive, but they do seem to be normative to an extent, as long as a person is willing to follow them. Is this particular is this an objective normative? Is this a subjective normative? Is this something that people can engage in regardless, right? What I'm curious about is the reality of the situation. So that's where philosophy comes in. Now, I don't have to dive into this in a way that really dives into your personal beliefs. What I need to do is I need to ascertain whether or not is this beneficial to me. I mean, obviously, it seems to be beneficial to you in a sense that's subjective. But would this be beneficial for all in an objective sense, or is this something that just simply can be ascertained by you and simply something that's subject of your mind and go from there? And then I can just simply stand back and go, okay, then it's not anything within the necessary states of physical affairs or states of affairs as they are, as we perceive them by our five senses.
Yeah, I never claimed it was. I didn't think you did.
I didn't think you did. That's why I was asking the question.
But that's what I'm saying. Where Christians say that their God is necessary for intelligibility.
Yes.
Like I don't say that ever. I've never said that once.
Got you.
And pagans in general don't really think that. In general, I mean, there might be some, but for the most part, we don't think that. We just do what we do because it makes sense for us, and But we don't hold the Christian stance of we need to believe in God in order to get out of bed, in order to function, in order to think, breathe, shit.
But for salvific states or anything like that. But do you believe that these things are something within states of affairs?
Yes. States of affairs. Why states of affairs? Do you mean reality?
Yeah, states of affairs. They actually exist in reality where you can actually do something. You can interact with them. You can actually give certain sacrifices, and they will interact on your particular benefit.
States of affairs had me confused. So you mean, do I think that
Well,
they exist
a
in
state
reality?
of affairs. States of affairs is very broad. But in this particular case, it's whether or not you believe that the entities that you believe in that can do things for you, whether or not they're necessary for certain things, they may not be necessary for certain things, but whether or not the things that you're stating, you can do certain things, and then from doing those certain things, those particular entities that exist outside of, let's say, human sense, let's say almost going to a supernatural sense, outside of the five senses of humanity, they will do something for you in benefit by doing.
Right. I'm going to say a little bit of a little column A, a little column B. I'll say a little bit of yes and a little bit of no. I don't think that when I walk outside and look at a tree, I don't think that tree is an actual living dryad.
I get it.
However, like I was saying with the moon, I don't think the moon is an actual floating lady in the sky. I don't think that. So that's what that would be like. Right. So that where I would be ascribing, like Bree was saying, it's ascribing, it's taking the energies that I feel from these entities and ascribing feminine or masculine or what have you properties to them, and being able to take the energy of that and using that for whatever purpose I'm trying to use it for.
Okay. I'm not gonna bogart this conversation, but
it's okay. This is what we're talking about. This is the whole point of this.
I get it. I have to go do a patrol right now, so I'm just going to go silent for a bit. But because if I keep going on this, I'm going to make you cry.
Why would you do that, Jay? That's mean. Don't make me cry. Oh my God! No.
I don't know. Again, I'd like to see you argue this with Ocean. Like,
no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I don't have time to really get into this. And it's not about making her cry in any way, shape, or form. It's just about challenging. Sure. I'm just being funny at that particular point. What I'm talking about
is not funny, Jay. Oh my God.
Oh, grow up, Marty.
I'm just kidding.
Better.
I know. No, you're good. No, I didn't.
You're on Raging Channel. You know better than this.
I know. I didn't think you were coming. I didn't think you were coming for me like that.
Yeah. No, I'm not coming for you like that. But it is an interesting conversation. But yeah, I do have to walk away for a little bit. But I do find that kind of interesting, because when we get into kind of like when we get in conversations about people's beliefs and what they believe and what they do in order to possibly associate like if I do this particular action with something in association with that particular kind of entity in mind, will I get something in return? Whereas whether or not that actual entity actually occurs in a way that you would actually even redeem that particular return from doing a particular thing, that's really kind of funny. That's why I wanted to come in here, was just talking about the epistemics of belief, because what we're talking about is whether or not you're Wiccan or whether or not you're pagan or whatever, you're still talking about epistemics. So that was the whole reason why I figured I would just kind of throw those out there. And I'm sorry if I derailed the conversation. I do have to go, and I'll just. I
totally did what you were.
Yeah, if I really. Yeah, and I really don't want to challenge you too hard right now, Marty, because if I did, it might not go so well on this channel, because I can get into some things with epistemology that may not necessarily feel good.
Philosophy is above my pay grade. So
I do, Marty's my girl and all, but it's not like it was like 2 years ago when all the fucking woke skull pagans were hanging around.
No, I'm not even like that. You know me better than that.
No, I just don't want to.
Marty was never like they were anyway.
Oh, no.
I just don't. No, I think with this conversation, I think it would be best that Marty and I had it off air sometime, and not in case that she got.
If you want.
Yeah, in case that she got like flummoxed or something like that, or if it conflicted with something that helps her feel better in life and stuff like that. I don't want to interrupt that in any way, shape, or form. I don't want to do that. So that's because I've actually had that. I did that to myself coming out of Christianity to atheism. I did a 180 on my own belief systems within the course of like 3 months. That was just ridiculous.
Wow.
And when I came out, yeah, when I came out of it, I was not the same person. Like I was, but I wasn't when it came out of coming out of my belief in Christianity. So I'm trying not to do the same thing. And I don't want to go hard on someone, but I can, from my understanding of what the things that I challenged myself with epistemically during that time, I can incorporate that on certain individuals and it becomes kind of harsh and people don't necessarily respond to it very well. So I don't want to really I don't want to throw Marty out there as like, oh, I'm going to do with Marty like I did with my own psyche. And people go, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
I already have mental health issues, Jay. I don't need any
Exactly.
You don't want to beat up on Marty. You don't want to beat up on Marty like I used to beat up on Sky.
Because there's a certain.
Yeah, well, Sky's a fucking moron. And I at least have a little bit of intelligence. Give me that credit.
If you start pushing people's epistemics too far, further than what you did to yourself, sometimes it can cause real harsh kind of reactions with individuals. And I just don't want to do that with Marty right now. And that's why I would be like, I might want to save this, might want to dial this back a little bit.
I have an appointment tomorrow to adjust my meds, Jay.
It looks like Dead Hand, my buddy from Battle Creek here, who comes into these conversations. He's I see in the background, but it says device is not connected. I think you're having connection issues. I don't know. I'd really like to see you, which I don't know. Ocean.
No, you will not.
Ocean might run away from it. I think, but
you will not. No, I confused him. I didn't get him to run away. I did confuse him a little bit, and that was years ago. That was back like during the Steve McRae years. That was like when Steve McRae was like.
At least that last part you was talking about, because like when it comes to paganism, for one, it's a reconstructionist, right? So there a lot of them are reconstructing a religion that was destroyed, but they're reconstructing it in a modern way.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. And I'll just have to say this is that religions to me kind of surround the epistemic belief on a particular point. So what I like to do is, instead of looking at the religion in and of itself, which surrounds the particular epistemic belief in a particular point, I like to get to the epistemic position up to that particular point, not getting into the religion, because religions in my position from my upbringing seem to reinforce the epistemic belief in one particular thing, kind of like the religion behind Jesus Christ, right? That's a particular individual. There's an epistemic belief in this particular individual, and then there's all these things that got basically extrapolated upon the concept of Jesus Christ or the individual that is Jesus Christ. And then you go from there. And once you get into the religion, then you're getting into the theology. But I want to get into the epistemics, which is the epistemic. How did you get to Jesus Christ? How did you believe that Jesus Christ is necessary?
You'd have to track a pagan down at this point, because you'll never find them here anymore. I've been branded.
No, you can do that.
I've been branded frith breaker, so most of them ain't gonna come here.
But like I said, I'm getting
into that now, because I don't know what happened. I didn't know you don't associate with Ocean anymore.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about I'm not even talking about with pagans. I'm talking about even within Christian religions. I'm talking about within the Christian denominations, within Christian faith, right? The religions always seem to reinforce the belief in one particular thing. So you have one is this, and then the religion that surrounds it, which reinforces that which being the thing in and of itself. What I'd like to do is get to the origin of the thing in and of itself, then get into whether or not you're epistemically warranted in believing in and of that thing, and then you can possibly get into the theological aspects that reinforce that particular concept. See what I'm saying?
Would you say that people would be predisposed to believe in a thing or not?
Well, I think people are predisposed to believe in a lot of things. It's
like,
just
so
whether
like a Christian would be predisposed to be a Christian, and I would have been predisposed to be pagan.
Oh, well, not genetically in any way.
I mean, I don't mean it like that, but like maybe like through like environments,
Well, like in throwing out like lines, like if I were to throw out a particular bait for ants and it's a grease bait, ant bait, and then I do a carb bait, and then I do something like that. Yeah, I think Christianity was like the perfect bait for individuals, because it basically got to the existentialism, basically a way of defeating existential dread. It was like, well, yeah, don't worry about the next life. As long as you believe in me, you'll have everlasting life.
Yeah, you're covered. Like that, but like maybe like do maybe
well, in the face, like. Well, like in throwing out like lines, like if I were to throw out a particular bait for ants,
Mel and Jay in the same room,
and then I do a carb bait, and then I do something like that. Yeah, I think Christianity was like the perfect for individuals because it basically got to the existentialism, basically a way of defeating existential dread. It was like, well, yeah, don't worry about the next life. As long as you believe in me, you'll have everlasting life.
That's freaking me out a little bit.
That person almost sounds just like me.
That's crazy.
If I were to throw out
I thought that was you.
I thought it was too, because I was listening to it and I remember hearing my own voice over mic, and I'm like, this person sounds exactly like me.
Where's that coming from?
Mel. Someone called Mel.
Basically got to the existential. Basically, way of defeating existential dread.
I think you got the playback.
We hear you. We hear your echo. We hear echoing from you.
I think that's a replay.
Yeah, I think it's the replay.
Yeah.
Like you're watching from the YouTube
I'm pretty
channel,
sure
not
that's
from
me.
the studio.
That person almost sounds just like me. Okay. See, there it is. Somebody's recording me.
Yeah, there you go. Cool.
There you go. I think you were watching. I think you were trying to.
Yeah, no, I just
YouTube.
had to shut off my YouTube. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Oh, okay, there it is. I was wondering. I was like, that is freaky.
Yeah.
That and the light sucks. I'm really sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh no, you're good. I thought I was high. I'm stoned.
You are.
Yeah, you probably are now. You just want to.
You know what, Rach? I thought the same thing, but I'm at work.
Just because you're at work, I mean, you can't get high, Jay.
What am I doing during my time off? What is going on right now?
I'm totally down to have a conversation like that, Jay. As long as like I said, after tomorrow, when they up my meds, I should be okay.
Like I said, it's not about offending you or anything. It's just I like getting into, like I said, I like getting into epistemic warrants. I do like getting into psychological states, because that's where epistemology goes into, is why we believe and how we come to know and how we come to believe, which goes into which literally goes into psychological states, about whether or not, when we make propositions about states of affairs, whether or not these states of affairs are necessarily true, that comport necessarily to states of affairs in the way that we actually observe them, and whether or not we're actually observing reality in a way that we can actually accurately comport those particular propositions to completely represent states of affairs to others.
I hear you. I got all that, by the way.
Wow.
Don't ask me to use it in a sentence, though. But
I get it.
Is Jay still talking, or has he gone on patrol yet?
I'm going on patrol right now. Thank you, sir.
That's harsh.
Wow. Yeah. I think
I was in the Army. I know how it is.
I think I understood like a quarter of it.
I actually understood everything he was saying.
There was like that whole point about like.
Wait a minute, a quarter of it.
I understood everything you were saying to me, Jay.
It was a lot of big words, and I'm like, man, Jay is smart.
Marty, I'm not doubting. Marty, I'm not doubting your intelligence in any way, shape, or form. I'm talking about what Knock just said. I only got like a quarter of it.
Now you've insulted
Well, Jay
him.
I'm smart.
The weed is good in Michigan, Jay.
Oh, never mind. No, we got to do this we got to do this when you're sober, Knock. With Marty, I trust her without that kind of thing, but with you,
I'm never not.
I just take antidepressants, so I'm cool.
Okay, I'll be back, folks. I'll be back.
Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, and
okay.
I'm glad everybody came in. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. I just popped in because I saw the title of what you guys are talking about, and it interests me.
Yeah, well, we started with witchcraft, and we got into this
philosophy.
well, I mean, to be fair, we got off on our own tangent we geeked out for a little bit. But yeah, ultimately, it comes down to like, we could talk witchcraft. I know Pete Town's a Christian. It'd be interesting to get his perspective. I don't know if you heard any of the witchcraft stuff.
Well, I actually am against the word witchcraft. I've been a solitary practitioner of Wicca for well over 30 years.
Oh my God! Wow.
So, can I tell you a little bit about my history? Would that
Sure.
be
Sure,
cool?
yeah, please do.
So I was actually like totally fucked about organized. Oh, can I swear on here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I have an over channel, so I'm used to kind of like saying stuff like that. But anyway, like, so I was raised in a household where my biological father, who I didn't know, but I knew my biological grandfather, was Roman Catholic. So he paid for my sister and I to go to private Catholic schools. So we had to go through, the whole rigmarole of First Communion, catechism, all that crap. However, my mother, my single mother who raised us, when I was 3, married someone who was Jewish and insisted that we practice the Jewish religion at home. So, from the time I was about 3 to the time I was about 12, that's the kind of craziness that was going on in my house. And then when they divorced, my mother, even though she didn't join, threw my sister and I into a Foursquare born again Christian church where, like, we had to go to Wednesday Bible studies where they talked in tongues, did all kinds of crazy stuff with that. And yeah, just stuff I wasn't used to. I'm sorry if any of you are like born again Christians, but and
I think only P-Town.
Okay, so we did like Bible study 3 times a week, had to go, like, I know the Bible front and back. And meanwhile, still going to private Catholic schools. Need to really, really emphasize that, because one of the classes I had to take was religion every day. So then we moved and the born again Christian thing went away. And I ended up we moved to Providence, we moved a lot. I'm just going to tell you that. We moved to Providence, Rhode Island, where, by the way, I'm half Sicilian. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with Rhode Island at all, but it's really like The Sopranos. But so I got pregnant at 15. And this is back in 1980. Well, I got pregnant in 85. He was born in 86, right? So this is back when it was not the normal thing, right? Like, people didn't do this. And the second I started showing, my school told me I needed to leave. And that I was going to hell, my child was going to hell, he was born in sin, all this type of thing. No one wanted to keep me in school. School said I needed a tutor. Tutor said I needed a doctor's note. Doctor said pregnancy was not a medical reason to get a doctor's note and not go to school. At this point in time, I was like, yeah, religion. Not really sure about all this stuff. So, about 18 years old, I started going on my own spiritual journey. Really wanted to figure out about a lot of stuff. When I met a lot of interesting people, made a lot of really good friends. I had a really good friend of mine that was a medium, a true medium, clairvoyant, and that interested me. When I went to college, I did a double major of religion and philosophy, and at any rate, I have been a solitary practitioner of Wicca since I was 22 years old. That's my history. I don't believe in organized religion. I just kind of believe that everything in the universe needs to be in balance in order for us and everything else to survive. And I don't just mean the environment, I mean us as human beings.
People.
Mind, body, soul. There we go. That's my history, guys.
I'm with you on that one.
And I'm very open-minded to listen to everything and anything. I don't judge anybody for anything. That's me.
I mean, I judge how people treat wait staff and whether they like dogs and cats. You know, which one they like better. Important shit like that.
All right, so I mean, when it comes to finding balance in the universe, you can pretty much get that in a lot of different spiritual or religious philosophies. It was one of the things I was going to point out to Jay and about what he was talking about with epistemology is because, like, you know, when it comes to like, can it be beneficial for humanity? Like, if it comes, some of these spiritualities and some of the things that they believe, I think actually can. If we'd listened to the Native Americans a long time ago, I think America would probably be a lot better off. At least the Earth would have been. So it's but like, when it comes to like supernatural, where do you fall on that? Like, you know, we asked a question of Marty earlier about magic. She gave her explanation about, you know, her concepts of what it is. Do you believe in magic? I noticed that you said something about there was a true clairvoyant. What did you mean by that exactly? Somebody that could truly like speak to the dead?
Okay, so where do I feel? You're okay, so you kind of mix that up a little bit. Like you said, where do I fit on?
Well, just like the supernatural.
You're talking about spell casting, but then you're also talking about mediums and speaking with the dead, which are two totally different things.
Yeah, they're different things.
Well, yeah, I mean, there were kind of like two questions there. So it's like, yeah, where do you fall on you know, witchcraft and magic, and does it fall on like naturalistic terms or more supernatural terms? And then like I just brought up, like, you know, I heard you mention the clairvoyance. So like, could you just explain that a bit better, maybe?
Okay, so I'll talk about both of those things separately, I guess. So in my belief and practices, there are two types of quote unquote magic. There's white and there's black. Wiccan only practice white magic. And when we say white magic, I guess what I want to say is this, first of all. I practice the old religion. And the old religion is the oldest religion known to man. Cavemans practiced it. And when the Catholic Church came into being, a lot of what they did in their ceremonies and the incense and the altar and all of that, they took from the old religion so they could get people to actually join the Catholic Church. But and they and a lot of people that they called witches at the time were midwives and and like community healers and people who used like natural herbs and natural remedies as healers. That's who they called witches. So as far as white magic goes, do we make love potions and crap like that? Absolutely not. White magic is all about energy. That's what magic is. And it's about the concentration of energy and where you can focus it. Black magic is like voodoo and like stuff like that. Like it is, our creed is in it harm none, like do what thy will, which is basically like, if you're not hurting yourself or anybody else, then there you go, girlfriend. Like, hey, oh, wait, I got to show you. I need some better light. What is going on here? Hold on. Let me see.
Oh, that's dope.
Thank you.
That's rad.
So basically, that's the thing on magic. Like, you really have to. It's a really complicated question as far as magic goes, and I don't know. That's the best kind of explanation that I can give you as far as magic, unless we got into a really in-depth conversation. Now, as far as the paranormal goes, and as far as like mediums and clairvoyance and stuff like that, there is a spirit realm, like it. Okay. Do I believe that there are people who, like true clairvoyants and mediums, who can contact people who are in, okay, so like in limbo, like we believe that there's this realm, and then there's like a limbo, you know, and then you can kind of reach enlightenment to, you know, and enlightenment, almost like if you look at the Eastern religions. But we also believe in reincarnation, which means that we will continue to come back here and learn whatever it is that we need to learn.
I'm on the fence about that. I like to think that, but I don't have, as like Christians say that they know for a fact they're going to go to heaven, or they know for a fact that we're going to go to hell. I say I believe that, but without like proof. I'm on the fence about the afterlife. So I would love to be able to
hell, which is my problem. I don't believe that there's a heaven and hell.
I don't either.
In the Christian sense of heaven and hell,
right?
I don't believe that,
that
there's a heaven and hell.
Yeah,
however, I do believe that there is true evil in this world.
Yeah,
I've seen it. I was in the military. I'm you know, 100% disabled veteran, and I've been to war. I was a career military, and so I have seen some of the most unbelievable atrocities that I can believe. I can't even believe a human could do to another human. So I do know that there is true evil in this world, but I also have seen I have also seen unbelievable good as well. But I also know that there are people possess sixth sense, and when your kids, your dogs, or whatever can sense it, and we all have the ability to develop it. Some people are more sensitive to it. We call them sensitives, you know, and then there are people who are just more naturally have that natural ability to be able to use it and aren't afraid to use it and develop it.
Now, can you see the private chat?
Hold on. I am in private chat.
Yeah. You gotta go feed your cats.
That's my email.
Oh, I was like, you need to go feed your cats.
No, they ate already. Yeah, they were starving to death. Well,
so I've got a few questions. And I'm not trying to go at you in any kind of way. I'm just interested. So one of the things you said is you practice the oldest religion. And I've heard that claim before, but I don't understand how anybody could possibly know that. Like, so we have, I mean, we have a certain amount of knowledge of history, but
right.
It kind of stops at a point, and there's this prehistory, and I don't like. So, as far as I know, like the first religion would have been like animism, worship of animals, and I guess that's a form of naturism in itself. But like,
right.
there's really no way to like practice like the oldest religion.
Okay.
We just really have no knowledge on it.
No. I didn't say the oldest religion. I said the old religion, which is what
our gods are the old gods. Compared
Right.
to Christianity, they're old.
Right.
The Christian God
I'm
is
not
relatively
talking
new.
about like I'm
So-
not talking about like Roman ethos or the Greek ethos
like the
or
Sumerian gods.
Yeah, I'm talking about what we call the
The
old
old ones.
religion, and the reason why we differentiate the old religion from the new Wicca or Wiccan is because when the craft came out in the 90s, now you got all these neo-Wiccans and all these bookshops and occult shops where you can actually go in there and buy a Book of Shadows, which is bullshit, because a Book of Shadows is something very personal, that a Wiccan, a practicer of Wicca, throughout his or her lifetime creates and writes by hand and puts their everything from cures to different plants that they, I mean, everything, their history goes into their Book of Shadows.
Mine's typed out and printed out because I like organization.
Right.
But it's the same thing. I'm still putting,
But you know what I mean? There's a difference.
Yes.
You can't go into a damn bookstore and buy a Book of
Buy
Shadows.
someone else's
That's
Book of
bullshit.
Shadows. Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way.
So that's the most sacred thing that any Wicca can own is their Book of Shadows.
You're technically supposed to be buried with it or pass it on to somebody else in the craft that you want to.
Their protege or whoever.
Your students or something, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So like,
I think we're still getting a playback.
I'm sorry. I had a. Let me turn this on.
Oh yeah.
Is that
I mean, it's bad. Yeah, and it wasn't that bad. Like we could still hear you fine and everything.
Okay, so I guess that's where I differentiate. Like I practice the old religion, and I'm guessing that Marty does as well. And the other difference is, for many years, we had to keep our religion a secret. Like we couldn't tell people like what it was, and now it's like everybody wants to be a Wiccan. The other thing that you said that was interesting is that like the oldest religion could be like the worship of the animals, worship of this or that. Wicca is an earthbound religion, and so that's another reason why, it's the old religion, I guess is what I'm trying to say. For me to try to explain all this in a very short
our pantheons are old in comparison to Christianity and like the Hindu pantheons. Like I work with the Celts, and that pantheon was around for a good minute before Christianity rolled in. So, but the Hindu pantheon was around before that. So, like our pantheons and even the Greeks, all those pantheons are real old. Christianity is pretty new compared to all those things. So when we say the old gods or the old religion, that's what we're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like gods that are old in comparison to Christianity.
Do you think?
Oh no, Pat's here is gonna make me look stupid.
Do you think that? So let's say what were they called? The Druids that made Stonehenge, right? Like, do you think, or like
Druids,
in Marty's case,
the Druids did not make Stonehenge.
Sorry, I don't mean to say like what I'm saying, or we'll use Marty. Like you say, you've got like a Celtic pantheon. Do you think like the Celtic of old would recognize you, Marty, or the religion that you practice as their own?
Like if I went back into it, back in the day to ancient times and like hung out with the Celts, we don't. I don't think there's like a.
Or in general, like people, like I don't know, like.
I can join in the practice with them, like if they're about to have a Sabbath or something like that. I can join into that with them because.
Would a general modern version, like, do you think it would line up with what they practice? I don't know. I'm truly asking. I'm not sure.
Oh, what is what I do now comparative to what they did then?
Yeah.
we modernized it a lot. Like there was a lot of animal sacrifice and stuff like that. I don't do that now, but they were they would, at least in my pantheon, the horn god would sacrifice himself at the first harvest which is the start of winter, because the people have to live, the people have to eat. So he would sacrifice himself to
I'm kind of glad Pat's here because he can. He would know more about this than he. But see, that's kind of like when I hear the old gods. I don't know, like just knowing what I know about like prehistory and some of the religions that might have been there. Yeah, like not only animal sacrifice but human sacrifice would have been involved, right?
Sure. I mean, probably. I know there was
not probably. Yes, the answer is yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but we don't do we don't do that now, clearly. But I think that's why some of that carried over from where the Christians are like, oh, they sacrifice babies and shit. Like, no, we don't do that now. Maybe they did that back in the day, but we don't do that now. So it's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think just I was trying to make that point with Jay earlier, and hopefully because it was an interesting conversation. Is a lot of the pagans I know have reconstructed their religion, right? So it's a reconstruction of it. They try to be as accurate as they can at certain as much as they can, but at the same time they understand that they have to modernize it because. For one, most of them are progressive people anyway. Their politics are lefty. But for two, the way it was practiced back then isn't going to fly in a modern world.
Yes, that is very true.
Yeah, something.
And
Yeah.
traditionally,
go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, Pat.
Ancient pagans were much more insular than many modern people think they are. Pagan, communities were ethnocentric for the most part. So, the Celts of one region didn't necessarily like the Celts of another region, and they did have religious traditions that varied. So, like we talk about Celtic religion, we're talking usually in regional specificity, like Celt-Iberian in Spain, Germano-Celtic for along the Rhine, things like that. In order to distinguish, they weren't all just one monolithic system. I mean, just the difference between the Celts in Cornwall versus the Celts in Wales had dissimilarities.
That's what that's my pantheon is the Welsh Celtic.
Who did we lose?
Who did we lose?
I always 420.
Oh,
come back if you can. 420. Yeah, see, and that that's my understanding, and I don't knock it. Like I said, to me, a lot of these traditions I can find to be very positive. All right, we're gonna try this, Wesley. Wesley, last time you came in, you started singing or some shit. Just we'll try this.
I see your title is something about witchcraft. Witchcraft doing something?
Yes, we are talking witchcraft right now, and I'd be interested to hear what you have to say, and I'd be interested to hear P-Town's take on it as well. I'd mentioned that to Marty before we started this. Like, I really hope some Christians will come in and try to crucify you.
Oh my goodness!
But I am really glad that you came in when you did, Pat, because that I don't want to, I think that some of these traditions, if reconstructed in a modern way, while I'm a naturalist, I'm not going to believe in any supernatural way. I don't really see any harm in them, and in fact, I'm going to support their right to exist and probably favor them compared to most religious doctrines I come across. But at the same time, I don't want to glorify a period of time where literally I think it could feed into the Christian narrative where when you speak about old religion or old gods, then Christians are going to be, aha, you were sacrificing babies,
Oh my goodness. Now, as far as paranormal goes, like when you watch all these shows with all these ghost hunters and things, I think a lot of that is bullshit. I'm gonna be honest about that. But as far as true mediums and clairvoyants, I think that they do exist. So there is kind of like a split in that. I don't know if I'm making that clear, but you see all these paranormal shows now and all these people going in and walking through houses and with their EDM, whatever it is, readers and stuff like that and stuff. A lot of those shows are crap. But you can't tell me that Tyler Henry isn't a clairvoyant medium.
I don't even know who that is.
You don't know who that is?
No. Is he on a ghost hunting show? Because if he is, I don't watch.
No.
So
literally a medium.
My personal opinion is I think human beings have the ability to make ourselves believe anything is real. And if we want to believe something is real, we're going to look for indications that it's real. And I think highly trained people that know how to manipulate people can utilize that to make people think and believe a thing that's not necessarily true. I mean, for me to actually believe that there's a spirit realm, I would need some physical evidence of such. And the only experiences I've ever had that would indicate any kind of spiritual realm came from using narcotics.
Well, that's cool. I mean, you're allowed to be a cynic. That's cool.
Oh, if I may say, what witchcraft is being sluggish with the Holy Spirit. That's what witchcraft is.
Being sluggish with the Holy Spirit. How so?
Yeah.
I don't think that Mel has mentioned the Holy Spirit once. I know Marty hasn't. I don't think the Holy Spirit really comes into play when it comes to their religious practices.
It doesn't at all.
An example, here's a few examples of that. Jesus heals 2 teeth in your mouth, and you say, not. Jesus appears to you and says, tell the vision. Tell the vision you shall heal without money. Tell the vision you shall not need the mark. No time to talk, Allah. You want war. And you say, not. Never happened. Didn't see it. That's what witchcraft is.
It's actually not that at all.
Almost every single war that's ever happened has been caused by religion. Organized religion.
Yeah, it's actually not any of that you just said, Wesley.
And I really laziness with the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, it's actually not
even
not lazy. That's perversion. Sluggish with the Holy Spirit. Sluggish can be like slugging someone. It can also be being slothful about it. Sure. So if you want to say lazy, okay, I'll agree with you about that.
What do you mean, like twisting it, or like I don't get? So do you think like witches are satanic, Wesley?
So do you mean like sluggish as in violent, or do you mean sluggish as in like slow or being lazy? I guess that's my problem. I don't understand the context in which you're using sluggish.
When Jesus appears to a person and says,
Jesus never appeared to me ever.
Well, then that's witchcraft, what you just said.
No, it's not, though.
Yeah, it is. According to Jesus, it is.
Yeah, but you're Jesus.
Maybe not according to man.
Where in the Bible? Where in the Bible does Jesus say that witchcraft is sluggish?
Yeah, I don't think I've read that.
Just a minute. I'm not going to give you that answer. Jesus, would you send?
Why don't you give me the answer? I know the Bible backwards and forwards.
Yeah, I'll do you one better. Jesus, would you send Ezekiel and Isaiah to those houses and have them read the scripture about how witchcraft is being sluggish with the Holy Spirit and tell them
but Jesus,
the exact...
Wesley, Jesus ain't going to do that.
An angel is going to appear to you of Jesus, and he's going to tell you the scripture exactly as it is written. And if you say it didn't happen, that's what witchcraft is. That's being sluggish with the Holy Spirit.
Let me give you
witchcraft ever.
Look, don't imagine that witches have some kind of supernatural ability to cause things to levitate or do magic potions.
Well, we don't.
Spells. They don't. It's a childish, immature, silly, little spoiled, pretend thing. This is what the whole worldly thing is.
Wesley, you're being extremely vague. They're exactly right in side chat. So when they say that they're witches, what do you think? Like, how are you associating the Holy Spirit with them? Are they brides of Satan? Is it Satan working through them? I mean, I'm trying to understand. You're saying sluggish, and nobody understands what you mean.
Yeah, we don't understand.
There are people that saw Jesus and heard Jesus say, "Tell the vision," and they deny it. Yeah, hey, how's it going? What's going on?
You can see me.
Ice cream for me? What do you want for it?
Leave it. Let him go now, because I want to hear what he's saying.
Well, I think he's.
I really need to.
I'm sorry. I thought he was like actually
Clear
talking to
and
somebody.
good. I just got myself a free ice cream bar from a neighbor.
Oh yeah, he was. I thought he was talking to somebody, so I muted you.
He was.
Baby, what are you doing?
This is odd. So please explain to me, because Mel is Wiccan. Mel has her own.
I'm not a witch. I'm a practicing Wiccan.
She's Wiccan. She has her own life philosophy. Marty, she's a Celtic pagan. She has her own life philosophy. They're probably very similar, and there's probably some differences there. Like, how do you, Wesley, when you hear witch, what comes to your mind?
Silly, childish nonsense.
I'm 52 years old.
I'm 45.
I've been practicing Wiccan for 30 years.
I've been practicing Minecraft for 15.
Well, you'd be interested in knowing that Stonehenge then was built by the Jews in Ireland, the first people to migrate there, and what it is a replica of a king named Zumtroll's crown.
Druids
he had
earlier.
a crown.
I said
and he had them build.
Pat,
and
who made Stonehenge?
Where did you get that information from?
King Zumtroll, a Jewish king that migrated with his tribe into Ireland. And he told his people to build Stonehenge. It's a monument to his crown.
Real quick,
This is good stuff.
Wesley, real quick.
Jesus, would you show everybody a vision of how I'm asking Jesus Christ, who said,
I know, that's why I think it's funny.
Show everybody on earth a vision of how Stonehenge was built by King Zumtroll, and how Jesus appeared and told him not to build it, and how he built it anyway. And then Jesus
The weed is really good in Michigan.
And destroyed it.
It's really good, man. It's fairly good where William said so.
By the way,
Wesley.
I'm wondering, can I smoke on this, or do I just have to continue to vape?
Now it's by Jesus Christ whom I ask
Thank
to
you.
show you this vision, not
I
by
need
any
to right
witch.
now.
Now, what can you now? What can you do other than deny?
Jesus, nobody.
That's what witchcraft is.
Nobody got a vision. Pat, but we have somebody here that knows history a little bit, and I already I stepped in there earlier just trying to make a vague example, and I said and I knew better, but I can't remember who made it. But Pat, I'm sure Pat knows who made Stonehenge.
Can I be introduced to Pat? Hi, Pat.
Hey, everybody. It was the late Neolithic people of basically what we call Britain today. I mean,
Yes, thank you.
It was a
Thank
tribe
you,
of Jews
Pat, I
that
know.
migrated into Ireland under a king's name, and his name was Zumtroll.
The Stonehenge is not in Ireland.
It's
Right.
in England.
But my
I know
proof has
because
just
my
been given
grandmother
directly
was
into
a
your
war bride
mind.
From
But
England.
it hasn't. Because if it
Your
did, I
proof-
would agree with you.
Your proof
Wesley.
is an imagination spoken on a YouTube toy.
Wesley.
My grandmother is from England.
doesn't matter.
Wesley.
He's never been there. He hasn't visited the site. I've been there half a dozen times.
Hold on, I want to address something Wesley just said. So Wesley, you said that your proof was directly downloaded into my mind, correct?
Yep.
Okay, then why don't I agree with you?
You're a witch. You lie, and you believe you're lying.
He's not.
All right.
Well, what am I lying about? That Stonehenge is
Oh,
not
you're going to
in
lie to no
Ireland?
end. You're going to lie until
Stonehenge
you.
is not in Ireland. That's geographically not correct. So how is that a lie?
You're going to lie until you're branded with a barcode and
right.
fall dead in the street.
No disrespect.
That's the way you are. I don't know how. Why,
No, Wesley, that's not what I'm saying to you.
I don't want to know why you're a witch. It's
That's
not
not what I was
interesting.
asking you.
Can you please show
It's not interesting in any way. It's boring.
All right. So real quick, I gotta put
Ah,
you
did
back.
you kick him?
All right.
Oh, he went
So
backstage.
real quick,
All right.
I gotta say this. All right, just so everybody in the room know, and he left. I was gonna bring you back, but probably only for a minute. All right. So when it comes to Wesley, I mean, nobody's. I'm not a psychiatrist. We haven't seen things from a psychiatrist, but he does have mental issues. I was gonna take him out and bring him back in just so I could get like an edge in word wise, because Wesley, if you're still out there, you can come back. I wasn't kicking you out. I just want to slow your roll down a little bit, and I want other people to be able to speak. And I want us to try to speak coherently as much as we possibly can. I want us to be respectful with each other. I would also like to hear from P-Town. P-Town's probably could express his views on some of the things that he's been hearing since he's got here, because he's a Christian as well, and probably would have a more conventional, not whatever sluggish was type thing going on.
I didn't know what he was talking about.
But I only put you back there, Wesley, because I was trying to get in to kind of interject there for a minute, and you just wouldn't let me do it. And so, if you want to come back, you can. Let's just try to have a coherent conversation, and then everybody in the room just kind of be aware that he's not, he's got issues. So
Okay.
if you do come back, Wesley, but P-Town, yeah, please enlighten us with your perspective so far.
It's just doctrines of demons and witchcraft 101. I mean, if I was to I'm not an expert, so I've experienced a little bit of it, witnessed.
Like what?
Well, for the viewers, if there are any left, there's a medium out there where there's disembodied spirits, and I don't know when they came about. I have speculation that it started Noah's flood for some reason. But there's disembodied spirits waiting to be tried at end times, and these disembodied spirits seek embodiment, and so they're trying to get inside people. I think, and I don't mean any offense by this, but I think I think it was why you couldn't straightforwardly answer the question about can someone else worship your deities,
What?
Well, here, let me I'm kind of getting off topic a little bit. They disembodied spirits, so they can embody somebody, but they can't embody multiple. This is my perception of it. You can have multiple demons, but one demon can't embody multiple people. And I'm just outlaying a summary of what I think is going on, how I've come to understand it. And typically you can't deny the power and the deity in Jesus Christ.
That's literally not what witchcraft is, or what made us practice or Wiccan, or that has nothing to do with it.
Can I say something real quick? So, are you saying that
we're possessed by demons? That's
the whole.
I'm less familiar about witchcraft.
I don't think he's talking about witchcraft, though. I think he's talking about, like what I said was limbo, like the spirit realm. And I think
Hi, Lisa.
What you're saying is these spirits, like in limbo, are you saying they're all demons?
Some of them aren't really. They're not really bad. Like as far as I would describe them as being demons, but the thought of not being in a body is torture to them, they'll do anything to stay in somebody. And they typically prey on people who are susceptible of. You have to invite them in. You have to do it willingly.
Where are all the angels at? Why do they suck so bad at beating demons?
Really?
I think I want to this real quick. Just to P-Town, like I don't.
Well, I mean that kind of sounds like a vampire. You got to invite them in before they can come in.
They can trick you. They can trick you though.
I don't think it's that they.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Need to be within somebody. Like, I don't know. My belief is that they have unfinished business, and that's why they can't move on. I don't think it's that they need to be in someone. I think they seek out sensitives or mediums to help them with their unfinished business, so that way they can move on to wherever it is that they need to go.
They'll say that kind of stuff to trick people and letting them stay. They'll
everything that's not Christian is demonic. Is that not correct, P-Town?
And it's a trick. It's a trap.
Yeah, I don't believe in any of that shit.
But is that correct, P-Town? Anything that's not, that you know for a fact did not come from your God, is automatically satanic and or demonic. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. So where are you getting that
How many deities do you worship, and what are their names, Marty?
Well, I don't give out their names because I took an oath when I was initiated into my coven back in Jersey about 15 odd years ago.
You don't give out their names?
No.
Yeah.
There's two. There's a male and there's a female.
Yes, but I don't tell what their names are because I'm not allowed to.
Is one of their names Legion?
Wait, guess, Knock. How did you guess?
Good one, Rage.
Yeah, I'm
But
not.
you know what?
When I took my
Textbook 101 demons.
No, it's not. Just because I can't say what their names are, because when I took my oath into my coven, I took an oath and I take that seriously. That doesn't mean that I can't say what their names are because the demon told me not to. No, I took an oath.
So,
and I followed to that oath. For the past 15 years, I've stuck to that.
Well, I mean, and I don't know.
And
You might want
covens
to.
are like that. Some covens are like that.
You might want to watch your step, P-Town, because God has like a real name that Jews aren't allowed to say. So,
I'm from Jersey, the freak. What do you hate? Don't hate on New Jersey.
You have to. I've done it before. You have to use the power of Jesus to get them to admit their names. Then you cast them out.
It's not that It's not that they don't admit their names. I can't tell people what their names are. I know what their names are. Their names are what their names are, but I can't tell you what their names are. How about this?
Let me retract. It would be Jesus doing it.
If you want to know, if you want to know who my deities are, go look up the Celtic pantheon, the Welsh Celtic pantheon. I can't.
Tomorrow you have a doctor's visit, but Jesus could help you far more than those doctors.
Really? Hold on
Wesley's
a minute.
back.
Hold
All right.
on. Everybody, nobody. This is now between me and P-Town. P-Town, I've had mental illness issues and been suicidal and depressed and anxiety and anxious since junior high. I'm 45. Why the fuck didn't you Jesus step in earlier? I had to go. I had to check myself into the ER in September because I was going to kill myself. Why didn't you Jesus step in then?
No, he did.
Marty, you're a very beautiful person and you have a kind heart.
I told the vision and asked him to heal.
You are. You're a beautiful person. You have a kind heart. And
What I
Jesus
don't like, Wesley, can you do me a favor?
I want to keep you here.
And you shall heal without money.
I want to.
Rage, can you get him? Can you let him go, Rage?
Just mute him. Yeah. I was trying to be nice to him.
I want you to be here, but I want you to be respectful. It's got to be a coherent conversation. You gotta let people speak.
Wesley,
man.
hang on.
So hang on.
P-Town, I've been going through this stuff since I was a child, and I just got on medication at the end of September. Why didn't your Jesus step in then?
I don't know why some people are susceptible, Marty. I don't know.
Susceptible to what?
But tomorrow you're going to be lowering your medication.
No,
I just want you to know
they're going to up my meds. I will almost guarantee you, or keep it on the same dose.
If you want these things to go away and truly do, you have to want them to go and ask Jesus to.
Your Jesus is not a cure for mental illness, P-Town. It's just not. You're just not. You can't tell people mentally ill with depression issues like me, don't take your meds. Your Jesus will cure you, because that's not how that works.
I never said that. I never said that.
You said that your Jesus will help me more than my doctors. You tell me how, because I've been dealing with this stuff since I was a kid. I as a matter of fact, a couple weeks ago, I actually sliced into my arm because I was angry and upset. Your Jesus didn't step in then. Your Jesus has not stepped in for me once.
Marty, you have a tremendous heart.
I
and
really
I can tell
do.
you're a good person.
I am.
And Jesus loves you and wants you.
Well, then if he wanted me, he should have stepped in when I was a kid. When I was
when
in
you come to him, he'll come extra closer. Why
do I have to seek somebody that wants me? You want me, you come to me.
Stop seeking those demons and come to Jesus.
I don't seek demons.
Ask him to get rid of them.
P-Town, I've prayed to your Jesus before. I've asked your Jesus to come to me, and he hasn't. There's a book called The Mists of Avalon, and there's a line from the movie. I don't remember if it's in the book because I haven't read it in a while. But when Cornwall is under attack, and Arthur, right before just after he's crowned king, before he's given Excalibur, he's crying out to Jesus Christ, crying out to the Christian God, help me, God help me, Jesus help me. Nobody answers. He calls to the goddess, and Vivienne, the lady of the lake, appears, and she literally says to him, you've called to the Christ and you've called to the goddess, and it's the goddess who answers and hands him Excalibur. So I've called to your Christ and I've called to the goddess, and the goddess answered and your Christ didn't. So he either didn't deem me worthy or he doesn't exist.
Jesus told you, tell the vision and you shall heal without money. And I told the vision and asked him to heal 2 teeth in your mouth, and it has been done. Tell the vision and he will give you the gift to heal. You don't want to do it that way.
Rage, I can't be associated with Wesley.
I'm sorry, Wesley. Just go. I'm
sorry for that.
No. I wanted to. Yeah, I don't want to add on to his problems and always deny him a place or a chance to speak, but it's just not coherent, Wesley. Come back when it's more coherent. All right, so I know Mel has her hands up. She wants to jump in. I know I've got something that I want to say about all of this myself, and I would like to give P-Town maybe a chance to explain himself better, because I think we've come to a dark place. But yeah, Mel, you've had your hand up real quick, so jump in.
Marty, sweetie, like when I left, I was career military, but I deployed 6 times, and the last time I deployed, my Humvee hit an IED, and I was the only one who survived. And I had horrible survivor skills, and I also almost died. But I want to tell you this. When I came back, I went back to grad school. I'm a psychologist now, and I work mostly with combat vets who have PTSD and stuff like that. But I want to tell you that I worked in an IMHU, and I want to tell you that I love you, girl. Like, you're good enough, and you're beautiful, and you're intelligent, and like, you're gonna be okay, hon.
Yeah, I'm good now. I take medication that P-Town seems to think that it's going to be lowered. If anything, they're probably going to raise my dose. I can almost guarantee it.
I'm sorry. I thought you mentioned that.
That's okay. You know, that's okay. And sometimes, you know, you if you have a chemical imbalance or whatever it is, or you need mood stabilizers or whatever it is that they're giving you, I don't know what your mental health issues are, but that's okay. Like, you do you, and you do what you need to do for your own mental health and your own stability. And like, it's okay. And that's all I want to tell you. Like, because like, yeah. Okay.
You're the type of person that
like, I'm over here crying for you. Like, I'm like, you're gonna be all right, hon?
Thank you.
Wyatt, you're the type of person where when you're around people, they all love you and they all love being around you.
Yeah,
you have that sort of spirit.
I'm a great person. But what I want to say is, you're telling me that you were essentially telling me that Jesus is going to take care of my mental health. I've been telling you that I've had these issues since childhood, and not once did Jesus step in. When I called to the Christ did not answer me. So when I called to the goddess, she did. So your Christ either A, doesn't deem me worthy, or B, doesn't exist.
Well, yeah,
I'm a wonderful person, P-Town. I'll give someone the shirt off my back. I'm a great person. I have a great personality.
If you live near Washington, you just give me a call.
I live in Georgia.
Yeah, too far away.
I'd like to give you a chance.
P-Town, there's my email on this private chat. You can email if you want to.
P-Town,
okay.
Let me jump in here real quick, because I'd like to, for one, I really want you to kind of expand on what you're saying. Because I just tell you, you really need to take a trip to the cemeteries in Idaho of the children whose parents thought that Jesus was going to heal their children, and they died of leukemia. They died of diabetes.
The beginning of my speech that I was talking about, atheist.
There was a child that died recently in Australia. That child's parents thought Jesus was going to heal her of her type 1 diabetes, so they stopped giving her insulin. It's very dangerous.
You're overgeneralizing.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I want you to explain. I want you to explain, yo. Explain yourself.
Well, I mean, you're overgeneralizing extreme religion and the truth. I mean, there's a difference.
I mean, you said Jesus would heal these things, that you don't need to. I mean, all you need is Jesus.
Look, I don't know everything. I'm not
Jesus
an
will not
expert, but
heal.
what I've
My daughter's type 1 diabetes. Jesus ain't gonna heal that.
I'm type 1 diabetes.
Insulin heals that, right? Like she can't produce insulin. She needs insulin.
I'm
Trust
not
me, I take
anti-medication.
insulin like 7 times a day.
Well, Marty knows what I'm talking about.
No, I
But if
don't,
you,
because essentially you're trying to tell me that Jesus is the one who's going to help me with my mental health, and he's never stepped in once since junior high.
I'm just maybe you're not aware that this is a very dangerous ideology.
Yeah, because if you're telling people they don't need the mental health professionals, they just need Jesus,
never said that.
then explain yourself. I'm
Never
a good
said
person,
that.
Pete Town, but when mental health care is up as a topic, which I don't mind talking about. I mean, I don't have syphilis. I have mental health issues. I don't mind talking about my mental health issues. So when that comes up and Jesus is all you need comes up, no, I take not offense, but I take issue with that. So I'm gonna let you explain what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, what does Jesus help? I don't get it.
My guess would be that you have the type of personality that would let disembodied spirits in, and Jesus Christ can expel those.
Me?
So is that why? What do the disembodied spirits do, Pete Town? Is that where my mental health issues come from, or is that why I practice the craft, or both?
Were you talking to Marty or me?
I'm not.
He's talking to me. Puppy.
This
You
is
talking to
Asking
me,
me?
Pete Town. Yeah. Who are you
Okay.
talking to with that statement? Me or not?
Sorry, I struggle to hear when there's multiple people.
Got it.
No, I mean from my experience, minimal experience, that they're I don't like talking about this stuff, but it seems to come up a lot when I'm on these streams, so I figured I'd call it anyway. But yeah, I mean, I think that there's a correlation between being in having these disembodied spirits and letting them in, and it just seems like that's what's going on. I mean, have you asked for these deities?
To do what? For their help? Yeah, because if I didn't ask for their help, I probably wouldn't be here.
Right. Well, when you're ready, Jesus will knock those out.
Do you ask your deity for help?
To get rid of what, P-Town? Are you saying that are you really saying that my deities are disembodied spirits that are possibly causing my mental health issue? Bitch, I've had mental health issues since junior high. I didn't start practicing the craft until I was 30. I'm 45.
I fully embrace my inner
That's
demons.
typically it happens at a young age, unfortunately.
Why, when I called, because I looked into Christianity. Why, when I called in desperation to your Jesus, did he not show up?
And I'm interested. Like, why do you think this? Like, what in your experience in this reality would indicate that A, demons are real, or B, that they can enter you, or like, do you honestly think that we're all just like, opening the door and saying, "Come on in, Beelzebub"? Like,
I don't understand what you're saying.
Happening.
What are you saying, that disembodied spirits are the cause of mental health issues? So when I was like 12, 13, 14, and I would cut myself once in a while, or when I was like 15 or 16, I would, I had to go to the counselor because I tried to slit my wrists at a party one night and my boyfriend caught me. Are you saying to me that when I was a little kid, or when I was whatever age, that disembodied spirits came into my body and that's what caused me to do those things?
No.
Okay, then explain.
This communication that you're having with these deities and inviting them in
you're saying my gods are disembodied spirits. The gods that I revere, they're not disembodied spirits, P-Town. They're just not.
I would disagree.
I know you would disagree, but I'm telling you they're not.
Wait. Disembodied spirits, demons, right? Go ahead.
I think so, yeah.
Go ahead, Mel.
Hey, P-Town, can we
Mel.
talk the mental health thing for a minute? Because I have a question for you.
About mental health stuff? Sorry, I struggle with the echoes.
I don't know where the echo is coming from me.
I'm not hearing echo.
I actually, when I was young, I went to a doctor for it because I always got in trouble in the gym class because of the echoes, because I can't differentiate sounds. Anyway, It turns out it's a brain problem, not an ear problem. Just something I deal with. Go ahead, Mel.
So this is not about mental health. It's about your belief system, and I just want to ask you a couple questions. So when I was deployed overseas, right? First of all, the kids used to run up to our Humvees and we would throw them chocolates and stuff like that. And when they realized that, they started putting like bombs in the kids' backpacks. So we stopped giving them candies and stuff like that. And so then they started sending kids and women with that were injured to the gates of our compounds because they knew we were sympathetic enough to let them come in and take care of them, but they put bombs in them and then people were killed inside our gates. So then they said we wouldn't help people like that anymore. So then these MFs, I can't even call them people, they would cut their live babies open, insert a bomb inside their baby,
Oh dear.
throw it back up, and bring these babies to us saying they were injured, the mothers saying they were sick, saying they were whatever. And they would blow up our hospitals. Now, that's just telling you some of the atrocities and true evil, right? True evil.
Right.
Now, no, it's not going to be bad, Patrick. I just have a simple question. My question is, do you think that God and the devil allow things to happen to keep a balance on earth? Do you think God actually allows things like that to happen and that the devil does things like that and God allows him to do things like that and God performs his little miracles and allows people to live to keep a balance here on earth? That's why babies die. That's why, you know, she has her mental health issues. That's why I have cancer. Why are these things happening? Is it a check and balance game?
I don't have all the answers, but I understand. I still struggle with that too. I mean, why would, an all-loving God make evil as well? All I can tell from the Bible is that God does separate himself from bad things, even though he says he makes evil. That's why there's a Satan that kind of does this thing. And I can't.
So do these
Oh,
demons
but
run?
he was a fallen angel. He was God's most loved and
Well, yeah, that's the point of it. Are these demons going unfettered? Like, is there no pushback? Is there no balance? Is there a third of the heavenly host followed the morning star, right, and fell and was part of the fall. He was able to convert a third of the heavenly hosts and make those angels believe that God was not only worthy of worship, but he was a slave master and needed to be rebelled against, right? So a third of the heavenly host, but that still leaves 2/3, right? So is there no pushback from the angels? Is there no spiritual warfare? Is it just free reign, right? Like, where are the angels? Is there some kind of balance? I mean, how do you see the world? Is this all just Satan running rampant and his demons running unfettered, or what?
That's what I'm asking. Is there a check and balance system, or is like just Satan going crazy and God?
I'm not an expert, but I think that there can be some battles, but this is another realm that we're not aware of, I guess. So I kind of sometimes I'll call on Jesus when I'm dealing with demons, or I'll call on angels, but it seems kind of weird to me too. I mean, because I think that they might. Like one time I asked for angels to come to protect and have a perimeter around the house.
I was long.
But I don't know. It's again, I feel weird, but that's just being honest. Like I did that once.
How do you think it was possible for Satan to come to the conclusion in the presence of God that God was evil?
I don't know if that's true.
How is that a possible thing? I mean, he had to
don't
consider
know.
God evil if he waged a war against him. You don't like
I
wage war
don't
against
think
things that you
so.
think are cool.
Didn't he want to be higher than God? Didn't he want to become God?
Well, I mean, that would be the justification. But either way, like he was able to actually rebel. How is that even possible with the being such as God? If you're
But Mel,
if you're like in his presence.
So Mel, let me get back to what you were asking me.
Oh yeah. All right.
Sometimes I'll call
I get
into.
it. Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't have the answers to your
I
giant
know you don't.
philosophical questions.
Okay, but go ahead.
But I wanted to finish because I can't remember everything. But Mel, what's recently done because I've been calling in on Iwa Dawa's channel, his Muslim channel, and I haven't studied the Quran. But I finally, last time I went to the show, I kind of realized that this religion seems to be kind of anti-Christian in nature. For the first time, I realized that. Of course, I haven't studied the Quran. Just the whole idea of denying the deity of Christ, but also that Jesus was born of a virgin, but didn't actually die, but was raptured and is coming back, but to destroy the cross. The whole thing just seems anti-Jesus and the truth. And I think that whatever happened with those poor babies over there and all that, I do think that there's a huge role to be played by the enemy.
I know, and if anybody else would like to pipe in, please do. I'd like to hear from everybody. I'm gonna actually.
I didn't mean to drop you off, but I didn't mean to throw you aside. By the way, Rage, I'm sorry.
Oh no,
I didn't mean to.
Dude. I'm glad you're here, man. Like, hey, you got balls. I mean, you come in and you talk and you let us go. You let us ask the hard questions. That's really all I can ask for.
I do have to leave in a minute, though. About 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, I'm
radical.
Once I'm in the mix, I'm just like I can't end it. But I am gonna mute and I'm gonna go refill because I'm drinking coffee to stay up late and all that good shit. So I'll be right back.
Well, the people over there who were over there that did those types of things are fanatics. I mean, they're not peace-loving Muslims. Like there are Muslims in this world who study the Quran, who are
and they take it literally, and there are great Muslims. Yeah, I'm friends with many of them.
Do you take the Bible literally, Peter?
But I do take the Bible literally. Yes.
So you're wrong. You're right, and they're wrong.
Testament. You take the Old Testament literally just as much as the New.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so let's. Do you have kids, P-Town? You married?
So you beat your wife?
I do.
Okay.
Of course not.
If your kid is disrespectful, if your kid is disrespectful, do you take them to the town hall and have them stoned to death for being disrespectful, like it says in the Bible to do?
No, I don't think so.
Well, then you don't take the Bible literally, then.
That's what I'm saying. Like there are things.
I think that's a mischaracterization of what the
It's
Bible
literally not. It literally says to do that. It gives the instructions on how to do that. That's not a mischaracterization. That's what it says to do. So if you're not doing that, then you don't take the Bible literally. You just take the parts of the Bible you like. Go ahead, man.
I'm sorry, Marty.
I'm sorry. I have a hard time with the Old Testament thinking that Ruth was how old when she had. I mean.
Well, I always ask this question.
How old was Ruth when what? Sorry.
I always ask this question of anybody who takes the Old Testament literally. Do you eat shrimp? Do you eat crab? Do you eat lobster?
Well, that stuff changed, though.
Yeah, it changed. Because Jesus came back and said no. In Matthew, he didn't say no, the Old Testament laws still apply. He didn't say that, did he?
No, but Paul talks about it. I don't, off the top of my head.
I don't care about what Paul said. This is what Jesus said.
Don't worry about what Paul says.
Well, I'm saying I can't off the top of my head say I know what Jesus said about lobster. I'm sorry.
He said shellfish.
Shellfish.
He said shellfish. All the old laws from the Old Testament apply. Still, I did not come to break the law. I came to reinforce the law.
Fulfill it. Yeah. Thanks, AJ.
Yeah, exactly. And it scared the crap out of them. They had just as much to do with his death is.
Hey.
My problem with it is that the Bible is
And
written.
nobody else heard me. Y'all heard me, but the audience didn't hear me. Sorry about that.
No, fair.
I don't understand why I can't see the comments of the people. I can only see the comments of you.
Oh,
guys.
it's I'm running through OBS. The StreamYard isn't live.
Okay.
Yeah, if I just ran StreamYard, I could like highlight comments, but I like my OBS. I can do things.
You can.
Well, that's what I like about Revelation stock. It was basically dude ate a bunch of mushrooms and took a nap and had this dream, and that was Revelations.
Puppy.
That's my baby.
Yeah, when I go at AFK, I forget to hit that other mute button. So like I was saying a lot of shit there that the audience had no perspective of what I was saying.
Well, I couldn't call you not because I'm here.
Yeah, usually Marty calls me and lets me know when that happens.
No one was listening anyway, Knock. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
Hey, Marty, do you suffer with depression too? Then still?
Yeah, since I was a kid.
Okay.
My parents split up when I was like, my biological mother split when I was 4, and my dad was
Right.
Emotionally abusive to me. So yeah, that probably helped in making me depressed.
You know, like plenty of Christians suffer from depression.
Yeah.
So, Rage, when you always accuse me of not being an atheist, and I try to answer honestly, when I refer to that speech, it's just a quick summary of it. But my intro to it was about a 12-year-old always praying to God and him not answering and putting a gun to his head and pulling the trigger. And that's a summary of my beginning of it that I snagged everyone's attention with. So I struggle with depression, and I think they first put me on drugs when I was 12. So schizophrenia, bipolar, mania. It runs in my family. It's hereditary from. I only know as far as my grandma's from my mom. When I'm referencing demons, my experience with my mom. So, anyway, so I was gifted with this hereditary thing.
No, yeah, and
I don't.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but I remember our last conversation, and you talked, and I took issue with those demons or whatever. I get all of that, and I understand. My point is not like so. I just don't think you understand really. Atheism is a philosophical position. So you could have been, you could have been depressed. You could have been having a crisis of faith, but you was relatively, and I think you've admitted this, raised in a Christian home. You had this period where
I was not raised in a Christian home. I was not.
I thought you said that you were.
No, I was not. Yeah.
You said your mom, like, I don't know. It was weird. I'm pretty sure you said.
Well, my mom, when my mom's, when my first memory, which could be, memories aren't accurate, but my first memory that I think was accurate. She's telling me that she thought she could fly and how she saw angels, and we were upstairs, and she was looking out the window, and she was gonna jump out the window, but luckily my dad locked the window. And then I saw my little 2-year-old. Like the point is.
Well, but that's a Christian world.
I wasn't
like if she's seeing angels. Yeah, I'm not taking away from her mental illness there, but she's definitely referencing a form of Christianity there. You was definitely getting that worldview instilled to you, probably in the worst way.
Right. So I grew up in a family where we were kind of anti not going to church because of my mom's condition. Was a large part of it. It still is, unfortunately, that way today with my parents.
But she's not inflicted with demons, P-Town.
Yeah,
anyway, I speak from what I experienced.
She's been diagnosed with schizophrenia. You call it demons because some lights flickered and doorbells rang. Like it still hasn't. Like I don't see. Like I tried to ask you this earlier. Like what in your reality makes you think that this shit is real outside of. You thought you had this supernatural experience when plenty of natural explanations would cover it, and you haven't really seen any of these demons. Like you're making associations that we have pointed out can be quite dangerous. Like people take this to the extreme, and children die, and people die from it. This can be like
you're overgeneralizing again.
I'm not overgeneralizing. I'm stating a reality of fact.
Yeah, have you not heard of Jehovah's Witnesses? They don't take their kids to the doctor.
Yeah.
They don't get blood transfusions.
Yeah, but that's
what their religion said.
Those are Christian scientists that do that.
Well, both. They
So
both.
are you still struggling with depression then tomorrow? Is that partly what you're going into the doctor for?
The whole
Yeah,
depression
I
thing.
have.
Right.
I have a. I have a. I don't care. I don't mind talking about my mental health. Like I said, it's not syphilis. It's just mental health. Yeah, I have a. I don't have to go to the doctor. I have a 10 a.m. phone call, and you know, she's gonna ask me about, you know, how you feeling with your meds, blah blah blah, and I'm probably gonna tell her we need to kick that Paxil dose up because I stopped feeling the effects of it a couple days to a week ago. I metabolize medicines fast, so that we just kicked it up on our last appointment 4 weeks ago. We might have to kick it up a little bit. And on our last appointment, she gave me a low dose of like the generic Filabilify to take at night. So I take
help you sleep?
hydroxyzine. Huh?
Okay.
Well, the
Is that wants to
hydroxyzine
help you
helps me
sleep?
sleep,
Yeah.
but I also have anxiety issues. I don't know if you've been noticing or not, but I've been chewing the crapola out of my hands. I've been doing that since elementary school. So I've had all these problems my whole life. There's mental illness that runs on both sides of my family, my biological mother and probably on my dad's side too. So are you telling me that my biological mother's side of the family, because she's real bipolar manic, and the people on my dad's side of the family were inflicted with demons and they pass that on to me? Or could it just be a genetic thing that maybe just happens sometimes? Because my sister only didn't get depression issues until she started working for Dispatch. She's like a manager for Dispatch for the county in Georgia we live in. She didn't start having those issues until like about 5 or so years in her job. So maybe sometimes it hits somebody and sometimes it doesn't.
I don't associate those things with demons. I think
Okay.
I don't want to. I'm just, you know, I'm on here. I came on mostly for you, Marty, because I have seen where it can go if it's dangerous and you're susceptible, just because you have this sweet personality, and inviting those things in can lead to something.
But I'm not inviting demons in. It's not what you. It's not that.
She didn't really.
And again, it's more just a warning for you. It's not. I'm not.
She didn't
you.
really talk about any of that stuff until well after you came on. You was quiet for a really long time. Like, you know, like I would have to say you probably came on because she was talking about being a witch, right? Because I mean, when you came on,
I think I missed the witch part. I don't remember.
Well,
I don't really know what.
I've been a practicing witch for the past 15 years.
You know, I don't know much about that, other than I know that it's real.
Well, I know enough to tell you that we're not inflicted with demons.
In my experience, no court in the United States has ever accepted the plea "the devil made me do it" or "demons made me do it" and found someone innocent. So as much as there's still these declarative statements, no one's ever positively demonstrated that anything other than mental illness or criminal intent have caused anybody to do anything that they weren't willing to do.
Yes, Patrick, I agree.
We would all agree there's a correlation, though.
What correlation?
Well, so the difference. So a lot of people will say it's religion. They'll blame religion. Just as my mom is a prime example, right? And I can see it when I was an atheist looking outside and looking in, and now I have a Christian perspective and have experienced different things. So we agree that there's a correlation. It's just we partially disagree on the causation. I think that there are actual demons and there is a spirit world and there are disembodied spirits that influence people's behaviors. I mean, almost Pat was referring to it.
I don't see it.
Can I ask you, like, you're Christian, but can I ask you what denomination you are?
I don't really have one.
So you don't have one that's actually supporting your ideas about things. You're just kind of.
I read the King James, but I go to the Greek and the Hebrew, and I don't. I'm a little anti-religion.
Can you read the ancient Greek and ancient Hebrew, or is it modern?
No, but the technology that we have, the technology we have access to is pretty good, though.
Actually,
so a lot of this stuff is just stuff that you're kind of formulating on your own.
Yeah, and Pat can speak on this.
And actually, it's worse to do what's known as a word study fallacy. Yeah. It's better to use good English translations rather than going into Strong's, for example, and not knowing how root words are actually conjugated, and then trying to do your own word study because you make more mistakes. I mean, again, this is something even like Bible Study Magazine, which is a Christian magazine, they about every year they publish an editorial on do not conduct word study fallacies because they lead to bad exegesis of the text and into not. I mean, the worst thing you can do is try to get a dictionary in a language you don't understand and try to
Right.
figure stuff out. And that's what happens every time someone goes into Strong's or one of these other concordances, because you it's almost like you force yourself into Dunning-Kruger. It's amazing that people say this is what I do, and they think they're actually accomplishing something, and if anything, they're digging themselves a deeper hole.
Yeah, you see some crazy viewpoints. I don't know.
You know what I don't see people doing, P-Town? I don't see people taking like an entire year of biblical Hebrew.
Yeah.
Unless you're Dr. Josh.
Well, the Hebrew language is quite fascinating to me. I'm not gonna go and learn Hebrew, but just the way that how it's poetic, how it's quite the opposite of Greek in a way.
And that's what Pat's saying, though. If you're not going to go and learn Hebrew, then it's better to just use a modern English translation. That's what Pat is telling you.
I mean, I've been doing it a while. I'll go and I'll look at a bunch of different English translations, and it is important though to go look at the original Hebrew, and I also use the Paleo Hebrew too. A lot of the letters if you understand what the letters mean, you can in a way grasp the concept of what a word means. But the point is it's not.
Wait. You studied Paleo Hebrew?
I like to, yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Why does it sound like what you're doing is a lot like WebMD?
This is like.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that wasn't meant to be disrespectful. But honestly, if you want to study a religion and really understand it, you can't do it on your own in several different languages.
Oh no, I have teachers that I reference. I learn from a lot of other people. But Marty, anyway, what I wanted to say was there's something that happened that was special that happened to me this year, and it's the first time I haven't been depressed. I was on a trip, and not in some. I'm about spiritual as a rock, so but in the barest sense, God did tell me something this year, and He said, I didn't make you to be happy. So this is a real short summary of it. But anyway, ever since He told me that,
you talked to God.
Let me just finish.
You talked to
No,
God?
He didn't talk to me directly like that, but He told me, Patrick, dummy, like I didn't make you to be happy, and I haven't been depressed since. Like that, like I was like, oh, that makes sense. Like something about comparing it all the time and having to feel like, oh, am I happy or like. It just I haven't been depressed since. It's been like 5 months now.
Happy and depressed are not this. Happy is not the opposite of depressed. Happy is the opposite of sad, and sad and depressed are two different things.
Right.
But anyway, you
watch a sad movie that makes you sad. Your everyday life makes you depressed. There's a big difference.
Well, the type of depression that I had was like probably the worst thing in the world. This was, when I was younger, but it had absolutely nothing to do with not nothing, but it wasn't situational, so
I doubt it was probably the worst thing in the world.
So
sometimes in a sense though, I mean, if you have a great life and you're still really not well, in that sense, it was the worst thing in the world.
Sure.
Because and then so I'll go through long spells. So I could see it coming because once I got good at it, I could see it coming. So it's like big waves, right? And the worst part for me is when I see it coming, like, oh no, I'm going down. So it wasn't when I was rock bottom for me because of my personality. I can kind of strive through things. So it wasn't when I was the most depressed when it was the worst. It was when I was coming down because I knew where I was going. And anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. That's what happened to me this year.
Okay. Well, my medication helps me, and without it, if I didn't check myself into the hospital, I probably wouldn't be here. Actually, I can guarantee you for a fact I wouldn't have been here.
So, did you let the demons in?
Me? I must have.
No, P-Town.
Oh.
I wasn't saying demons are connected to depression.
Okay, I hope not, because there are a lot of people that think
Wait,
that.
I thought you just said that a few minutes ago.
Now
No, I
I'm
didn't.
completely lost.
I didn't say these things. You guys say I say a lot of things.
No. It's gaslighting. You didn't say none of this shit like a half hour ago.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
the hell you didn't.
You're pulling a William Freeman here. You know, like, I love women. What are you talking about? I never said that shit.
Oh my
or
God.
a Jill,
I heard from
or
him.
a Beckel, or somebody.
Or Jill. I love women.
Rex, where are you from?
The mountains. Why?
You sound like you're from the fucking mountains. What mountain? Jesus.
Clockwork gets this every time.
Oh.
I'm just wondering,
I've
like,
got
you sound
before.
southern
Yeah.
as hell, man.
Yeah, he's southern.
He's southern.
When you're talking about them hill people, there you are.
Actually, he's a northerner in witness protection. He just won't actually admit it.
Oh,
I don't know. I put people in witness protection and
doxed.
Well, I might as well be in witness protection because I live in the middle of fucking nowhere. So
I've been watching The Sopranos, you fucking rat.
I thought that was in Jersey and not Rhode Island. But
No,
I
it's in
could
New
be
Jersey.
That was New Jersey, but she was saying Rhode Island is like The Sopranos.
it really
Okay,
is.
fair
Like,
enough,
it's not
fair
New
enough.
York. Like, live in Providence, Rhode Island, and everybody talks like the Sopranos.
Fucking
Oh, have you ever been to the Pine Barren?
To where?
The Pine Barren.
Yes, dude. I'm from New Jersey, so I've been through the Pine Barrens. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm familiar with the legend of the Jersey Devil. I did a book report about it in like 6th grade. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Sadly, New Jersey is not a place I've been. I've lived in 26 states, and New Jersey is not one of them.
I miss home. I really need to go home. Knock, I have to get out of here because it's midnight and I got stuff to do before I go to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna be shutting it down before too long. I gotta go to bed. Staying up to 4 o'clock doing this shit is definitely not a good idea.
It's detrimental to your
I
health.
gotta.
that's for
Well, I
sure.
got a question though before you take off. Like,
Me?
I have. Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I have a podcast, and I would really love if you would bless me with being on my podcast.
Sure. Take my email from this private chat over here, and you can email me anytime you want to.
Awesome. Thank you
You
so
see
much.
you see where it says under BRB, gotta feed my cats?
I got you. Like, you're way up at the top.
Yeah, yeah. And
I have to
P-Town,
go.
same for you if you want to email me as well.
Okay. I gotta go too.
All right. The
Have a
force be
good
with
night.
you,
Happy
P-Town.
New Year, everybody.
Hey, you too, huh?
Yeah, thanks for
Happy
coming
New
in,
Year.
P-Town.
Bless.
As always, you're always welcome. I love these conversations, and I love people that are willing to be honest. So I appreciate it.
I'll try my best. See you guys. Thanks.
Later. Yeah, email me and I'll we'll set a time up.
Awesome.
So, are you on the East Coast? Yeah, you're on the East Coast, right? You said you're where?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm right now putting your email in my notes. Let me get back.
Jersey. She said she was from Jersey.
I'm from Jersey, but I live in Georgia.
She got chased out by the Jersey Devil.
I really did.
I'm actually in northern New York, like
Oh, okay.
22 miles from the Canadian border, thanks to the Army. But
Oh, wow. Okay.
originally from Boston, but have lived everywhere, mostly in Europe and other places. So
Cool.
Oh yeah, I was in the Army too, and I've been almost all the way around the world,
yeah, me too. Me too.
and it kind of fucking sucked. I'm just saying.
Well, I joined in '97, so I joined during peacetime. Well, kind of. Like, then Bosnia and Kosovo kicked off, and then everything else went to shit. But I love
Oh yeah,
the Army.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I love being in the Army. It was
with America, peacetime isn't really peacetime anymore.
no, not really.
No, but it was. I gotta tell you, Germany was the best time of my life. It was when I came back to the States that it sucked.
Oh, I went to England and then I went to Scotland so I could have some like real haggis.
Oh my
And
God.
that
Why
shit
would
was
you do
delicious.
that? Why would you do
It
that?
was delicious.
Okay, now I know you're from the hills.
All right, you guys.
Well,
I have to
and
get
then I
in
went
here.
to Germany
Good
too
to
for a
talk to
while.
all of you. Mel, yeah, definitely email me. I'll totally jump on your podcast.
Yeah.
Knock, if you want to do a part 2, same thing. Let me know. We'll do
yeah,
a part 2.
yeah. Thanks for coming on, Marty. This was
You
awesome.
got it.
So,
All right. Bye,
Yeah,
you
take
guys.
care,
It's
Marty.
good to meet everybody else and good to see everybody I haven't seen in a minute.
Hey, Marty. Take
Have
care.
a good night.
Good
It
night.
was great meeting you.
You too. Have a good night, you guys.
Well, I came in to pimp my podcast when you guys were talking about nerdy stuff, and you like stole all my thunder, so I just said,
I didn't even hear you all night. Actually, I'd love to have any of you on my podcast. Like, this has been an awesome conversation.
nice. No, thanks. No, I don't.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't talk much. I use the 3 portals, so if it's not
Well, yeah. I mean, I shut
truthful,
up.
if it's not necessary, and if it's not kind, I don't say anything. But you should let that Wesley guy go on, man. That was just that was some good stuff.
I just couldn't. I couldn't. take them.
Sometimes Wesley is coherent, and you can have a conversation with him, and
Right.
a lot of times he's not. And when he's going on about like, I'm going to give you, I'm praying for Jesus to come to you, but the tooth thing especially, it's like, nope. All right, he's talking about the tooth. It's time to go.
What?
I just think that some of the things he was saying was really disrespectful.
No.
And if you can't, and I can't be disrespectful back to him, I just can't, because I knew that he wasn't okay.
Yeah, he comes from, I don't know. It's like the tooth thing is like this. He's wishing cyanide in your mouth, and he wants.
Oh, is that what it is? That's the tooth?
It's weird,
Oh, wow.
man. I don't understand all of it.
Oh, well, I think that was from Dune when Duke
The tooth.
Leto
The
bit
tooth.
his tooth. Yeah, and spit the poison in the guy's mouth.
Yeah, Duke Leto and Baron Harkonnen.
Baron Harkonnen.
Yeah, Baron Harkonnen.
My lord.
Part 2 is gonna be so awesome. I can't wait.
So we did a.
I'm waiting. I'm sitting here waiting, and I'm like, when is it going to come out? 2014.
I think they
Yeah.
did. Part
Well,
one was as good as they could have done with the content.
Yeah,
Oh,
now,
sure.
now David, oh my gosh, David Lynch is talking about he wants to redo. He wants another swing.
Oh.
I just want to tell you that a friend of mine actually told me about your channel.
Oh, thank
And
you. That's awesome.
yeah, so that's how I found out about you. And I was like, that's why I had him on the phone on the side. And he's like, you gotta, like, this guy is awesome. He's right up your alley. It's like, it's the greatest thing. And then when I came on and I saw what the title was, I was like, I got to get on here. And he's like, we're on the phone. I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to.
It's kind of like a mock title because Christians are once again saying like witchcraft is the most dangerous threat to America. There's like these cycles of Christian hate towards witches and pagans and heathens alike.
And heavy metal music and Dungeons and Dragons and anything that they don't
Oh
like.
my God, I played Dungeons and Dragons forever when I was younger.
Oh, yeah. Well, I still do.
That's what we did in our downtime. That's what we
right.
did in our downtime in the
That's
Army.
what the Marine Corps was the longest running D&D game I ever had, like 18 years.
If I go downstairs, I still have my box of all my stuff. Like, I even have all my old campaigns, all the original monster manuals and dungeons. I have everything.
Yeah, I think I still have some of my books. Like it was our, it's funny because now that I'm admitting this, Christians are gonna be like, that was it. It was Dungeons and Dragons that turned to Raging Atheist. But like, it was how we rebelled against our religious ass parents. They was like, don't play that demonic game, so we go play fucking in Dungeons and Dragons all weekend.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up that back in the day when, back in the 80s when it was in full swing, the church down the road, matter of fact, it's probably not too far, but where I'm at now, but they held a book burning back then, and they passed out at school for everybody to bring all their Dungeons and Dragons materials. And the pastor came in, and this is the school, let the pastor come in during lunch hour and give a sermon. This is during the 80s.
Dude, where did
fucking
you
Harrison.
Bible Belt? Like, I cannot.
No, this is right here in Michigan. This is right here in good old Battle Creek.
I grew up in the Bible Belt. Chris Myers, that's in my side chat every once in a while. He was my my dungeon master growing up. We would all go to Chris's house for the entire fucking weekend, 12 hours a day.
Yep.
Hardcore, right through the weekend.
That's what we did, yeah.
Use your character sheet as a pizza plate. That's how you knew you were true.
Yep.
That's how the devil got me.
He got all of us.
Goddamn demons. Goddamn demons. Well, wait, I used a lot of demons in my D&D camp.
Yeah, well, didn't we fight them? It's just like people talked about Sandy Peterson, the guy who made Call of Cthulhu. He made the video game Doom, and he's a member of the Mormon Church. And his elders dragged him in and said, "Did you make this game?" And he's like, "Yeah, but you kill demons." And they were like, "Really?" "Yeah, it's not. You don't worship demons. You kill them."
Oh my
goodness.
If there's one church that's got history of just being fucked up, it's the Mormon Church.
Yeah, he's a member.
I was researching. I never did a video on it. I meant to. John Hudson, who's in my chat, actually knew this guy. I can't remember his name off the bat, but he was like this. He was this historian dude that collected rare books, and he was well high up in the Mormon Church. Like he would find shit that Joseph Smith wrote or Joseph.
Oh my God!
But the entire fucking time he was forging everything.
Forging it all.
Oh,
and
God.
they found out, and he fucking bombed like 2 people and killed them.
Whoa.
Yeah. See, I'm a documentary freak, so especially when it comes to religions and stuff, I watched that entire thing. And he actually had a partner in crime in that too.
Yeah, it was fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
And like the church covered it up. Like the church would accept it as fucking doctrine, shit that he just made up. You know.
Well, you can't blame them. I mean, their whole religion's like that.
Thing of the gold plate of John, I was like, oh my goodness, this thing is
like there's this whole salmon doctrine, right? Like it was weird.
Right.
It's this really weird shit that just makes no fucking sense to begin with, but yet. You know, the church, you know, this is doctrine. Now God spoke to me and said it so.
Good Lord.
It's not funny because he did end up killing a couple people.
Yeah. Well,
there was a big money in that shit, in that fucking, like,
Yeah.
finding rare manuscript business.
He had a friend that owned an old bookstore, and he would go in there and take, like, the back page of an old book because it was the old paper, and that's how he would do it.
Yeah, he was pretty smart with that shit.
Man. Ugh.
Like John Hudson, that's in the side chat. He grew up in Salt Lake City. He said he knew the guy. We had a private conversation about it because he's on my Facebook and he saw that I was researching it because I was just like, man, this is fucking crazy.
Oh my God.
He's like, yeah, I knew that dude, man.
Oh jeez.
I don't know
That's
if you guys
crazy.
have seen that thing on Netflix about that one town where the priests were abusing all these kids and everything, and the nuns came up against them, and like it was just like mayhem, like on the nuns, like it came back on the nuns, and nothing happened to the priests. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, those indigenous children? Yeah.
Yeah, but the
No,
one
that's-
thing that blows me away about Catholicism is the fact that they, for the longest time, they would know one particular priest was abusing kids, and instead of punishing him, they would just transfer him to another place where he could just do it again, and then they'd transfer him again.
Yeah.
That happens ever.
Sadly, there's a very good chance they're going to be able to get their hands on Indian children again. It's going to be a fucking atrocity. We're going to find out in July.
Hopefully not, but you know, who knows what's going to happen?
When people ask me what my religion is, I say I'm a recovering Catholic.
Oh, on my dog tags in the Army, my religion said other.
That's what mine said. Yep, mine said
Oh,
other.
that's what mine said too. Is other.
We had to go to Tempe, Arizona, to the Satanic Temple, where Anton LaVey's daughter was the high priestess, and she had to sign that we were members of her church, so we could avoid mandatory Sunday services. The Marine Corps had to provide. Navy chaplain came in, who was a Wiccan, and once a month, and that's when we required to go to, because our commander was based at 29 Stumps. He was the one who required us all to be Christian. He wanted all army of God fighting under him. He later committed suicide in a very horrifying manner because he was involved with man-on-man Marine sex with that was involving non-voluntary participants. He got found out and had a bottle of wild turkey and hung himself.
When I joined the military, they still didn't recognize Wiccan as a religion. So it wasn't something you could put on your dog tag.
Right. You had to have
until probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 years after I'd been in that you could put it on there, but even still, I wouldn't have.
I went in 86, and this was in 89, 91.
Yeah.
Right through Desert Storm, after getting trained up for that.
Yeah.
I tried to go in 2000. I'm glad that I couldn't. I'm glad I couldn't.
Why?
I'm very staunch anti-war, anti-gun. So, like, I was gung-ho after 9/11, so I went in and I couldn't because I had felonies. They found my felonies.
Oh, I was gonna say they're pretty much taking every piece of not your piece of crap, but they were taking pretty much every piece of crap that they could find after 9/11.
I thought my felonies had been expunged because that's how it had been described to me. But not for the military.
Yeah, I got out in 2006, so it was pretty much going to hell anyway. But Marines were just really taking anybody. They were gangbangers, and
I'm glad now.
Yeah, it was like I had to get a waiver because hold on, let me see if I can do this right so you guys can see it. Nope, wrong one. Nope, hold on. Nope. Wait,
I got one I can barely show to it.
I have there's a little butterfly right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with my Class A's, you can barely see the tips of the wings. And I had to get a waiver for that. I didn't have this when I was in the military. But I had to get a waiver for that because you can see the little tips of the wings.
Wow.
But after 9/11, like people coming in full neck tattoos.
Yep, the struggle collar.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell is going on? People like walking up, oh my biggest thing, like lunchtime, walking hand in hand, like arm in arm, hand in hand with their girlfriend across the PX parking lot. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, honestly. And as I went on in my career, once they told me that we could no longer do first sergeant's time training went away. Then they were like, you can no longer swear at your soldier. You have to come up with other words like friggin' or whatever. I was like, I'm sorry. Like, if my soldier can't handle getting a dressing down or getting basically, I don't want him next to me when I'm in war. If he's so sensitive that he can't handle, doing a couple monkey fuckers, I don't want him to be the one protecting me.
Do you think?
What is going on?
Do you think we should fight most of the wars that we fight?
No. I think we get people's business. First of all, I don't think we should have ever gone to Iraq, and I know a lot of people who feel
Agreed.
the same way as me. I think that a lot of us at the time, because I was in Germany, we watched the towers live when it happened. And then I watched that idiot get on TV and say, we're going to war on terror. And I had 30 people in my living room, and I looked at them all and I said, you know what? We're fucked. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you can go to war with a person, you can go to a war with a country, but you cannot go to a war with an ideology. And terror has existed forever, and it will continue to exist forever. And this is a never-ending war. And I was right. Because look where we are now. How many years later?
Well, you can do it, but you just got to commit to total war, and you just got to throw ethics and morality out the window and just kill everybody. Once you start doing that, then you'll end it.
Straight to Afghanistan. We should have never gone to Iraq.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely agree.
We should have gone straight to Afghanistan, gotten the bastard, and left.
But that's that's not ours to do. Ours is not to reason why. Ours is to
No,
do.
ours is to follow orders and do our job, and that's exactly what we did.
A perpetual war machine is good business for the country. Like, we're getting out of the Middle East just to go right back into the Middle East and invade Iran. I mean, like all indications is
Wait
that
a minute.
the power structures want to go into Iran. Both sides,
Good
Democrat, Republican, it
business,
doesn't matter.
good business for the country. 2008, I lost half of my retirement fund. Like most of the country lost their houses. Like Iraq was not good for this country. Like
Iran's going to be a disaster.
I'm not going to get political, but Clinton left this country in the black. He handed it over to Bush, and within like a year, we were so far in debt. And 90% of the money that he sent over there,
It disappeared.
It did not go where it was supposed to go.
Right.
Let's just say that.
Yeah, a lot of that was supposed to go to space exploration, whole piece dividend, but it's all gone. But what are you gonna do? You're just people just sitting here, just scratching our heads at how it all played out, and just say,
Yeah. All of us are fucked up. Like, I'm 100% permanently disabled, unemployable. Because
I got a bad back, a broken knee, and a gut full of shrapnel.
Hopefully, Chad can hear me a bit better. I might have had my microphone down too far. Yeah, I think I think the ramifications of war, for one, like our soldiers' mental health, but not only that, just the ramifications on the earth. I think that we should really pull back our army. We should go back to more of an isolationist stance, and then only respond to atrocity or if there's a dire threat. Like it seems like we're looking for wars that's going to last a long time, so the military war machine can continue to generate profit and income. And honestly, oil. It seems to be all about oil.
we have enough oil in reserve in this country to last us for years and years and years and years and years. And people don't know that, and people don't recognize that, the general public. So it just continues to go.
Well, we consume the world's oil. We keep our own.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's how it goes. But
Like, what do you think all those weird things are in Arizona and California that look like birds that go up and down and up and down? That's us getting our oil. What do you think all those things are offshore? That's us getting our oil. And it's all going in reserve. And we have enough of our own oil to where we could last forever. Yet we're going in debt buying the country's oil, and we're going to war to get other countries' oil. That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
it's to secure the trade. That's pretty much the long and short of it. Just to keep the economy going.
Well,
because if it collapses in one way, in one area, it'll collapse in another. It has, it's global now. We can't go back to an isolation.
Yeah, we're not going there to own the oil. Only like to pretty much just kind of control the flow of it. We don't use our oil unless we absolutely have to. So that allows certain countries, Russia being a major player, but Saudi Arabia, Iran, to really kind of dictate prices and pretty much dictate economies based upon those prices. When in actuality, if we're actually listening to science, we need to be getting away from oil usage altogether.
Oh, well, we're starting to make the first strides towards it, but it's going to take 10, 20 years. Most optimists, 10 years. That's a pipe dream, if you ask me, but I think we're getting there, slowly but surely. We're slowly coming that way, but we just got to keep. We got to keep the war.
When we actually get there, that's the question.
Well, you just said it earlier tonight. The earth can heal itself if we let it.
Yeah, we'd have to go away though.
I think we'll be all right if we really get out. The big thing is we just got to get away from this. Just this avarice, this just endless greed. That's what's really.
They have been warning us about the environment since I was a kid.
Yep, me too. I'm 54 and I've been there for a while. And ever since I could remember reading magazines and seeing books on the subject that we were going to run out of oil, we're going to have a new ice age. I'm getting to feel like Geralta Rivera, where
the ozone. I mean,
I've lived through 5 apocalypses. None of them have come about yet. But
what do you want?
I was going to also say, when you talk about Dune, one of the big allegories of Dune, the spice, the oil, the spice must flow, the oil must flow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's all.
It's an allegory.
Yeah, it's all an allegory. The Fremen are pretty much Muslim jihadists. I mean, Frank Herbert was just a brilliant man. He's a brilliant fucking man.
It's one of the greats.
Yeah, I only for the longest time I thought the first 3 books were it, and then I realized that Herbert himself wrote 3 more, and then Christopher wrote fucking dozens, and there's this whole Dune universe. But when just Herbert alone, he goes to like pretty much the very end of House Atreides, and that ending, like I've never really talked to many people that actually made it to that ending. It's phenomenal. Like this motherfucker just kills an entire planet.
Yeah, Paul Atreides basically is the largest killer of men. He leads the largest genocide made to Butler and Jihad.
Oh man, it was fucking awesome, dude.
Well, he becomes the worm, so he has to sequester himself. He puts himself into a worm because that way he can figure out the golden path.
Well, that was Leto.
That was Leto. Yeah, Leto puts himself. I'm sorry, getting my confused.
Yeah, the final one, book 6. It's like I don't know, 80,000 years later, and there's like this one Atreides left, and he's so sentient. Like when he's in battle, he can see 3-5 moves ahead as it's happening. So like, no human force can stop him, and he just kills the entire fucking world. Like the entire world, he just one after another kills them all. It's fucking phenomenal, dude. And then they destroy the planet with him on it, if I'm remembering correctly. End of House Atreides. I got on a fucking geek tirade again. That's like the 3rd time tonight I got on a geek tirade.
You're talking about a situation where one of the core essentials I wanted to bring up was how they were like, this whole thing with Christians, they drum up the base about if it's not fear of witches or Satanists or pedophiles or whatever, it's gays. They live in a perpetual state of fear. That they fan the flames of religious devotion. And there's only so devout you can get your crowd, so to get them even more incensed, you find something to lash out at. And you see it goes in cycles.
Yeah.
Like you said about the J.K. Rowling books, the Harry Potter series, the doggone Pokemon cards were even on their target.
Yeah, fucking Pokemon.
Pocket demons. Pokemon. And they should be ashamed of themselves, but they're not, because they don't have shame anymore. They've abandoned that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But, heavy metal, like how many... You remember old Ozzy, right? Coming here to Battle Creek. You're probably way too young for that, but he came here to Battle Creek in the 80s. I was just a young pup.
Ozzy Osbourne?
Yeah. And there's a church in here. It was run by Cliff Day. And they got a whole crusade. They said they were going to drive Ozzy out. And they bust people in, had a big protest. And, Kellogg Arena wasn't that really big, but completely sold out. Not just because of Ozzy, because of all the attention.
I was probably in North Carolina when that happened by then.
That was like 1982.
No, I was 5.
Oh my God!
I think we were in Tennessee.
It is crazy that they had Crocus, some other band. Was it Judas Priest there? No, Judas Priest wasn't there. No, they had Crocus and Ozzy there. And I can remember that. And that was kind of lost my hearing for a few days.
Well, I mean, it doesn't surprise me if you look at Battle Creek now. Like, like when I moved back to the north, I'm like, I'm getting out of this really red fucking Bible state North Carolina bullshit, and I'm moving to the liberal north, and I get to Battle Creek, and it's a bunch of fucking fundies everywhere, man.
It is. You can't
Seventh-day
drive.
Adventists are everywhere. We got Scientology. I mean, it's just fucking insane
Oh
here.
my God, Scientology, the biggest cult in the world.
Are they still here?
Yeah, they're still here.
Yeah, they're still here. Yeah.
Well, they own Coldwater, Florida. Like the
Yeah, they
entire
have a town. But yeah, you can't drive 2 miles in any direction of Battle Creek and not hit 3 churches.
Yeah, like 4 out of 5 people are just MAGA QAnon followers and shit.
It's crazy. And you're like, this is a liberal north. This is a blue, solid blue state.
I
This
should
is
have
like,
stayed in North Carolina.
You come to Battle Creek, you come here to some crazy fundy stuff here, man. I go to get a haircut, and I got a lecture with my haircut, free of charge, about how I should, they say, you're going to vote in the election? I'm like, well, hell yeah, I'm going to vote in the election. They're like, good. Yeah, I'm like, good. You're voting for Trump, right? Fuck no.
Dude, I'm terrified. Like, if I get a new job, I'm terrified. Like, there's probably gonna be people there that I've really pissed off on Facebook. Like I mean, they hate my fucking politics here, man. Like, they fucking hate me. Like, like I admit it. Like, politically, I'm a lefty. I'm far.
I know.
To most people, I would be an extremist. I totally understand that. But like in regards to the left, I'm like a moderate lefty.
I'm a moderate lefty.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I grew up in an extremely matriarchal lefty left home. Like,
yeah, I mean, like moderate lefty is like Bernie Sanders, AOC. That's a moderate lefty.
Yeah. You caught that screed I wrote you on Messenger, didn't you? Knock.
I think so.
Oh, I sent you like 4 paragraphs. I just got up one morning.
Shit.
I was full of bluffing.
My daughter will bogart my phone sometimes. Like, if she gets her hands on my phone, it's like, fuck, man, I miss so much shit. I think Can't Help in CPA probably thinks I ignore him most of the time. It's like, no, my kid has my phone. She has like 4 of her own phones with different games on each of them, but gotta have mine too.
Gotta have dad's.
Yeah.
That's the power. What's the power dynamic? All power roots from the male, I guess, in that household. But when you get, my wife was like, "What are you writing, a book?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm writing a book. What do you get away from me?"
no, Jake. I said I live in northern New York, but I'm from Boston, not Austin.
Boston.
I'm from Boston.
I love like Yorkie accents. It's like one of my favorite accents. Where's my messenger? Like, I always look at messenger on my phone.
Yeah, you got to get yourself some TikTok. There's a guy that does Michiganisms. It's like, have you ever passed somebody trying to get past them, like in a crowded area or a tight space, and you say, "Oh." Have you ever said that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've talked about it on my stream. I'm gonna play back again. But like, yeah, because like Eminem or like anybody that's from Michigan that's in the music business always slips "ope" in there.
Oh, have you ever heard anybody come up to you, Jeet?
Oh,
the
yeah.
Jeet.
All the time.
It's in Michigan.
There you are. Zombie claws.
I think some Jeet.
No, that's not you, is it? No, that's not you. Fuck.
So like Mel in the South. Actually, I went to my first semester of college in North Carolina. Yeah, that was enough. I'm sorry.
I grew up in Davie County, North Carolina, so it's like 20 minutes outside of Clemson or Clemens. Clemson. It's 20 minutes outside of Clemens, which is like a small town in most people's regards. Davie County is much smaller than that, and it's like 30 minutes outside of Winston-Salem, which is the town people would know most of where I came from. We had more cows than people. We were basically segregated right up until high school. I mean, not necessarily so, but like, the black people were segregated to a certain part of the county. I think it's changed a lot since then. A lot of the black folk have prospered, which is about fucking time. They've running their own businesses. Like when I was growing up, we were segregated. They lived on the Coolamy side. They went to certain elementaries like that. That's how fucking racist the place I was that grew up in. I grew up with the South Will Rise Again flag on my wall. I hated gay people. I hated black people. I hated pretty much anybody that I was told that I was supposed to hate by all of my racist friends. Because I came late to the game. I was from the north, so I had to pretend to fit in. And then eventually I got to high school, and those black students that I'd always been separated from because they were on the other side of town, we were integrated, and I soon realized, oh, no, everybody's just people. You know, but it took like getting to know people. It's like I think people understand that, and they keep themselves separated. That's the only way they can't come to diversity.
That's true.
Boof. I'm back.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah, I must have missed all of that, so I'll definitely read that tomorrow.
Well, I was yelling at me while I was making breakfast because I had phone in one hand. I says, I just got to type a message out here. 40 minutes later.
I do want to say, like, Davie County does seem to be different. They're deeply fundamental evangelical as fuck. But the racism doesn't seem to be as bad as it was when I was growing up. So I don't want to like paint this place as some, backwards ass racist place. They're just backwards politically at this point.
I think Asheville is probably more my speed if I were to go to North Carolina. But
I've been up to Asheville. That's not too far from where I was.
It's beautiful up there, and it's got a gorgeous VA, which I need. But
you could see Pilot Mountain from my backyard. We were pretty close to the hills. We call them the hills, the Appalachians.
I was dating a guy who lived here, but then moved to South Carolina, and I would fly down there to see him like every couple weeks. And I remember, first of all, that there was a church on every corner. But the other thing that I remember is that we went to breakfast one day at this restaurant, and we were just talking, nothing controversial or anything, just talking. And he kept shushing me. First of all, I don't get shushed. Second of all, like I was like, what is your issue? And he's like, you need to just be quiet. And I look around and I'm like, I could never live here. Like, it wasn't that I was saying anything controversial, but the fact that I couldn't talk like normal, like I'm loud, like
South Carolina can get really crazy. You get real South. You get South Carolina, in the southern parts of South Carolina. It's extremely rural, and it's extremely old school. So rich white families run everything. They run the law. They run the police. They're all crooked and fucking just. They'll throw you in the swamp if you know what I'm saying. You know, like
some real boss hog shit going on.
Yeah, down there. It's like they've gotten away with it too. Like it made national news. This one family down there was like they had overtaken a whole district of the fucking South, man, and they were just like awful fucking people killing each other and shit. It was crazy.
Right now, I'm looking at houses in Georgia because I need to get the hell out of here. Because I live in Lake Effect country, so like I'm right off Lake Ontario. So every time it snows, I get 10 feet of snow, and it's like it gets to be like negative 29 in the winter.
Oh, yeah, I lived in Grand Rapids. I know all about Lake Effect.
Oh.
And I got so much metal in my body. It's like I'm a human barometer. I can't handle it. I'm like, I gotta go.
I still have to take my daughter up to Grand Rapids for her doctor's appointments because her endocrinologist is up there. And during the wintertime, it's you have to leave. It's an hour and a half drive. You have to leave 2.5 hours because if it's snowing, it's going to get really bad once you hit Grand Rapids. Everything's going to slow down to a crawl.
But you just be careful, take it easy, and you're all right.
Yeah. I mean, most people know how to drive in the snow, but it seems like, I don't know, every year it's like more and more people seem like they forgot.
Well, here it's bad because it's there's a military base here, and you guys who have been in the military all know that these idiots who have never lived in the snow, like I'm from the Northeast, so I know, but you get all these idiots that have never lived in the snow before, driving their stupid Mustangs. Why do they have Mustangs? down. You know, you got, you got all these cars on the side of the road. Everything.
I've always been blessed. One thing about being an Uncle Sam's Misguided Children is that all our bases are on the coast in warm places.
This is the only cold one, and I didn't pick it. Okay, this is what happened. So I went from Germany to Fort Eustis, and I drove across country. I unfortunately got NTC. I was in the middle of the desert, Fort Irwin, and that's where I met my ex. But I re-enlisted for Hawaii, and I called my commander. He's like, "Don't even unpack when you get here. We're headed to Iraq." I'm like, "Cool, no problem. I already been there. I'm good." And then my stupid butt got talked into getting married prior to leaving for Hawaii, and he went behind my back and changed my orders. He changed. He wasn't even due to go anywhere, by the way. He put in for a transfer to Fort Drum and didn't tell me. So my branch manager calls me and she's like, "I'm so sorry, I still can't find you a job." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I just talked to my commander. I'm all set, you know. I'm going to the 25th. I know I'm leaving." She's like, no, like your husband, he put in for a transfer. He's headed to Fort Drum, and he outranked me. I was in E6, he was in E7. I was like, you motherfucker.
Oh.
So I never got to go to Hawaii, and here I am, divorced. The kids are gone, and I got the house being divorced. So I'm still here.
Oh.
It's like, oh, why?
Well, that's unfortunate that most of the military marriages end up with the wife at least getting the house. At least you got on a good side of that one.
Well, I asked for it. I told him I won't touch your retirement if you won't touch my. I had a ton of investments. Like I had a ton. He relied on his military retirement, and I relied on 2 Roth IRAs, my thrift account, and 2 regular IRAs. And I told him, if you don't touch my investments, I won't touch your retirement, and I want the house.
Well, hey, it was great getting to meet all you folks. Sorry if I was quiet. I just try to be quiet when other people are talking. I mean, it was really cool to hear Mandy take what's his. I see Jay was in here talking about something or other. I was off the mic at that time. I had to go take care of a few things. But
Jay got into some epistemology. It was interesting. Like I'm just starting to delve my feet in those areas.
And Jay's good people. I think he's just sometimes if you let him roll too long, it drifts into the deep part of philosophy.
Oh yeah, he was losing me.
I can keep up to a little bit, but it's just like, okay, well, reality is what you make of it.
Yeah.
But, what was that P guy that was in here? Sorry, I'm terrible with names.
P-Town.
P-Town, yeah. I kind of got him confused with Wesley for a second there, but like you said, man, that guy, he brought up half that stuff and then said, "Oh, I didn't mean to bring that up."
I hate that.
I never said that. I'm like, yeah, you did about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's complete gaslighting, and a lot of Christians will do that. It's like they think you forgot what you and you know, to their credit, I was drinking for all those years, so there's probably plenty of times when I would have forgotten what the fuck we were talking about, but
yeah, but he brought it all up and then tried to turn it back on her. Like, good on her. And Marty for keeping it.
He's never explained to me. He's never explained to me how he gets, because like he says like the reason he believes in demons now is because his mom had schizophrenia and lights started flickering and doorbells started ringing and he just became convinced that she was possessed with the demon. And I'm like, that's not proof of anything, dude. That's like the dumbest reason to go from like atheism to Jesus is
what
power surge.
That's what made me say like you're like WebMDing this crap. Like you can't just go on the internet and pick and choose different religions, read their different books, translate them, and then form your own opinions and say you're a Christian and this is why. Like you really need to stick with something, research it, and then it's like I said to Wesley, like, okay, you're saying Jesus said this, Jesus said that. Where? Tell me. Where in the New Testament? Like my Bible is so well used. I've read it back and forth.
It's in his head. He has like, I don't know. Jesus talks to him and he talks back. It's like the same with Piton. Piton was describing a conversation, and I asked, well, like you have conversations with God, and he's like, no, not like that, but like you were just describing a conversation. And I'm not trying to talk smack about him while he's gone. I do.
Right.
I appreciate him coming on and
yeah,
giving his perspective, but it's very inconsistent. It's like the last time he was on, I tried to nail him on like, do you even understand what reprobate theology is? You claim that you believe this Bible 100%, but it tells you that people like me deserve death. I mean, where do you relate to that? And he didn't know. He didn't understand what reprobate doctrine was.
Right.
It's like he didn't understand what Job was. Like, it's like, how have you even read the whole Bible from beginning to end? I'm
what
not sure.
Pat said.
Christians do.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, I don't think a lot of Christians actually read the Bible from beginning to end.
Right, and they do that stuff. What Pat says, you're better off just reading the King James version or sticking with a translation that you can understand,
right?
Than trying to go back and translate it from Greek to Hebrew. And then he says, like, I have to learn, or I read this type of ancient Hebrew, and it's like Pat was really incredulous. Like, really? Because that's doctorate level stuff. That's stuff where like you have to spend getting your bachelor's and master's degree in Middle Eastern studies and languages before you're allowed to touch that stuff as an informed educator.
He's like, I love the way Hebrew sounds. I want to tell him to go listen to Disturbed and David Draymond. He was a cantor, that's why his voice is so beautiful. Go listen to Disturbed Sound of Silence. You'll love it. Like that's the tone right there, dude.
Yeah, well, and it's like they're going in it with like this presupposed idea of what they're looking for, right? Like, so it's to them it seems like the most legitimate way to apologize for the Bible, to do apologetics. They hate it when I say it that way, but it's the fucking truth. But like so to them, if they can find anybody saying or some kind of translation that would make servant not mean a slave, but like having a job, and that's what they kind of do is they try to pretend some kind of knowledge on these ancient languages that they don't take the time to study, to say, yeah, but the Bible says either slavery didn't exist or if it did, it's pretty cool. It's just a way to kind of justify their atrocious bullshit.
I'm sorry. You know what the Bible is to me? The circle game. If you can't get 10 people in a circle and you say a sentence, and by the time it gets around to that person again, it's a totally different sentence, then how can you expect the Bible to actually be accurate? It was written over 400 years after the death of Christ, the New Testament, and about all these different people by these different people. I don't understand how they think it could be any more than just a guide to being a good person.
I mean, and honestly, like, I'm not trying to talk smack about Piton, but he might want to jump in some of these Christian rules to kind of learn the game a bit. Because, like, if I asked a very basic, simple question, like, have you, and it's a question designed to see, like, how far have you really considered the concept, the notions of your belief system? When I asked, how can Satan turn against God when Satan is in the presence of this classic theist God definition that you believe in? How is that even possible? And he runs away from it, and he doesn't want to answer it because he's never considered the actual logic behind what he fucking has been told his entire life. And he tries to pretend like
he ditched you.
Yeah, like he tries to pretend like he wasn't told that his entire life, but then he gives it away. In the same breath that he says that he wasn't raised as a Christian, he talks about how his mom used to talk about angels and shit. And I'm like, that's Christian. What are you talking about?
Right, exactly.
I'm not talking smack about the guy, but it is just like,
Well,
go hang out. Go hang
it's
out.
a
with
recap.
go hang out with other Christians and kind of learn the game a bit, because if you come in a room like this and you can't answer a simple question like that, I mean, in my old days, I would have fucking tore you a new asshole.
We're just running an AAR. That's our. We're just we're just debriefing. That's all. We're not talking about it.
Yeah, I do need to shut this down because I'm promising myself no super late nights because I don't sleep.
I don't sleep either. I'll be here all night, and that's the problem.
Right.
I don't sleep.
I'll go to bed at 4 and I'll wake up at 7 and then I'm napping all fucking day and it's a waste of day.
Oh my god.
All
4 is when I usually wake up between 3 and 4 every morning. So.
Thank you for holding the open rooms.
Oh,
Thanks
yeah.
a lot for all you do, Knock. You do a lot, and thanks for tolerating me. And it's nice meeting everybody here. We didn't get to see much of 420 Atheist or what's that other cat that ditched out?
I was in earlier.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Clockwork Rex. If you're out there, brother, take care of yourself because he's another war dog.
Coming, man.
Thank you guys. You guys were so welcoming. I hope you don't mind if I come back.
Oh yeah,
sometime.
anytime. Yeah, I'm going to be doing these a lot again. My schedule will be shifting at some point, but until then, it'll be kind of like late at night like this, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I'm going to be doing this a lot again. They've been great conversations. I've really enjoyed it. It's been fun again.
Yeah, I don't care what we talk about. Like, I just love to talk to intelligent people.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I don't know why you like talking to me because I'm dumb as they come.
We all have our moments. We all have our moments.
Exactly.
But you guys, feel free to hang out. I'm gonna run through my exit shit. Nobody will be able to hear you, so feel free to talk, and then I will be back to say goodbye. But then I'm going to bed. So yeah, thanks everybody.
I'm gonna weigh anchor too. Thanks everyone.
Oh yeah. See you later, Dad.
You guys have a good night.
Yep, you too. All right. So, let's. All right. So, great conversation. I appreciate. I'll put it on in the private chat real quick. Raging, or there it is. All right.
Your point of view on just atheism, basically.
Oh yeah. I'm wide open right now. I'm switching jobs. I've got several jobs. I just got to pick which one that I want. So I've got this whole week off. I'm wide open right now.
Really? So you could do it tomorrow?
Oh yeah. Yep, I'm available.
Okay, cool. Well, actually, then, do you have like Instagram or something so I could DM you?
Just my pretty much my email. I've got a Twitter, but I'm never on it.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll email you like when it starts and the link. How's that?
Yeah. Shoot me an email. Like during the daytime, I might, I might be out doing something, but I'll be here probably after 4:00 for sure.
Cool. That's awesome. Thank you.
All right, cool. Yeah, and everybody in the audience that's left heard that too. So yeah, I'll be doing something tomorrow, y'all. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna do my shutdown thing, so you won't be able to hear me, and it's just like music and shit like that. So.
Okay. Well, I'm heading out, but thank you so much. This has been awesome.
Oh yeah. Thanks for coming on. It was really nice to meet you.
You too, and I will see you tomorrow.
Yep, see you tomorrow. All right, so yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Thanks to everybody that came on. I'm gonna do my little exit music and all of that stuff. And yeah, we'll be doing this again shortly. I'm probably thinking like a Thursday night open room, maybe a Friday night open room. We'll see how it goes. If I accept a job tomorrow, I doubt that I would start this week, but we'll see. I've got one really good interview left, so I'm kind of waiting for that one before I make a decision.
Oh,
so,
well, good luck on that one.
Yeah. This one, like I don't think I'm gonna get it because it's like unheard of money for me. So, but we'll see. Who knows?
Oh no! Positive vibes for 2023.
Yeah. We'll see. I'll be able to go at BS Lewis over that shit. But all right, I'm gonna do my exit out music. Y'all have a good night. Thanks again for watching. Y'all have I will see you guys soon. Yep. Good night. All right.